Good morning and welcome to the June 11th closed session of the Board of Education for Montgomery County Public Schools. We will establish a quorum by calling a roll.
Good morning, Rebecca Smondrowski, District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good morning.
Good morning, buenos dias, Grace Rivera Oven, District 1. We're eager.
Good morning, Julie Yang, District 3.
And I'm Carla Silvestre, President of the Board. And now we will be read into closed session.
I move that the board meet in closed session to address topics listed in the posted resolution for today's closed session and for the reasons and on the basis as stated therein.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. We will now go into closed session. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to our June 11th Board of Education Business Meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of our community who are joining us here today, and those who are watching this meeting via live stream. Now let us begin by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will call the roll to recognize board members and establish we have a quorum. Ms. Evans?
Good afternoon. Great to see everyone. Shebra Evans, District 4.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Smondrowski, District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lynn Harris. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an at-large member of the board.
Good afternoon, everyone. Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, Grace Rivera Oven, District 1.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, District 3.
Mr. Said?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here virtually, Sammy Saeed, student member of the board, and I'm very excited to be here today.
And I'm Carla Silvestre, President of the Board. Now we can begin the meeting, but first we need a motion to amend the agenda to remove consent item 6.2 from today's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Raise your hands. And that's unanimous. And we also need a motion and a second to move item 9.1, final action, homework policy, and item 15.1.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Now, can I get a motion to approve the meeting agenda as amended?
I move we approve the meeting as amended.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Okay. Very good. We can now move on to agenda item number 3, the Human Resources and Development, the monthly report.
Good afternoon, and thank you, President Silvestri. And so we have two that I'd like to bring forward. So whereas the death on April 23rd, 2024 of Ms. Shelda A. Phillip, paraeducator at Newport Mill Middle School, deeply has saddened the staff, students, and the members of the Board of Education. And whereas during her more than 22 years of service at Montgomery County Public Schools, Ms. Phillip made significant contributions to create a positive work environment. Her caring and supportive demeanor made her students feel comfortable and valued in her classroom. And whereas Ms. Phillip was a highly dedicated paraeducator who worked tirelessly for the success of her students, she was an advocate for their needs and deeply cared about their academic achievements. Her unwavering commitment to creating a positive and secure educational environment has had a significant impact on her students, colleagues, and the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the interim superintendent of schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Phillip and extend deepest sympathy to her family, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Ms. Phillip.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Next, whereas the death on April 12, 2024 of Ms. Connie A. Edsinger, paraeducator at Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary School, deeply has saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. And whereas during the more than 25 years Ms. Edsinger worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, she fully understood how her role contributed to the success of students. She demonstrated dedication to students and staff by contributing to an enjoyable learning environment. And whereas Ms. Edsinger was a highly valued staff member at Dr. Charles R. Drew Elementary School, she consistently maintained a positive attitude and worked collaboratively with other staff members to meet students' needs. Ms. Edsinger's interactions with students were always kind and encouraging, which made them feel safe and welcomed in her presence. Her positive approach significantly contributed to students' happiness, composure, and preparedness for their school day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the interim superintendent of schools express their sorrow at the death of Mrs. Edsinger and extend deepest sympathy to her family, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Mrs. Edsinger.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. And I skipped over the monthly report, so can I get a motion to pass the monthly report,
I
please?
was going to say, so moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Okay. And now we move on to 3.2, recommended appointments.
Thank you. And so today we have 7 appointments. The first is Dr. Genevieve L. Floyd, Director, Division of Career and Post-Secondary Partnerships and Career Advising, Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, Office of the Chief Academic Officer, Office of the Deputy Superintendent, attending. Joining her today are her colleagues, stakeholders, mentors, and close friends from Montgomery County Public Schools. Dr. Floyd has been employed with MCPS for 24 years. She has served in the role as a teacher, Career Academy lead teacher, assistant principal, executive assistant, coordinator, and most recently a supervisor of the Division of Career and Post-Secondary Partnerships and Career Advising. She looks forward to serving in her new role and to working collaboratively with MCPS staff, partners, and stakeholders in service to our students. Shout out to her family watching online from Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's Mrs. Evans, Ms. Harris, myself, Ms. Yang, Mr. Said. Abstaining? Mrs. Modrowski, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Rivera-Oven. Okay, the motion passes. Congratulations.
I do want to just take a minute to let you know, it's not about the people, it's about the process. So just make sure everybody understands that.
Next is Mrs. Meredith L. Benning, Assistant Director, Department of Human Capital Management, Office of Human Resources and Development, Office of the Chief of Staff, attending. Joining her today is her husband, Robert, daughter, Gemma, and her father, Preston Livers. Mrs. Benning has been employed with MCPS for 17 years. She has served in the role of substitute teacher, resource teacher, content specialist, consulting teacher, and most recently as coordinator, Department of Human Capital Management. Mrs. Benning looks forward to continuing the work of the department to recruit and hire for excellence and diversity, as well as supporting the current workforce.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. Mrs. Evans, Ms. Harris, myself, Ms. Yang, Mr. Said. Abstaining? Mrs. Modrowski, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Rivera-Oven. Congratulations, the motion passes.
Next is Ms. Charlene M. Perea, Supervisor, Department of Special Education Services, Office of Special Education, Office of the Chief Academic Officer, Office of the Deputy Superintendent, attending. Joining her today is her father, Dr. Robert E. Perea, and friend Sarah Smith. Ms. Perea has been employed with MCPS for 30 years. She has served in the role of paraeducator, special education teacher, instructional specialist, supervisor, assistant principal, and most recently as acting supervisor, Department of Special Education Services. She looks forward to joining the Department of Special Education Services.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. Mrs. Evans, Ms. Harris, myself, Ms. Yang, Mr. Said. Abstaining? Mrs. Modrowski, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Rivera-Oven. Congratulations.
Next up is Mrs. Rachel M. Carson, Supervisor, Elementary English Language Development, Department of English Learners and Multilingual Education, Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, Office of the Chief Academic Officer, Office of the Deputy Superintendent, attending. Joining her today is her husband, Andrew, son, Mateo, and friend, Amanda Catineo. Mrs. Carson comes to MCPS with more than 12 years' experience in education as a teacher and administrator. Mrs. Carson is honored to be joining MCPS, where she looks forward to empowering educators of multilingual students, expanding instructional opportunities, and supporting students and families.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. Mrs. Evans, Ms. Harris, myself, Ms. Yang, Mr. Said. Abstaining? Mrs. Modrowski, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Rivera-Oven. Congratulations.
Next is Mr. Daniel R. Yip, Supervisor, Secondary English Language Development, Department of English Learners and Multilingual Education, Office of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, Office of the Chief Academic Officer, Office of the Deputy Superintendent, attending. Joining him today is his wife, Ruby, an MCPS teacher, and his two sons, Caden and Hunter Yip, both MCPS students. Mr. Yip has been employed with MCPS for 14 years as an English language development teacher, curriculum specialist, teacher, and most recently as English language development teacher, Parkland Middle School. He looks forward to rejoining the Department of English Learners and Multilingual Education to support emergent multilingual learners and their families in grades 6 to 12 towards college and career readiness.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. Mrs. Evans, Ms. Harris, myself, Ms. Yang, Mr. Said. Abstaining? Mrs. Modrowski, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Rivera-Oven. Congratulations.
Next is Mrs. Krishana J. Dean, Principal, Greencastle Elementary School. Joining her today is her husband, Keith Dean, and mentor, Ms. Stacy Brown, Principal, William Tyler Page Elementary School. Mrs. Dean has been employed with MCPS for 24 years. She has served in a role as a teacher, focus teacher, staff development teacher, instructional specialist, supervisor, and most recently as assistant principal, William Tyler Page Elementary School. She looks forward to joining Greencastle Elementary School to support their community and its commitment to providing students with a well-rounded education. Shout out to her children, Sean, Jasmine, and Miles, who are watching online, and to the countless friends and family who have supported Mrs. Dean on her journey.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
Next is Miss Allison L. Sereno, Principal, Bannockburn Elementary School attending. Joining her today is her husband, Brian Baskowski, media specialist, Bethesda Chevy Chase High School, and her children, Bobby and Chloe. Ms. Serino has been employed with MCPS for 30 years. She has served in a role as a teacher, student support specialist, assistant principal, and most recently, principal, Westland Middle School. She looks forward to joining the community of care and academic excellence at Bannockburn Elementary. Shout out to her mother, Marilyn Serino, who is watching online from Massachusetts.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
Real quick, if I could
Whose appointments?
just say one thing. Ms. Serino was a former student member of the board. So from a current student member of the board to a former, congratulations, and thank you for staying with the system.
Thank you, Mr. Said. Moving on to agenda item number 4, recognitions. Dr. Felder?
Yes, I am excited because we have several recognitions today. So the first recognition is regarding Counselor of the Year Award. So whereas the Montgomery County Public School Counselor of the Year Award is celebrated to spotlight the exceptional contributions of professional school counselors and their significant role in guiding students towards academic success, career planning, and college readiness. And whereas the academic achievements of students intricately are connected to their overall learning and personal growth, with school counselors uniquely equipped to address diverse student needs across the academic, personal, interpersonal, career, and health domains. And whereas school counselors demonstrate unwavering dedication to student welfare by identifying obstacles to learning, employing data-driven decision-making processes, implementing evidence-based interventions, evaluating outcomes, and enhancing accountability measures. And whereas through fostering collaborative efforts among parents, guardians, and educators, school counselors cultivate a supportive learning atmosphere conducive to student progress and attainment. And whereas it is appropriate for Montgomery County Public Schools to honor the indispensable role of the school counselors in students' personal and academic journeys by recognizing outstanding individuals with the Montgomery County Public Schools Counselor of the Year Award, one exemplary counselor from each educational level. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education, the interim superintendent of schools, staff, students, and families congratulate the recipients of the 2024 School Counselor of the Year Award. And that is Ms. Anne Marie Hetrick, School Counselor at Candlewood Elementary, Mr. Richard B. Solomon, Resource Counselor, Silver Spring International Middle School, and Ms. Melanie A. Kahani, School Counselor, Bethesda Chevy Chase High School.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present.
Next is National Association for the Advancement of Colored People Scholarship Awards. So whereas the Montgomery County branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People at its annual Freedom Fund Dinner awarded 23 $1,000 scholarships to Montgomery County Public School students, and whereas the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People selected Embracing Our Legacy as the theme for its 49th Freedom Fund Dinner held on Sunday, May 19, 2024, to recognize Black or African American students for their positive contributions to our schools and community. And whereas Montgomery County Public Schools recognizes and celebrates its students' dedication to their academic pursuits and personal and community service achievements that make a difference to our county, our state, and our country. And whereas the Montgomery County Board of Education takes great pride that Montgomery County Public Schools honors the many contributions of Black and African American students, now therefore be it resolved that on behalf of the interim superintendent of schools, staff members, students, parents, guardians of Montgomery County Public Schools, the members of the Montgomery County Board of Education congratulate this year's National Association for the Advancement of Colored People Scholarship Award winners.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present.
The last recognition is regarding Montgomery County Public Schools higher education partnerships. So whereas Montgomery County Public Schools celebrates its commitment to partnering with local institutions of higher education in an effort to support aspiring educators and bring the best possible professional development and academic opportunities to our staff, and whereas Montgomery County Public Schools recognizes and celebrates the more than 942 employees enrolled in 11 institutions of higher education offering 23 partnership programs. Of these, more than 324 are 2023-2024 higher education partnership degree and certificate completers who have earned certificates, certifications, and bachelor's and master's degrees. And be it resolved that on behalf of the interim superintendent of schools and all Montgomery County Public Schools staff members and members of the Board of Education, we congratulate and recognize our higher education partners and their graduates for their contributions to the school system and for creating a culture of lifelong learning and the pursuit of academic excellence.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Okay, thank you. We are moving on to agenda item number 5, which is public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive advice from community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, and other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 13 people who have signed up to provide in-person testimony. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table, speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 5 people signed up to provide video testimonies. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on Board Docs, where they are posted with other materials for this meeting. Okay, so we can get started with our first 6 speakers. If you could please come forward and I call your name. Sujit Hedge, Christine Handy, Jennifer Martin, Evelyn Chung, Julia Rogers, and Amy I. Okay. Is Sujit Hedge here? You may begin.
Good evening, Dr. Felder and members of the Board of Education. My name is Sujit Hegde, and I am currently a junior at Richard Montgomery High School. I am here to advocate for Narcan training for all high school students in MCPS. As an EMS provider at Rockville Volunteer Fire Department, opioid overdoses aren't foreign to me. As first responders, we are taught that timing is everything. The moment we see signs of an opioid overdose, we know we have to act fast. It is ingrained in us that a body without oxygen for more than 5 minutes may as well be pronounced dead. To this day, I remember the first overdose I was dispatched to. We arrived on scene to find a young female with the usual symptoms: pinpoint pupils, unresponsiveness, and a lack of breathing. Through our prompt use of Narcan, we were able to resuscitate the patient. For weeks after, the image of that young woman, who looked not much older than I did, remained in my mind. If we had arrived on scene 5 minutes later, or if we had waited any longer to deliver Narcan, our life would have been lost. Anyone could have been in my position. Data shared by MCPD shows youth overdoses continually spiking, increasing by 77% in 2022 and rising year by year. This data shows that opioid overdoses are very real and can happen to anyone, especially in minority communities. In these situations, people must be prepared. Hesitation can be the difference between life and death. It is vital that we give our students the training to handle these emergencies decisively. I propose to do this through health classes in our high schools. A Narcan training session includes education on recognizing overdose symptoms, locating Narcan, administering Narcan, and a final test to assess knowledge and understanding. In all, these sessions will take around 40 minutes and could easily be adapted to a single lesson. This is the preparation our students need to act in a vital moment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Handy, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Dr. Felder, Ms. Silvestri, and members of the Board of Education. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Sammy Saeed, our student member of the Board of Education, on your graduation and upcoming college enrollment. Sammy, your dedication and advocacy for the students in our entire school district have been truly exceptional. Your willingness to seek feedback from MCAP on your proposals, and there have been a few, is a testament to your commitment and leadership. On behalf of MCAP, we wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and I am confident that your name will be on a ballot at the polls in the near future. Members of the board, Today, you're going to be voting on the operating budget for next school year. And while we have done all that we can to advocate with the county council for the MCPS budget items that we believe are important, we fell short. This year's budget is pretty much done, so I sit here hoping that we can begin the next fiscal year with the end in mind. It is imperative that we work closely with the county council and ensure they fully understand the needs of our school district, and that we do not wait until official budget season to start that discussion. The FY26 operating budget is already projected to be more challenging than this year, and that is hard to imagine. It will be up to you and our superintendent to start working on budget advocacy early and to mend and build bridges with our county officials. We are counting on you. Additionally, you must work and collaborate with our unions. When we work together, we are better, much better. Dr. Felder, I want to express my deep appreciation for your calm and spirit, instructional and fiscal leadership, and courage in leading MCPS during such a challenging time. Your unwavering commitment and resilience have truly been inspiring. It has not been easy, but your steadfastness has never wavered, and I've never seen you clutch your pearls. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Jennifer Martin?
Good afternoon. Let me first correct a statement I made previously regarding the FY24 budget line item, Superintendent's Gala. I've since learned that this did not refer to the Superintendent's Holiday Party, which MCPS did not fund. It was in reference to the Superintendent's Gala for the Arts. I've sent apologies to the former superintendent and a letter of correction to this board. Yesterday, over 100 MCEA educators, parents, students, and community members gathered in downtown Silver Spring to draw public attention to the serious underfunding we're facing for next year. We were there to draw that attention. The council's failure to honor this board's bare bones budget request and your lack of passionate advocacy on behalf of our students has led to anger and fear about our working and learning conditions in the year ahead. Hundreds of us are facing involuntary transfers, and hundreds of new teachers' contracts are at risk. We realize that among elected leaders, we have few, if any, effective champions for education. While all of you on the board say you care about schools and the souls who work and learn here, where is the courage of your convictions? When are you going to speak forcefully and act with decisiveness in seeking resources we desperately need? It's not easy for us to fight on the streets as we did, but we are frustrated by the empty words and dismissiveness we receive from our elected leaders. We educators can't save the school system by ourselves. Right now, all the good things that happen in our classrooms and school buildings each day seem to happen in spite of, rather than because of, MCPS and county leadership. In the year ahead, MCEA will continue to fight to restore the excellence of our schools. We need you to be there with us. Now is not the time to be polite and meek. Stand up to county leaders and demand from them what our students need and deserve.
Thank you. Is Evelyn Chung? Evelyn Chung? Oh. Sorry, I missed you.
That's okay. There was. Here. Members of the Board of Education, my name is Evelyn Chung, and I'm speaking to you today as the Vice President of Education of the MCCPTA. As an organization committed to furthering the potential of every child, the MCCPTA hopes that our vision is shared by our elected officials. The final MCPS budget does not meet that standard. This MCPS budget was troubled from the time of its release when it was presented publicly without being available for review. When the county executive's recommended budget was released in March offering MCPS less than their request, MCPS should have opened its books. That transparency was and still is missing. We urge the County Council and Board of Education to work together with the public in the interest of our children and engage the community in a transparent and honest manner to provide greater transparency and accountability going forward. At this point, the board and MCPS should provide a list of cuts and additions for FY 2025 by office and school and all major contracts, including but not limited to digital licenses, instructional materials contracts, and contractual services. It should communicate what happens to unspent funds and what reserves it has. In addition, MCPS should publish projections of major contracts and labor expenses for the next 5 years to ensure stable multi-year financial planning. And finally, MCPS should clearly identify which new programs and initiatives will be required by the Maryland Blueprint in the next 5 years. In addition, we asked this board and MCPS to mitigate the impacts of the $30 million shortfall, especially on class sizes. We asked you to ensure accommodations for the virtual academy students who otherwise would lose access to compacted math or who have special education needs, to prioritize instrument funds for high poverty schools, and to explain and address the loss of the Office of the Chief Medical Officer. And finally, when MCPS spends money, they must follow up. MCPS has been engaging in significant system-wide improvements, including the shift to structured literacy. We need stable leadership during this transitional period and urge the board to consider this as it determines the timeline for its selection of a new superintendent. It is important that the board creates a transparent superintendent search process that is calculated to restore public trust and confidence in their final selection, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Julia Rogers, may begin. Julia Rogers?
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Rogers, and I'm a special education teacher here at the MVA. I know I'm good at my job, and that voiding of the board's and MCPS's mission is not a reflection on me, my 80 colleagues at the MVA, or the 14,000 educators I stand shoulder to shoulder with today. We know our mission, and that is to provide not just an education, but a safe and supportive environment where all can thrive. At the MVA, we provide a full school day to over 800 students. We have a diverse student body of social interaction both here and at their home schools. A closure of this program would disproportionately impact students of the global majority, which is 85% of our population, and those receiving FARMS, which is 55%. This is also not the same as IIS. It just isn't the equivalent. 68 hours a week of instruction is not the same. Not receiving all IEP service hours, as students do at the MVA, from speech to OT to classroom support, is not the same as IIS. At the MVA, our students have test scores that show progress. For example, K-2 reading proficiency, specifically for African Americans and Hispanic students, there was a 79% and 25% increase, respectively, in proficiency from fall to spring. Take back your power board from MCPS and steer us as you see fit. We have students placed with us who are chronically absent, some by parents, some by their home schools. A sample to show how we are moving that needle: we went from 27 students on the chronic weekly absenteeism list in October to just 11 in May. And now our graduation rate is at 86%. I leave you with a quote from a student. MCPS prides itself on the diversity of this county, yet you are planning on taking away one of the safe spaces for those in need. Board, take back your time, take back your power. The final decision rests with you, not the superintendent, not the chief operating officer, but with you, the board, who are elected to make decisions to ensure support of our students. Don't let today's vote be a reflection on your dedication to students of MCPS, the educators. Your quality of work, your legacy is now. Support the MVA, don't increase our workloads, and don't lay off educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy I, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy I have been an elementary educator with MCPS for 25 years and have proudly served the Virtual Academy for the last 3. I am here to speak with you about the value and impact the MVA has had on students who are thriving and excelling at their online learning. I would like to share one of the MVA's currently thriving 5th grade students' testimony about why the MVA must stay. Adrienne, a 10-year-old who is finishing 5th grade, is thriving because of the MVA. When she attended in-person school, she was struggling with all the distractions and being shy. The MVA has not only allowed her to do well in school, but excel. That's because teachers have allowed her to go to quiet breakout rooms by herself to complete assignments. She is consistently tested in the 99th percentile. However, when she does in-person testing, she does very poorly due to all the distractions. If you insist on closing the virtual academy, she won't be the only excelling student who will fail to thrive. Many of her classmates will too. Her questions for the board are, don't we count? Do you think putting us in huge, noisy classrooms is the right decision? The virtual academy is her pathway to success, and if you close it, you're dooming students to failure. Another testimony that I would like to share is from my current 3rd grade student, Arnav, who is exceptional and thriving with tremendous growth in all academic areas. He comments on why MVA must stay. Arnav believes that closing the MVA is a bad idea. He has made good friends, has had great teachers, and done well in school. He wants his success to continue by learning at the MVA. He is requesting to please not close the MVA. The MVA provides an equitable opportunity for students to receive a comparable education. We are providing education to students where staffing is not available in hybrid math classes. Without the MVA, students like Arnav will not have access to enriched math instruction. Students who took compacted math at the MVA this year will likely end up having to repeat a half year's instruction next year because in-person schools do not have the resources to provide enriched math instruction. That is not meeting the needs of our students. All MVA stakeholders were promised in February by the Board of Ed that MVA would stay. Now families are left to scramble on patchwork educational plans for August, while educators are now searching for jobs that are not by choice. This is just not right to do to educators and families in June when all board members agreed to extending the MVA just 3 short months ago. The MVA must stay.
Thank you for your testimony. If we could get our next 6 speakers to please come forward. Victoria Hill, Julia Guillen-Williams, Samira Hussein, Charles Rollins, Timo Taiwo, and Layla Kademian. Victoria Hill, you may begin.
Good afternoon. I wrote to you in April regarding the lack of emergency communication infrastructure in our elementary schools. I recently discovered that some elementary schools not only lack cell service, they do not have landline phones either. One school noted that 12 classrooms only have access to a single phone at the end of a hallway for use in the event of an emergency. Although I have previously discussed elementary school communication issues with you through a security lens, the reality is that the lack of 911 calling capability, school-wide intercoms, and panic buttons in our elementary schools is not just a safety and security issue, it's a public health issue. Recently, a Montgomery County teacher had to stop life-saving care on a faculty member because they could not call 911 inside the school. They had to run outside to call for help. When anyone attending or visiting our schools experiences a medical emergency, seconds count. Today, I am here to ask that you direct all elementary school principals to utilize the Department of Homeland Security's School Security Assessment Tool. The SSET is a free tool designed to help schools take stock of what security measures and supports are in place and recommends where improvements can be made. The tool does not store or process any information, meaning it collects no data on the name of the school, principal, or students. The results of this zero-cost third-party assessment would give you and all 136 elementary school principals baseline knowledge of where vulnerabilities exist, and it will only take each school 10 minutes to complete. In April, a student was arrested for writing a manifesto that outlined plans to carry out a shooting at one of our elementary schools. I have since begun a campaign to raise awareness of the communications vulnerabilities that risk thousands of K-5 lives across our elementary schools. Please mandate the use of the free, non-attributional tool at all elementary schools, assess the results, and act accordingly. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Guillen-Williams, and I'm a founding member of Poder Educators. We are a collective of MCPS Hispanic educators from all three unions, passionate about our colegas and the students we serve. Today, we are here to testify on behalf of the Hispanic Latino staff, students, and community. In March, the board asked for feedback from the community as the search for a new superintendent began. Among the tools the board deployed were community forums, a focus group of community stakeholders, and a survey sent to MCPS stakeholders. I'd like to give you feedback on that survey. The survey had 4,880 responses, mostly parents and teachers. A majority of the respondents had the opportunity to indicate their race or ethnicity. 23.5% of respondents did not disclose their race or ethnicity. Were those respondents Hispanics or Latino? For the majority of the time the survey was open, Hispanic Latino was not an option that could be selected. In the final few days of the survey, one of our leaders alerted someone in central office, and within minutes, Hispanic Latino was added to the survey, giving our community precious few days and zero notification to participate, share our voice, ideas, and expectations of the new superintendent with you. The May report, citing the results of the data collection efforts, says that 1.3% of the respondents were Hispanic Latino. That may be because we were only allowed to identify ourselves in the final few days that the survey was open. The effect of this egregious error, oversight, mistake is that we were virtually erased from the conversation. The Hispanic Latino workforce in MCPS deserves better. We are members of the community, parents in the school system, and the backbone of this entire operation. We have been overlooked, erased, and silenced in this process. The board failed to engage the community that represents 35% of the student population in MCPS. We were rendered mute in a process that impacts us all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Samira Hussein, and I am a community advocate and a recent MCPS retiree who has provided over 30 years of service. In the past few months, I have listened to many speakers in this room, well, the old room, who have dehumanized Palestinian people and those who are personally connected to Palestinians. More incidents are happening in schools again against Palestinian students and their families by adults, including school administrators. I want to believe it is not hate or racism, but a lack of knowledge. Education is an essential solution to this matter. It costs less than ignorance. One example, as you witnessed the last board meeting on May 9th, one speaker who is in the leadership role in her child's school kept referring to those who express solidarity for human rights as liars. They continue to harass some of us in the audience and outside the boardroom, thanks to the security and other staff members who escorted them away from us. What kind of an example is this being around students inside a school? Individuals such as hateful racist conduct should be restricted from being around children. I can only imagine how uncomfortable and unsafe students may feel in that person's presence. As a person is not distinguished over another by appearance or race, but rather by the quality of one's character and conduct. I was raised in a community to follow teaching the identity racism as a system of arrogance in the heart. No person has superiority over another except impiety and displayed through actions led by respect. I wanted to congratulate Sami Saeed for all his leadership, and I wish him a continuous success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charles Rollins. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Oh, is it working?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Felder and members of the board. My name is Charlie Rollins, and I'm currently a sophomore at Woon High School. I will be the treasurer of both my student government association and my Black Student Union. I'm here today to address a critical need within our school system. That need is for allocating funding towards addressing anti-Black racism and to include appropriate resources for school-based staff to support this work. I'm passionate about resolving matters that regard my peers so that I can ensure that it feels safe and secure at all times. The recent incident involving the printing of the N-word 1,000 times on 1,000 separate pieces of paper emphasizes a significant gap in our current procedures. School administration needs adequate training and accountability measures in place when expectations are not met. The learning curve of the current administrator at our school who did not investigate the incident properly is unacceptable. Our school administrators are tasked with being the leaders who keep students safe and ensure that everyone feels valued equally. The delay in the reporting of this incident has only been salt in each one of these 1,000 wounds inflicted by each hateful word on those sheets of paper. However, I can't make my peers feel safe if the administration lacks the ability to address hate and bias incidents properly. In addition to appropriate training and adequate consequences for administrators, I believe that there is a serious need to allocate funds to support the staff members who provide support to the students in our school. Wooten's Restorative Justice Coach, Mrs. Vance, and our social worker, Ms. Branham, both of whom are African American, provide critical social and emotional support and representation in schools. That goes a long way in making Black students feel seen and heard. I understand that mistakes happen, however, they are oftentimes preventable. Taking these steps to ensure that the issues such as these do not repeat themselves in the future is an important first step. I'm one of 4 children in my family. 2 of my sisters have already graduated from Wooten and experienced similar acts of racial harassment and discrimination. However, I have one younger sister who is a 7th grader attending Cabin John. I urge you to please consider all that I presented for you today. I don't want my sister or future classes to endure these preventable traumas. Thank you.
Thank you. Timo Taiwo, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Dr. Felder and members of the Board of Education. My name is Tara Molua Taiwo, and I am a junior at Wooten High School and the co-president of the Black Student Union. On Wednesday, May 15, a student printed the N-word on 1,000 separate pieces of paper until the printer ran out. A staff member came across this printer and reported it to an administrator. Despite their actions, nothing was done to rectify the matter. As a result, an additional incident occurred on Friday, May 17th, when a Black staff member went to refill the printer and was met with hundreds of the remaining pages spilling out. First, according to the MCPS hate bias incident reporting procedures, individuals should first make a verbal report to staff or administration. In this case, this was promptly done by the staff member. The second action item is for the administrator to submit a hate bias incident reporting form to the principal. However, this was not done. The question remains, for which we never have an answer: why was there a two-day waiting period until this incident was reported to our principal, and why did it take an additional staff member, this time a Black member, to come across this printer for actions to take place? We may never know the answers to these questions, but I have come up with a few potential answers. First, our humanity only matters when it is elevated by Black staff members, of which there are only a handful. And secondly, when an issue arises, we are in the hands of administrators who need to be told how and when to act, even when the incident is as egregious as this one. All of these answers are unacceptable, which leads me to ask, what consequences, if any, came as a result of the administrator's actions? Thankfully to the IT specialists, the 1,000-page job was able to be canceled in minutes. It took minutes to prevent anyone else from experiencing this act of hate. Minutes that an administrator did not take to prevent immense damage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Layla Comedian, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Layla Kadamian, and I'm the co-president of Thomas Wooten High School's Black Student Union. In August, I'll be entering my senior year. It is beyond disappointing that I, a 17-year-old child, need to be here to tell the adults to do their jobs. I was elected to fight, not to be a figurehead. I want to start off by saying that these disparities never happen in a vacuum. This is not just a Wootton issue, but a county-wide issue. It is an extremely unrealistic expectation to ask students and staff to come to a building that they do not feel 100% comfortable and protected in. This involves discrimination and prejudice, job security, mistreatment via employers, and stable infrastructure. We cannot perform as our best selves, both professionally and academically, if we did not have the resources we need to thrive. We've seen many shortcomings in responses to acts of hate and aggression. It makes us wonder how much effort is being put into training staff to handle these kinds of issues and how competent they are to hold these positions. Clearly, some type of reformation needs to be made. We propose that more funding be put into diversity, equity, and inclusion training for administrators and staff, and that adequate background checks must be conducted as part of the hiring and recruitment process. When we do not acknowledge these disparities, it makes it seem as though our collaboration and all our hard work are performative at best. Tying into this, the recent budget cuts will spell nothing but trouble for the schools affected. It is no secret that our educators are more often than not overworked and underpaid. On the other side, students will suffer because there won't be enough attention and centralized learning for them to properly understand the material they're being taught, with the increase in classroom sizes and reduction in supporting staff. With larger class sizes and reduced staff, it is unlikely that issues such as the one stated before will be reported as frequently when they arise or are addressed properly. We value your vow to commitment to an anti-racist school system, but we must also have your word that you will protect those who are responsible for implementing it, because trust that the handling of this incident will not happen again. We've heard your words and now we demand action. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If we could get our next speakers to please come forward. Marta Riccio, Amy Oram, and Barbara Galasso Leah Hagan Meadows. Marta Riccio, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Riccio, and I've been an educator in MCPS for over 20 years and a math teacher at the upper school at the Virtual Academy since our launch 3 years ago. I'm asking that you find a way to fund the MVA for our students. We have over 800 students, but have you stopped to think about each student, each story, and the new chapter you're writing for them today with your vote? Here are some of my students' personal MVA stories and how their attendance has improved because of the MVA. I teach a bright 9th grade girl who used to miss days of school at a time because of traumatic experiences in her school that left her attempting self-harm, feeling suicidal, and then going into a psychiatric ward. She shared that the Virtual Academy has truly allowed her to heal, and she's anxious and afraid that if she goes back in person, she'll relapse. I wish you could meet the astute 9th grade boy who, due to mental torments in middle school, was at the point of contemplating suicide. After the thoughts of dropping out of school, he came to the MVA. He shared that the Virtual Academy has been his lifeline, and he's recently started talking about going to college. I teach an amazing 9th grade girl who I've taught for 2 years. She has atopic dermatitis that's triggered by dust, mold, and stress that often left open wounds on her body when she was in person. The Virtual Academy has allowed her to manage her condition better within her home and attend school daily. Another person you'll affect with your vote is an 11th grade girl with drug-resistant epilepsy. After sustaining a concussion from falling down the stairs due to a seizure on her way to the health room, the school told her and her family there was no way the school could ensure her safety. She wrote in her story, "Please consider the needs of the disabled community before you make your decision. Being able to attend school online in the safety of my home has allowed me to thrive and given me the public school education I am promised through the ADA. Do not take away the Virtual Academy, one of the greatest 504 accommodations for people like me. When voting today, think about these 4 students. I wish I had more than 2 minutes to share countless more stories. Think about our over 790 other students and their stories and what chapter you will write with your vote. I urge you to find a way to fund the MVA."
Thank you. Amy Oram, you may begin.
My name is Amy Oram, and I am the mother of Theo Oram, a 6th grader at the Virtual Academy. I am speaking today because I am dismayed that MCPS would close a school without taking a deep dive into why it is essential for so many students. What started as a program to protect children from COVID has become a lifeline for students for a variety of reasons. I personally chose it because it allows my son to have a quality education, but in a setting that has less distractions and more flexibility. I feel that no other school in the county provides this unique environment that keeps our children safe, included, engaged, and happy. I have listened in on the classes at the Virtual Academy almost every day. I did this because I wanted to ensure that my son was receiving the same quality education that his peers do at our local middle school. And every day, I am impressed with the high caliber of teaching in his classes. If you visited a classroom, you too would see that the students are engaged in learning, where they get immediate input and feedback on their work. Unlike at in-person schools, with fewer distractions and behavioral issues, teachers aren't spending class time disciplining or lecturing students, but taking the time to connect with them. I cannot ignore the very real successes that my son has had at the Virtual Academy and that other children are having, and why families keep coming back year after year. One of the core values on the MCPS website is equity. If you vote on the budget cuts and eliminate the Virtual Academy, you are taking away equity from virtual students by forcing them into an educational environment that does not work for so many of them. You need to do everything you can to find the money to keep the Virtual Academy open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Barbara Galasso and Leah Hagan Meadows.
Hi, good afternoon. I would like to give something to Dr. Felder, please.
Ashley does that. We're part of the MVA PTA, and Barb and I are here because our children have been affected, and all the children at MVA have been affected by the decision to close MVA. There's a mixture of disbelief and really righteous indignation. 111 days ago, you assured us our school would remain open, and we trusted your commitment. However, in a shocking reversal, you've chosen to close MVA by citing budget constraints, attendance, and graduation rates. All of these factors were not initially presented as decision criteria to us as parents who are stakeholders and also to our students who are your data. We request that you honor your prior commitment to keep the MVA open, at least for another year, to fund this program, and because our children, they deserve the stability, the continuity in their education, and not a sudden upheaval based on your guys' shifting criteria.
Good afternoon.
Your microphone, please. Microphone.
It's gone back on its word. I teach my children to tell the truth, and I had a really hard time trying to explain this situation to them. Our school is a community, a safe place for our students. My twin daughters just graduated from the 8th grade yesterday with all A's and B's, one even making the honor roll for the first time ever this year. Because they had amazing teachers, enough time to get help with the classes being smaller, and the space to remain focused. My other daughter learned how to read. She started below level and went up over 150 points in her DEBO score and up in her other tests. And she does really well with math. And guess what? She's only been in the MVA. There are so many awesome things that I could talk about regarding the MVA, but the one I'm most proud of is how we come together to protect our kids, to give them the freedom to learn how they need to learn, to show them that you don't give up. You stand up for what you believe in, or you fall for anything, and how much these students and staff care about our school. The bond we have made is unbreakable, so I beg you to please, please keep the Academy open for all 800 current students and families, and for the ones that are on the wait list, hoping and praying to get in the MVA, because the MVA must stay. MVA must stay.
Thank you for your testimony.
MVA must stay. MVA must stay.
We received 5 video testimonies. The first one comes from Diane Nason. Please play the video.
My name is Diane Nason, and I've been a dedicated MCPS teacher for almost 20 years. I'm certified in math and special ed. When the Virtual Academy started, I was excited to see this longstanding need finally addressed. COVID brought attention and resources to a population that's always existed, but has been quietly falling through the cracks. As a longtime special ed teacher, I know there isn't one universal design for learning. Conventional schools simply and quantifiably do not have the capacity to serve the needs of every student. The MVA was needed. The cost of the program has been cited as a justification for its closure. MCPS will not save money by closing the MVA in the long term. In fact, they must consider the added cost to support this vulnerable population. These students and their needs won't disappear if the MVA does, and ultimately accommodating them elsewhere will be more expensive. Poor graduation rates also been cited. For the last 3 years, I have been the case manager for every senior at the MVA with an IEP. These students have a near perfect graduation rate, especially impressive considering they may not have succeeded without the MVA. Our data doesn't reflect this success. Last-minute administrative placements from in-person schools artificially deflate our graduation rate. Fourth quarter seniors placed with 6 credits to their names simply cannot graduate by the end of the year. It's an impossible expectation. To use that data against us is wrong. 3 months after you, the board, committed to funding the virtual academy, it was announced abruptly that we're being closed. This last-minute shutdown has caused extreme stress and anxiety over our futures. I had a student tell me that while attending in-person school, severe bullying caused a suicide attempt. She wants to drop out and not go back. Another student stopped turning in work because he said, why bother? I'm going to drop out if I have to go back in person. Another student had a baby and doesn't have childcare lined up. She wants to drop out. These are just a few of the scenarios of what our families are facing. As a tenured veteran teacher, I have my own concerns about the thoughtless and careless threats made by MCPS that teachers may be ripped, furloughed, laid off, or involuntarily transferred past the deadline in our contracts. Please consider the real people and the real lives impacted by your choice. Do the right thing, find the funding, focus on the important things, prioritize our students and teachers, keep the MVA. Thank you.
Our next video testimony comes from Jonathan and Kristen Lasco. Please play the video.
We're Kristen and Jonathan Lasco. Our son Max is a 4th grader at the Virtual Academy. Please continue funding the MVA as a safe and equitable option for students with diverse needs.
Max has a disease called spinal muscular atrophy. It is degenerative, lifelong, and life-threatening. He uses machines to breathe, swallow, speak, sit, and move. Despite all this, Max is cognitively unaffected with the mind, interests, and humor of a typical 4th grader.
The MVA provides a safe learning environment. A common cold can put Max in the hospital for weeks. Since attending the MVA, Max has not had a single respiratory illness. If Max were to attend school in person, his academics would likely suffer.
The MVA eliminates barriers to learning. Brick and mortar schools are heavily optimized around assumptions that cater to typically abled people. School buses, bathrooms, playgrounds, desks, paper and pencil, these facilitate learning for the many, but create barriers for the few. In Max's case, he utilizes multiple rooms of complex medical equipment throughout the day, keeping him safe and healthy. Ongoing medical procedures like respiratory treatments, feeds, and toileting are streamlined in the home setting, keeping him learning without interruption while minimizing distraction to others.
The MVA increases accessibility for Max, academically and socially. Before the pandemic, Max attended school using a telepresence robot. Despite his teacher's best efforts, he fell behind. Max can't turn his head to look down at a book. He uses a computer to write and speak. The MVA's digital curriculum offers Max greater independence with equal access to the same modes of learning and submitting work as his peers. While Max cannot raise a hand in real life, on Zoom, he can. He can share his ideas in the chat, collaborate with his peers in breakout rooms, and enlarge the view of his teacher and assignments.
At the MVA, Max has the same opportunities for friendship and collaboration as every other student.
Max is thriving at the Virtual Academy. The academic and social benefits are irreplaceable.
Board members, please don't leave Max and his friends behind. Fund the MVA, a safe and equitable option for students of all abilities. Thank you.
Our next video testimony comes from Ethan Evans. Please play the video.
Hi, my name is Sterling High. I'm the father of 2 children, a 4th grader at MVA and a kindergartner who's receiving IIS. Like many families, when we found out the intent to close the MVA 3 weeks before the end of the school year, we were left scrambling to try to find appropriate alternatives for our children. And the 2 alternatives provided by MCPS are both inadequate and sometimes unsafe for our children. Let me tell you exactly why. The first option is to take a COSA to send your kids from their home school to a different school. But for many families and children that go to the MVA, they go because it is inappropriate or even unsafe for them to attend a brick and mortar school at all. To take these kids from a safe learning environment like MVA and try to force them back in person is unsafe for a lot of these kids. The second alternative is interim instructional services, and we have personal experience with the inadequacies of IIS as our daughter has been in it for her whole kindergarten year. Imagine you're a bright and eager young learner like she is, and your whole kindergarten year is no classmates and only 4 hours of instruction a week in just math and reading alone. as opposed to the full education that kids get in the MVA. Another way to look at it is an IIS student is actually absent from a classroom the equivalent of 153 days out of 180-day school year. Talk about an absenteeism crisis. And to think, a lot of these kids were in IIS for years at a time before the MVA came along. Imagine finally learning what it's like to be a part of a full community of learners and to have that taken away. It's unacceptable. It's also inappropriate for a temporary supervisor to permanently eliminate a school for these kids just 3 weeks before the end of the year. There's surplus money to fully fund the MVA. Thank you.
Our next video testimony is Susan Herod. Please play the video.
Suzanne Herod, 5th grade teacher at the Virtual Academy. Every student will have the academic, creative problem solving, and social emotional skills to be successful in college and career. These words should sound familiar. They are posted on the MCPS website labeled as mission statement. As an educator, it is my duty to abide and agree to this mission statement. It's the Board of Education's duty to uphold this promise by continuing the MBA. The MBA nurtures students' creativity through choice and experimentation. The MBA encourages problem-solving skills in an environment where students feel safe to take risks. The MBA develops social, emotional skills that can't be developed in the traditional classroom. The MBA provides security to some of the most vulnerable students in our county. The MBA is privileged to enter the homes of our students each day, where we often problem solve in real time with parents. MCPS prides itself on equity and diversity. Never in all of my years teaching have I served such a diverse population as I have these past 3 years at the Virtual Academy. Students needing enrichment in reading and math, students needing enrichment in technology, students needing enrichment in leadership skills. Students have grown exponentially in confidence because they have been given the space, the time, and encouragement they would not have received in the traditional classroom. Students struggling to fit in have discovered their importance, their identity, their worth, and their voice. That's equity. How do you justify the dissolving of an organization that you put in place to serve this population? Fund the MBA. Do not renege on the MCPS vision. We inspire learning by providing the greatest public education to each and every student. Our students need you to do the right thing. Fund the MBA.
Thank you. Our final video testimony comes from Natalie Stull. Please play the video.
My name is Natalie Stull, and I'm about to complete my 23rd year of service in MCPS. With me today are my teammates Lauren Day and Karen Conrad. We are the elementary hybrid math program that is currently part of the Montgomery Virtual Academy. Together, we provide equitable access to accelerated math instruction for over 200 in-person students at over 25 elementary schools across the county. Despite what appears to be imminent closure of the MBA, the hybrid math program can and should continue. We are here today to advocate for elementary hybrid math to become an independent program within an established department in MCPS.
My name is Lauren Day. This program grew from just 19 students 2 years ago to over 200 currently enrolled. Many of the schools we serve would not otherwise be able to provide this level of enrichment to their students due to staff shortages and the small number of students identified for compacted math. If we take away this program, we are taking away from these students' direct educational needs. Every single student in our program has shown high achievement on the MAPM assessment this year. This program is not a want, but a need.
I'm Karen Conrad. In our efforts to save the elementary hybrid math program, the hybrid math team asked families and schools to share their feedback. 127 schools and families expressed their overwhelming support. Common trends in our collected data include equitable access for all students across the county to an advanced math curriculum. Without this program, many families stated their child would not have access to an advanced math. In short, Natalie, Lauren, and I urge the Board of Education and MCPS leaders to please allow us to lead an independent elementary hybrid math program for the FY25 school year and beyond. Our current and prospective hybrid math students, their families, their schools are depending on us. Thank you for this opportunity to share our advocacy.
Thank you. This will conclude our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. Signups for public comment will open on Tuesday, June 18th, 2024 at 6 p.m. In addition to online signups for public comment, we allow for in-person, same-day signups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive at least 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person signups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. I will now turn to my colleagues to see if there are any questions or comments. Please turn your light on. Mrs. Evans.
Yes. So we always start off by saying thank you to everybody that comes out to give public comments. This is probably the first time we're going to have a discussion during the operating budget, but this is probably the first time since I've been on the board in 8 years when I have not been in agreement with any of the cuts that we're making. It gives me grave consternation to have to cut pre-K, staff development, the MVA, because I did. At a public hearing, I said that we would support that for another year. So I've received all of your emails, appreciate the comments that you've been making. So as I stated, I'll get into it further during the operating budget section, but I did want to speak directly to the students that came from Wooten High School. Thank you for your bravery and your courage. Today's a school day, I believe, so it meant a lot for you all to come here to share with us your experience. I had not heard that incident. I don't know how we need to make certain that we're gathering what is happening in our schools around racism, anti-hate. I know we've heard from several groups, but from our students, a copier machine of 1,000 copies made with that type of slur is very disturbing. So if we could have someone look into what is happening at Wooten High School around this incident, we want our students to feel safe and secure. So thank you for coming out to share that information. I heard Ms. Samira Hussan come out and also state the comments that you made. We've said it a million times, this school system, there's no place for hate, right? And so all we can do is to get better. There's a study group going on around hate and bias that we're gonna take a look into, but we do need to ensure that the people that we're employing, right? I don't know how we get deeper into behaviors, right? But we do need to be serious and more focused on who we're hiring, who we're having in our schools. I can't remember if you stated that you're a restorative justice coach, that you do feel comfortable with that person in the school. Okay, very good, because we do want to make sure that they have the adequate training and the wherewithal to do that job. But I did want to make mention, there were 3 of you that came today, did not want that to go unnoticed, so I do appreciate that. I know that my colleagues want to be able to comment possibly on other testimony that we've heard today, but I've made note, particularly I think it was Victoria Hill, that talked about the free tool around school security. Safety and security is very high on not only my list, but all of my colleagues' list. So whenever we say we feel so passionately and strongly about something, all of us have the same needs. We want everybody in our school system to be safe. We don't want any incidents to happen. If there's a way that we can use a free tool that can help us, we'll look into it. So I'm not stating that we're actually going to use it, but we're going to look into it. But I don't see why a free tool that would allow us to look at what advancements or enhancements we can make, why we couldn't do that. And that was stated at our safety and security meeting that we held like maybe a month or a half ago, that we're going to look into that. So there's always more that we can do. We are a school system that absolutely at every opportunity wants to get better. And then I'll just speak to Dr. Handy and Ms. Martin's testimony. Appreciate Dr. Handy's comments that she made, and to Ms. Martin, this is what I'll say. So we talk like one-on-one and in groups about how we feel, and we advocate to the county council. So this is what I'm not going to do. I am not going to blame the county council on what we have, on the decisions that we have to make, because they have various agencies that they have to fund as well. So we know there's a limited amount of funding, right? There's something that we can do here. What we can do is consistently have ongoing regular meetings in advance, like Dr. Handy said, that we should be having ongoing conversations. We've been doing that, but we need to continue doing that, particularly as the ESSER funding is going to be gone, right? Nobody wants to talk about COVID, but we do have to distance ourselves, but we do have to be serious about, as a result of COVID, we were giving money that we had never had in the past to do the things that we've always wanted to do. And so now we're coming up on a time where we can't continue to do all those things. But what we can do is talk to our partners about ways that we can off-board some things that maybe should go to Department of Health and Human Services, that as a school system, we should be focused on education. But what we've tried to do, at least what I can say as a member on this board, what I've tried to make certain that we continue to do at every point is to make certain that our students are well. If they're not well, if they're not fed, they cannot be ready to learn. And we need our students to be ready to learn. So there are a lot of things that we've done that maybe we can't as an educational system, and this is across the nation. We can't do all the things related to health, mental health, but we've tried to do what we can to make sure certain that our students can access their education. So I just took, and I'll say this, I have very thick skin. I took a little offense that as a board member that I'm not doing my job, because at every turn I'm doing my job. I'm having conversations with people, and we're trying to make certain that we can get the funding that we need to make certain that our students can, I heard acknowledgement of Sammy Saeed, and congratulations, Sammy, for graduating. He's not online anymore. We do our work to ensure that the students can walk across the stage to do whatever it is that they desire to do. That is the goal of everybody up here. That is our goal. And so to think that we are perceived as not doing our job, we're doing it. Right? We're doing it. But guess what? We can always partner and do better and work more together. So I just wanted to say that. I'm not speaking for my colleagues. I'm speaking for myself, that I'm trying to make certain that we do all that we can to make certain that this is a quality premier school system and our kids are getting the highest education. And that's it for me in terms of my comments.
Mrs. Mondrowski?
Yep. So I will associate myself with many of the comments that Ms. Evans made. I was going to talk about this more at the budget, but while people who are speaking about these issues are here, I'd rather just get some information. I hope everybody knows that we would love to fund everything. And it's not for a lack of trying to find the money, despite what other agencies might say. And we want to do what's best for kids. If you go back and look at board meetings 12 years ago, I was advocating for the MVA, slightly different options, but it's important to me, and it's going to kill me to raise my hand. And I actually mentioned to Shebra that it's going to be hard.
Please, we have to have silence in the audience so we can move on with our meeting. Thank you.
But I do want to have a question for Mr. Hall. Two questions, actually. Number one, back when, a long time ago, as I was mentioning, 12 years ago, when I started talking about the virtual classroom stuff, it was more of a hybrid type of thing. I know you're not the chief of schools, but I'm curious as to what kind of funding would be involved to put something like that into place for some of our students, that really the virtual learning is what's best for them. So I'm curious about that, and whether or not that's a possibility. I also, I agree with Ms. Evans that, we are always looking for areas where we can partner with other agencies and try and do more. But my last question for Mr. Hall was, after our budget is finished, are we able to ask the county council for a supplemental appropriation type of thing?
So thank you for those questions. As far as the hybrid learning options that you discussed, that's something that I would need to discuss with Dr. Moran and his team. But we certainly can look at that and then provide the board with some information as far as what that might look like and what it would cost. As far as the supplemental appropriation, the board can certainly request of the county council a supplemental appropriation after July 1st, after the turn of the fiscal year. So that would be a board decision.
Okay, well, I would like to advocate that we go ahead and do that when possible.
Ms. Wolf. Ms. Wolf?
Thank you. I too want to associate myself with the comments of Ms. Evans. I was particularly moved by the testimony from the students at Wooten. That was an incident that I had not heard of. But I'm also concerned because I've always believed that there is an underreporting of incidents of bias in the schools. And I would like to know specifically, was a hate bias report filed for this incident? I'd also like to acknowledge Samira. I think she might be gone now. She mentioned
Here she is.
an incident that I heard about this week also, where the student or parent was called a liar. I think it was a child, wasn't it, that was presenting on something and was called a liar at a 5th grade graduation. I'm not going to call out the school here, but I will be getting with you about checking to see if there was an incident report on that also, because we're never going to get a handle on these things if we don't have the schools accurately reporting the information. And in addition, who's involved and what consequences there were. I believe that that's something that we really have to start taking a deeper dive into, and that is consequences. I'd also like to acknowledge, as Ms. Evans did, Ms. Hill, who raised the issue of a tool that Homeland Security has. I'm not familiar with it, but I would be interested in finding out exactly what that is and what it might be able to do for us. Like Ms. Evans, I'm a little bit disturbed by the testimony of the union, because I believe that we have done everything to make it known what we needed in order to run this school system. In fact, we haven't backed down from our original request, but they have decided what they wanted to give us. And we do understand that there are several competing interests that they have. And so we have made the best decisions that we could make with what we have. I do agree with Ms. Handy, Dr. Handy, when she said we need to start earlier. We have this year spent many more hours with the county council working on the budget, but it's never enough, because still there are things that I don't believe that they quite understand about our budget, and that we need to start even earlier educating them about different things. And I think that's pretty much everything that I have. I do understand the concerns of the parents at the MVA. This has been a very difficult discussion and decision. So just know that we heard you and we do understand how you're feeling right now. Thank you.
Ms. Rivera-Oven? Thank you. Ms. Rivera-Oven?
Thank you. I just want to say a couple of things. I am a product of MCPS. My kids are products of MCPS. I have nieces in MCPS and people who are very close to me. I have somebody very close to me in the virtual academy. But before I go there, I want to say thank you to Sujit. Thank you for your service, for serving as an EMS. Such an example, my son was a volunteer fireman at the age of 14. And so I appreciate your testimony. So know that we have actually moved the needle on that whole issue of Narcan training. In fact, we had our students use Narcan on other students, even outside of school, saving lives. So I appreciate your advocacy. And I appreciate the fact that you wrote it, that it should be part of the health curriculum. I think this is something that the system should look into it to ensure that every young person in high school taking health class is and knows how to properly use Narcan. I want to say thank you to Mrs. Hill also for her testimony, and I just cannot imagine having a colleague collapse and you not being able to communicate with 911. That should not happen in 2025, so we need to ensure and find the tools to make sure that that doesn't happen. And I want to talk to Mrs. Julia Guillen from Poder. I'm very disturbed by the testimony. And this is the first I heard of it. I don't know if staff could talk to it, but that the fact that you could not identify yourself as Latino, this is, now it makes sense. Mrs. Yang and I were talking why there was such a low participation of the Latino staff on this survey, and it wasn't because they were disengaged or didn't care, because that, could be an assumption, right? It was because they were forgotten. So this is what I'm going to say to that. It seems to me we're forgetting a lot of things lately when it comes to our communities, especially our minority communities, disadvantaged communities, communities of color, communities, that are handicapped. It seems to me we need to really just have a deep search in our souls of why this is happening. And it needs to be a clear message from leadership that this is unacceptable at any level. And to say that I am deeply troubled by what our young leaders, because they are leaders in their own rights who came from Wooten High School, is to minimize what I'm really thinking. I am appalled. I am appalled that in 2025, in the most diverse communities in the United States, we are still having these really hateful acts towards people who think differently, look differently, act differently than the rest of us. This is absolutely unacceptable. I am looking forward to our leadership to follow up, to ensure that, that the message is clear, that in Montgomery County, public schools, these kind of actions are not going to be tolerated at any level, from staff, from anybody else who are in that building, because every person in that building should feel safe, accepted, and welcome, and valued as a human being, and not feel that they don't belong there. So that was just very disturbing. So hopefully we'll follow up on that. And let me just say to the members of and the parents, right? So I don't have a child, but I do have somebody very close to me who is a student. So this is very, 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 very hard for me. But I do not, I'm a very straight shooter and talker. We can ask for the appropriation. I don't want to mislead you, however, right? Because in order for that to happen from point A to point Z, there's a lot of lifting that is going to have to happen on the side of the council, right? They're going to have a majority vote. Right? They're going to have public comments. By the time all that happens, it's going to be probably in late July. I just want to make sure that we're not misleading you into giving you hope that something's going to happen. It is my hope that something does happen. And, we're going to do everything we can for that to happen. But at the end of the day, and I am one of those people from the beginning that I said that I was not seeing a positive outcome, and that, this was, this could have been a result from back then when we were talking about it. And I spoke to a few of you and asked and said, please, and some of you are saying, yes, and I was very candid in saying, listen, I think, this is gonna be an issue later on. And I'm sorry that it has been, but at the end of the day, we have done our diligence, and yes, we have, and I'm sorry to disagree with you, but at the end of the day, some of us, the advocacy that we do, you might not see it directly, but the advocacy that we do, the work that we put in, calling into the late nights and meeting, because you know what, I have somebody who I care greatly in the MVA. Okay, so this is, to me, is also very personal. So I am incredibly sorry that, the parents are in this position. And, as someone who cares greatly and is in this position because I truly love every child, every 160,000 kids who might not know us, but we all incredibly care for the children. We would not be in this position, we would not be running for office if we didn't, and if we didn't want to have positive change and outcomes for everybody. But please know, I really need you to hear me, that we truly, truly care about every child in the academy, and we're doing our best we can. And with that, I'm going to say I appreciate you coming here, and I appreciate the students being here, just know that's
Let's
fine.
move on.
Thank you.
Mrs. Evans.
Sure, I just wanted to state for the record, in my comments, I was not saying that the county council is not aware and fully understand our budget. What I do know is that as a system, we've made some missteps, right? In providing information that wasn't always as accurate to make the decisions that needed to be made. So I just wanted to state that as well.
Okay. I just want to, for the record, there has been no conversation in this board about a special appropriation for the MVA. I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
That's why I was asking if we could have one.
There has been no discussion. I just don't want to give people I do not want to give anyone false hopes. We are now concluding with public comments. Thank you for being here today. We are now moving on to consent item number 6. Board members, if you have any items that you would like to pull, please let me know by turning on your light.
6.9.
6.9. Ms. Harris.
6.20 and 6.24.
620, 624. Okay. Can I get a motion to move the rest in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Okay. If we could get 6.9 to the table so we can discuss that. Is contract approval request for proposal 4181.1 student information system extension.
Sorry, thanks. I really just wanted to clarify something more than anything else, whether or not this is the same data system that we've extended for, I don't know, I want to say at least 8 years now, to be built. And well, let's start with that. If this is the same thing that we've been working on for quite some time.
So this is our student information system. We have had this student information system that houses our grade book, that houses our registration. It's Parent View, if you've heard, I know we hear about Parent View, which has been in existence, I believe we launched it right before the pandemic in 2020.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to clarify because I'd had an issue with raising my hand for this kind of allocation when there's no commitment on a timeline of when these things, but again, it's a different data system that I'm talking about. So sorry, I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 6.20.
Yeah, this is just pretty straightforward change order for the Woodward construction project, but it has, we've heard a lot from some community members that remain concerned about a couple of issues primarily related to the situation of athletic fields. And so I just asked Mr. Adams if he could share again. And just for context, this is this site has been a high school for over half a century. But in the redesign, the site has been reconfigured. So why we decided to lay out the site in the way we have to concerns about noise abatement related to tennis courts and the playing of pickleball.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. So yes, this is a project that obviously we've been working through design processes for at least 6 years now. There's been robust community engagement throughout each phase of this. You are correct. This was a school that was in operation from 1966 to 1985. There was obviously a hiatus where it was a temporary location for Tilden, and we transitioned into creating a new high school for Woodward High School. Part of the challenges that we have had is that we have been working with a variety of different community stakeholders. If the board recalls, we started out looking at a variety of different amenities, athletic functions, orientations, and we had robust community discussions just around locations and, quite honestly, what makes most sense for students. That's what we're all here for, right? It's what makes the most sense. And this is a plan that was decided on. It makes sense for operational efficiency. And for us, we are going to continue to work with the communities and neighbors, but we are not going to back down on what amenities are provided at our schools for our students. And of course, tennis courts, pickleball courts, these are all part of the PE curriculum now. It's all part of what we provide at these schools. And certainly I know there's some folks that still are not quite happy with the plan or the approach, but we feel that we've had robust community engagement. We've had robust consensus building, and this is the best approach for our students. And this change order is just, as we're moving from phase 1 to phase 2, this is phase 2 work that we're accelerating so that the Northwood students have the amenities that they need when they arrive as the temporary swing space school while their school is being constructed.
And could you talk just a little bit about what is done around noise concerns when we have a school whose facilities, athletic facilities and others are really closely located in a neighborhood? And I think a lot of us think of BCC, which is, right nestled in a neighborhood. So we do have schools that are very active, that are neighborhood bounded. And so how we do address concerns about noise for the surrounding neighborhoods?
Sure, and that's a question that comes up quite frequently, right? We are nestled in communities. I mean, every one of our schools, we're not in commercial locations, we're in communities. Particularly our high schools, there's a lot of activities that happen between, athletic events or other extracurriculars. We do work to see what we can do from a noise abatement to try to make sure that we don't exacerbate any of the noise concerns. But the reality is it's a high school site. There are elementary school sites, there's middle school sites, and there's activities that happen. There's play, there's fun, there's events, there's athletic functions. So I do think that we work to try to position and figure out how to minimize impacts on neighbors, but the reality is it is an educational use. It's a high school site. There will be some noises coming from obviously these events. We'll work to obviously be as good a neighbor as we can, but I think the reality is it is still a high school site. There's still going to be activities that generate noise. We like to think that people like to hear the sound of kids playing and laughing and having a good time. We'll certainly work to make sure we manage that and fit well within the community. But I do think this is the right plan, the right approach for the future students of this school. And we are working to make sure that we are good neighbors, working with the neighborhood associations and specific individual neighbors along the way as well. And we'll continue to do so.
And so part of the concerns that we've heard is the tennis courts are located within, and I've not measured this myself, so I'm relaying the comments we've heard, 50 feet away from the closest residence, and wondering about what we're doing as far as noise abatement technology for those tennis courts specifically. There seems to be concerns that pickleball is very loud. I can't say that I have direct experience living next to a pickleball court, so I'm relying on the information that's being shared, but are we looking at technology specific to that kind of an athletic facility that would help alleviate concerns about noise?
Sure, and we have hired a landscape architect to do screening, so evergreen shrubs and bushes. We're looking, once these spaces are constructed, we're able to do some acoustic testing. So if we need to add some soft surfaces so that we don't create reverberation of noises that sort of echo in communities, we'll install that. But again, the reality is we can do things that will help. again, from screening, from landscaping to other soft surfaces. But we do have a number of schools where there's close proximity to neighbors. I know BCC High School, even Damascus High School, there's quite a few facilities that are very close to neighborhoods, and so we've worked to provide as much as we can to minimize the noise. But the reality is we're close, and you're going to hear some of these functions, and we're just going to work to make sure the school operations are fit within, again, that neighborly spirit of cooperation and minimizing impacts.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 6.24, monthly report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Riley. Again, we have, what, 18 days left in the fiscal year, 19 days left in the fiscal year, so this is our last monthly financial report, and just if you could walk us through where we are, budget, bottom line.
Sure. So as you mentioned, Ms. Harris, this is the last time that we'll be talking about the FY24 monthly budget. But there's nothing really new here. We've been having this discussion since September on a monthly basis. We discussed where we're at with our ESSER spending, with our employee benefit plan spending, and with our budget to actual for the operating budget. So no surprises here, but I'll kind of walk us through this. This also gets shared with the county council too on a monthly basis as well. One of the things that you'll see a couple of extra numbers in the grid on page 2. So what we've done, as everybody knows at this point, our employee benefit plan is in trouble. It was in trouble. We've been talking about this for a few years. The amount of claims and the rise in inflationary expenditures have risen dramatically, multi-digit increases over the last 2 years. So we've been working to try to make that fund more sustainable. One of the ways we can do this is by looking at our current year funding. So the status of the fund when we talked in January was that we were going to be having trouble paying our bills for the employee benefits. So that necessitated our expenditure freeze, as you know. So this document records some of that savings that came about because of that freeze. And what we're doing is we're allocating this as a supplemental for this year, as well as some funds for next year as well too, to put us in a better position. But I do want to iterate that this is a one-time funding. What's really going to help is the investment that this board has made into next year's budget. That's where we're really going to be able to kind of correct this situation where we currently have a structural deficit because our recurring expenditures exceed our recurring revenue. As for ESSER, so there is right now, according to the report, we have $36 million left to spend in ESSER. As you know, this funding runs out in September of 2024. As of right now, we have $29 million left. That will all be spent. There'll be nothing on the table in September of 2024. For the EBP, as I noted, some of the one-time things we're doing is going to help us get through this year. We still have work to do next year and the year after. It's going to be a multi-year plan to right that ship. And then finally, our operating budget. So one of the things that's new here is the reduction of our fund balance or our savings account, $25 million. It's created some difficulties during the course of this year on how to navigate without that savings account. What's happened is, as we all know, not only has inflation affected our EBP fund, it's affected almost all of our services and supplies and contractual services. So we've had to find ways to kind of meet those needs with savings elsewhere. So you'll see for the first time, there's actually, in the details, there's 6 categories out of our 13 state categories that will be negative at the end of this year. The county does afford us the ability to do a categorical transfer at the end of the year, but you're not going to see those balances that were in the past where we kind of had we were saving $25 million. So that's some of the big changes that you'll see in this monthly financial report.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. And just coming attractions on February 27th, the Fiscal Management Committee meeting, we're going to meet, and we are going to be taking a hard look at the ins and outs of this year's operating budget, but also looking at strategies we need to start to implement to have a long-term strategy to correct our structural budget deficit, to safeguard our employee benefit trust funds and our employee healthcare trust funds, to make sure we are as fully funded as we can be, to give us some protection against this sort of inflationary and other pressures that you've mentioned. Also taking a look at some of the work that the County Council Government Operations Committee has done around their OPEB work to see how we can be tighter on and create processes that provide us more stability when inflationary and other fiscal pressures come and go. So thank you very much. Coming attractions on the 27th.
Mrs. Evans?
Yeah, Mr. Riley, yes. So it will be important that the community sees that we're getting our benefits plan back healthy. But is this correction plan going to come back to the board before September? Because you mentioned September 2024.
So for ESSER, the ESSER funding ends in September of 2024,
Okay.
but are you talking about the?
But the corrective plan for our benefits, we wanted to get back healthy. You were mentioning how we're just not quite where we need to be.
Yeah, so for further detail, an investment of more than $40 million was made for the FY25 budget, but we're going to be looking for an additional investment for FY26 as well, too, because in essence, what we're investing in 25 covers the inflationary aspect, but not the structural deficit that was in existence.
I understand. I know in fiscal management, you'll be having that discussion. That's the sexy committee.
Yeah, we'll get into more detail.
But I'm saying that the full board should also have that discussion. I think it's important the community knows and hears the information as well.
Yep, and we certainly can provide that. You know, a big piece of this, you know, like any budget, the EBP is no different. There's the revenue side and the expense side. And so this board, as Mr. Riley noted, has put $40 million of additional revenue in to cover the additional costs that we're seeing this year. There's also the expense side, and that's something that we are working closely with our association partners through, because any changes that need to be made there need to be done through the collective bargaining process. And so we have met once and will continue to meet to see how we can bend the cost curve, because we can keep dumping revenue in, but if the costs are out of control and continuing to escalate, that's not going to be a long-term sustainable solution.
Right. I'm just asking for the discussion to continue and to come to the full board.
Yep.
Thank you. We're having agenda setting planning meetings next week, I think, for our summer session, so we will certainly
That's
take
perfect.
that into
Yep.
consideration.
I didn't
Thank
have a
you.
set date, just want us to come back to the full board. It's important.
Thank you. All right, could we get a motion to move 6-9, 6-20, and 6-24?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous with those present. Okay, we are now moving on to agenda item number 7, item of discussion and action on the final adoption of the fiscal year 2025 operating budget. Dr. Felder.
Good afternoon, President Silvestri and members of the Board of Education. Today, the Board of Education will adopt the fiscal year 2025 operating budget for Montgomery County Public Schools. The FY 2025 operating budget for MCPS totals $3.3 billion. This is an increase of $147.3 million, or a 4.6% increase compared to the current FY 2024 operating budget. Without question, this has been an extraordinarily difficult budget year for all of us, with the loss of the elementary and secondary emergency relief, also known as ESSER funding, and increased inflation costs. We requested a funding level for an operating budget that we believe is essential to support the teaching and learning needs of our students in all 211 schools. In late May, our county governing body provided less funding than we requested. As a result, we have a short period of time to make very difficult decisions about reductions in the operating budget. Since we asked for a limited financial budget that represents our needs, there are no easy reductions to take. We recognize that every reduction to the budget has a significant impact. I would like to thank our students, our families, community members, employee associations, and our staff for contributing to the FY 2025 operating budget process for MCPS. We also could not have done it without the Board of Education's continued support of the more than 160,000 students we are honored to serve each and every day in this school district. I also agree that the work of the 2026 budget begins immediately. We must begin that process working in partnership with our stakeholders and county governing body. I now ask Mr. Brian Hull, Chief Operating Officer, to introduce the team and to begin this presentation.
Great, thank you, Dr. Felder. Good afternoon, President Silvestre and members of the Board of Education. Before I begin the presentation, I would like to take a few minutes to recognize the entire budget team who worked long hours and often over weekends throughout the course of the year to produce the FY 2025 operating budget. The team is led by Mr. Rob Riley, Associate Superintendent of Finance. The Division of Management and Budget is led by Director Yvonne Alfonso Windsor. Supporting Yvonne is her coordinator, Ms. Carly, by Executive Director Tom Klossing. Can we please give them a round of applause? So each year in June, the Board of Education meets to adopt the operating budget for the following fiscal year that begins on July 1st. This adoption by the board follows the action of the Montgomery County Council to appropriate funding for Montgomery County Public Schools and other government agencies. The County Council sets the funding level and allocates by state category in their budget resolution. Today, the Board of Education officially adopts that funding level, which this year is approximately $30 million less than the tentatively approved budget the board passed this past February. This leaves a gap of $30 million between revenue and expected expenditures that needed to be closed, which led to, as has been mentioned already today, some very difficult decisions for this administration and this board. Closing a $30 million gap is never easy, but it is made especially difficult this year because the superintendent's recommended budget back in December already included $14 million in reductions to central services, on top of over $12 million in reductions to central services that were taken last year. So a total of $26 million in reductions before we received the additional $30 million in reductions, for a total of over $55 million in reductions over the past 2 years. This cannot be done without some difficult decisions. The budget process is a year-round, actually, if we can go to the next slide, please. The budget process is a year-round process that starts in July. Back in July of 2023, we began engagement with many of our community partners, our departments throughout the organization. We held several meetings with the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee, 6 community forums. The board held 3 public hearings along with multiple work sessions with staff. Last year, at the start of the fiscal year 2025 budget development process, the board identified 4 priorities. If we can go to the next slide, please. There we go. 4 priorities that align with the 3 pillars of the MCPS strategic plan. The first pillar is academic excellence, and within that pillar, the board's priority continues to be improving math and literacy rates throughout the county for all students. The second pillar of the strategic plan is well-being and family engagement. Within that pillar, the board identified 2 priorities. The first is building a safe and inclusive school climate in every school. The second priority is supporting 2-way communication between schools and families. The third and final pillar is professional and operational excellence, and the priority under this pillar is improving recruitment, retention, and distribution of a high-quality workforce. Both the district's strategic plan and board priorities at the start of the FY25 operating budget development served as a roadmap for us that led us through the budget process and brings us to adoption today. Next slide, please. So as Dr. Felder mentioned earlier, the FY25 operating budget you are adopting today totals $3.322 billion. This is an increase of $147 million, or a 4.6% increase above our current FY24 operating budget of $3.175 billion. Next slide, please. Each year, the change in revenue must equal the change in expenditures so that we maintain a balanced budget. For FY 2025, we have an increase of $147.3 million in revenue. Most of the revenue change, over $123 million, comes from the local contribution from Montgomery County. Historically, the local contribution from Montgomery County makes up the largest source of funding at around 65%. This year, that total is actually 84% of local funding. The next largest source of revenue for MCPS, that MCPS receives, comes from the state of Maryland. For FY 2025, MCPS received an increase of $38.3 million in state aid, as well as grant funding for the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. This comprises about 26% of the funding increase for FY 25. In FY 25, we will also receive a small increase of about $1 million in funding from the federal government. So even though the funding will go up by $1 million, we are also losing our ESSER funds, which we currently have budgeted at a level of $120 million in the current FY 24. So again, losing revenue of close to $120 million is significant and impactful. The next line reflects $9.8 million increase in revenue projected for other grants, as well as our enterprise and special revenue funds. These funds include our food service fund, our entrepreneurial activity fund, and our real estate management fund. Finally, our anticipated revenue for FY25 reflects a decrease of $25 million in the MCPS fund balance. In the past, MCPS would budget for use of end-of-year fund balance from the previous year for the following year budget, including this current year. We started this current year budget with $25 million that was saved from FY23. For FY25, that revenue will not be available, and so that is a decrease of of exactly $25 million that we are starting this budget process with. So I will stop there and turn the presentation over to Mr. Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Hull, and good afternoon, President Silvestri, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Felder. So as Mr. Hull just noted, our changes in revenue from FY 2024 to what it will be in FY 2025 is being adopted today, and that is $147.3 million. However, the local contribution amount from the county government was not known for certain until a few weeks ago when the County Council adopted the FY 25 operating budget for all of Montgomery County. Next slide, sorry. This slide shows a visual of the three different stages of the budget. In December, the superintendent recommends an operating budget to the Board of Education. And at that point, we need to estimate the amount of revenue based on our projected enrollment and county wealth relative to all the other LEAs in the state. This is certainly not an exact science. Based on a $10 million projected state income increase at the time and $167 million increase in local funds, the budget proposed increases in compensation and benefits, moving $33 million of ESSER investments into the operating budget, and addressing inflation. The superintendent's FY25 recommended operating budget also had to address the prior elimination of $25 million of MCPS fund balance. And to be fiscally responsible, there were efficiency reductions in the amount of $14 million focused on central support services. In February, the board tentatively adopted its operating budget for FY25. And at that point, we had learned that we were receiving a $38 million increase in state funding, or 28 more than what was originally projected. Keep in mind that $5 million of the state funding increase was restricted for community schools. The rest of the unexpected increase in state revenue allowed the board to increase additional funding for our employee benefit plan, for which the system had recently moved into an expenditure freeze, as noted before, to address an unprecedented year-over-year increase in cost and claims. We were also able to reduce the ask from the county local government by a small amount at that point as well. In May, the county council finalized their budget of $3.3 billion. Next slide, please. So the final appropriation for the FY25 from the county council necessitated us to reduce the budget that the board had tentatively adopted in February. This is perhaps the most difficult aspects of budget development, as our budget is centered around the pillars of the strategic plan and the board priorities and the needs of all of our students. Any reduction will have an impact. The largest reduction in this budget is an increase in class size guidelines by 1 student in elementary and secondary schools. By increasing class size guidelines, there is a reduction in the number of budgeted teachers. Due to anticipated teacher vacancies from resignations and retirements, it will reduce the need to eliminate currently employed teachers as a result of the increase in class guidelines. Another reduction, as you can see, is the delay of our pre-K expansion plan for next fiscal year. This budget also eliminates the Montgomery Virtual Academy. The MVA came about in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, enrollment has been declining over the last year. Students with medical conditions will still be able to access interim instructional services in FY25. Additional reductions include central office staff, as Mr. Hull mentioned. As noted, there was a reduction of $14 million to central office in this and the final budget adds an additional 20 positions and $3.4 million in cuts. There's also a reduction in contractual services. This budget reduces contractual services by over $3 million from the board's February budget. Much of the contractual services at MCPS represent critical system needs, and at 3% of total of our expenditures, MCPS contractual spending also ranks one of the lowest out of our peers in Maryland. In addition, a reduction has been made to staff development teachers in secondary schools. Finally, we have eliminated the accelerator for musical instrument repair and purchase, although the MCPS Educational Foundation may be able to fund a portion of these expenditures next year. Next slide, please. In addition to these reductions, there were other adjustments needed to balance the FY25 revenues to expenditures. For instance, due to the staffing-related changes mentioned on the previous slide, the investment in our employee benefit plan needs to be increased to recover from the structural deficit that currently exists. Also, since the board's February tentatively adopted budget, the needs of special education have been re-examined, and an additional $3.1 million has been added to next year's budget. The county also revised its estimate for school bus fines that are collected by MCPS and turned over to the county. Finally, there were 2 technical adjustments related to state and local revenue regarding community schools and instructional television. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the changes from the BOE budget request in February that adds a reduction in total expenditures and revenues of $30.6 million. On a positive note, due to the increase in investment rates, MCPS was able to recognize a $3 million increase in the FY25 budget for projected interest income. This additional funding helps to cover some of the additional expenditures. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Hull to cover the final slide.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. If we could go to the next slide, please. So I did want to take just a minute to recognize what this budget does fund. Obviously, has been stated here multiple times, this has been a very challenging budget year with some very difficult decisions that needed to be made. However, we were able to fully maintain the second year of our 2-year negotiated contracts with our employee associations. That represents a 3%, the equivalent, excuse me, of a 3% increase and a step for eligible employees, and makes up between the healthcare and the salaries about $120 million of the increase. We were also able to add about $13.5 million of additional money for special education. We have added, we are adding additional community schools, and about $20 million to account for the inflationary increases that we have seen in goods and services across the district. Inflation is not something that we can control, but something that we must address throughout our budgeting process. Finally, with the expiration of the federal COVID relief funding, The FY25 budget provides continued funding for social emotional supports and other expenses that were previously funded through the federal ESSER grant. This includes social workers, psychologists, parent and community coordinators, and a new elementary English language arts curriculum. With that, I will pause, and we are happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, colleagues, please turn your lights on for any questions or comments. I wanted to ask Dr. Felder and the administration in terms of our communications plan. This is a complex budget with a lot of moving parts. How will people in the community, I think we had some testimony about understanding what has been cut, and you've done a great job of kind of outlining the big ticket items, but like you said, we started this budget before you even presented it to the board by cutting $15 million to central services. So how will people know what is no longer there besides what you have outlined here today? Your microphone.
So I can start, and Dr. Felder, please chime in. But we will work, closely with our communications department, and have been. We've put out a couple of statements over the past couple of weeks. Obviously, waiting for final adoption today before we, share additional details with the community. But we stand ready to partner with the communications department to make sure that happens.
That's exactly right. And so we've started that process, and we're just waiting to get through today's meeting before moving further. But that is the goal, to ensure that there's clarity and that we're communicating thoroughly with all stakeholders.
Thank you. Mrs. Evans.
Yes, so I know tomorrow we'll begin a new budget. So my recommendation, and my colleagues, I know is whatever one individual recommends, it has to be the will of the board. But going forward, so that not only the board can see as providing oversight and accountability to the school system, but the community as well, we should have like two budgets alongside. Like we should have 3 years out to kind of give an estimate of where we're going, so people can see what the projections are, like 3 years out, because we can't keep just thinking about the next year. And I know that you're thinking about the next 2 years, but I'm saying publicly, we need to display and show the numbers so that we have an idea, that our the body that's elected to give us the funding has an idea. Everybody, lottie-dottie, and everybody should know what it's going to look like for the next 2 to 3 years, so that we don't get ourselves caught up in the position that we're in right now. I tell you what, I woke up this morning and I thought about this budget and all the things that we're not going to be able to do, and the time it's going to be able to take for us to get back on track. It's like one thing after another. We had COVID, right? We did the virtual learning. Our students had a loss of learning. We had our educators teaching in a virtual environment. And so now, as I stated earlier, like in 8 years, I've never been on the budget where it's just, I have the worst taste in my mouth ever. And as someone who has campaigned from the very beginning on equity, and this is not a fault of ours, but the decisions that we made, pre-K, staff development, just everything, it just makes me not feel good about this. And my colleagues have heard me say this. Dr. Felder has heard me say this, but publicly, you have not heard me say that this is not a budget that makes me happy at all. To me, there are no winners. There are no winners in this budget, particularly for our students. And so I'll give my vote. I'm not giving my vote, but I will make my decision before we raise our hand. But I'm not happy with how we have to do this. It does not make me feel good. And these are just really tough decisions that we're in. But I think that going forward, what we can do, what we have to do, is we need to show 3 years out, 2 years out, more than 1 year, because we cannot end up in this situation again. And what I've heard is that it'll be even tougher times next year, that we have to really think about next year and how difficult it will be. But with knowing that, we have to come back with better plans early and communicate as often as we can to our funders, to us, and to the community. That's all I wanted to say.
Ms. Yang.
Yes, thank you. And I want to echo Ms. Evans' point. So we can never look at our budget, our year's budget in isolation, right? In our budget now, we include more services and items added in the last few years. It adds up. Now, for example, items such as more seats for pre-K education, reading specialists, math coaches, restorative justice stipend and coaches, staff development teachers, mental health support in terms of social workers, psychologists, trauma consultation for our new arrivals, IB, AP, test fees, dual enrollment tuitions. And we can never look at it also merely by enrollment numbers and per pupil funding, because our demographic has changed. We have more farm students, EML students, more needs of our special education students. Now, we are putting more money, like you say, in this area, in this budget. But just take a simple examples. So we so appreciate federal government and state provide breakfast for our students, which is very much needed. They provide the food. But guess who have to serve the food? We have to hire the people, ask them to work more hours, and compensate them when they serve the breakfast. So to say this, to say all this is to put in simple words that we have many more pieces of our pie now, right? And also, so when we look at a budget like this year, we are also honoring our negotiations with our associations. So when your budget is 90% people, then any gap is going to impact our services and people, right? So what I'm looking at is next year, we have to talk about program budgeting. And I would really hope that we can do program budgeting. So we are more clear at the cost of each program we have. And we need to, I think, this year, I think the board has asked more questions and have met more times. And I remember even starting the summer, meeting different departments, understanding the budget. However, there are still more line items that we can further break down for transparency, for public understanding, and even for our different level of government agency to understand. So it is, the work does start tomorrow, And what I want to say is that we need to continue to do program evaluation. I would love to see a personnel audit and to see where we deploy our people, and continue to advocate at different level of the funding agencies, and really also look at, as a school system, we do teaching and learning. Maybe more partners and agencies can join us in supporting our family and students so they are ready to learn in our schools. So every item that we discuss here, it's not what we want to do, but in order to make the number work. But the work starts tomorrow, and I would really like to see some specific things for the coming budget. Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, thank you. I echo the comments of my colleagues. And I just, in observing the fact that I think we all acknowledge that the conversation around the FY26 budget starts, well, essentially tomorrow, but no later than July 1st. I think one of the things that we have to really be intentional and direct about is acknowledging, I mean, one of the concerns that I hear from many county council members and others is your budget has gone up so much and your enrollment has declined and it's not recovering. And they're not wrong. And so we have got to confront that reality head on and situate our conversation with a solid understanding of why that is and what those dollars have meant to supporting the enrollment that we have, even though it's less than, you know, where we were in the FY20 school year. And because that, it doesn't do us any service to sort of do a dance around that reality and that fact. And then just for me personally, I want to acknowledge, and I think Ms. Chung's testimony alluded to it, and also, I think Mr. Hegde, but I believe he's gone. His testimony also really highlighted this for me, is one of the things that we are having to sacrifice in this budget is our medical officer. And as Mr. Hegde noted in his concern that we are very proactive in addressing the opioid crisis, Dr. Kapuna's work has been transformational. And we have to find a way to continue her work.
Mrs. Evans. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Majewski.
That's okay. I was like, I don't think our light's on. I, in the effort of being very short, I'm just going to associate myself with my colleagues' comments, most specifically Ms. Evans. I have spent the last 2 days not knowing what I'm gonna do, and I feel like it's making me emotional. It's making me. It's just, these are difficult decisions that we have to make, and none of them are good, in my opinion. The one thing I would request, in addition to everything that everybody else has suggested in terms of reaching out and starting tomorrow and all that kind of stuff, is a way of us letting people see a little bit better line by line what things are costing and what things, you know, where we can look. Because I think it's easy to say we should keep everything. It's harder to pick out what can go. And I think it's important that we need to let people know the cost of these cuts, and that we as a system continue to remember what the cost of these cuts is. So that's all I'll say.
Mr. Badavin.
Thank you. Just concur with what everyone has said, but I am just going to say this. And Mr. Hall, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we were pretty clear in this process, especially with County Council. I think we were the only agency that went back, 4 times, right? Of any other agency. And I thought we were pretty thorough, pretty much going line by line. And this is, you know, a system that is 90% human. We deal with people, we deal with students, we deal with teachers, and so on. So I thought, look, this is my second budget, so I'm not the biggest expert in town. But in my opinion, as somebody who has been following MCPS closely for years and seeing the process of the budget, you know, being in the inside is a different story, right? Being on this side of the aisle is quite different than just, right? So I thought we were pretty thorough. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I agree.
And I thought we were pretty transparent in what we presented. And whenever, you know, and I think if we ask our colleagues at the council, like, you know, Chair Jawando and Councilwoman Meg and the others, that especially that were there, they said we were pretty thorough. So though I agree that we should have, you know, we should foresee what the next 3 years are going to be, I think the message is that 90% of our budget goes to people who make the system work. And that there is a human cost at the other side, right? That some folks might not be able to have the empathy or whatever, but as a parent, there is an impact. There is, right? So even if we cut folks like Dr. Kapuni, who has been amazing, and her work, you know, with the Narcan training and so on, that has made a difference in kids' lives and adults' lives, right? That there is a cost. And I think the message needs to be that we can look at it as much as we want to, but we're going to be in the situation where we need to do the funding, and then 90% goes to people in the system, right? That we need to have audits in certain areas, totally agree, right? That these are things that we need to get done. But at the end of the day, right, people who are making decisions about the budget of MCPS have to understand that 90% goes pretty much to our kids. To me, that's like very clear. I don't understand where the mystery is. So I just want to say that when you look at the list, right, it breaks my heart that we are delaying certain things, that we're cutting, programs that have a direct impact on individuals, on folks who have a name, right, who are part of our community, who are part of who we are as a county. That's all I want to say. And I just, I know this was really hard, and I just want to thank my colleagues for having been so patient, with this budget.
And if I could just respond, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the feedback from all of the board members, and certainly we can always do better. And that is our goal every year. We start the new budget process tomorrow, and the goal is to increase transparency, increase understanding, increase communication. And I do think that we made some significant strides this year. So first, we do internally look at multi-year budgeting, certainly. We are going to be applying for the ASBO, or the Association of School Business Officials Emeritus Budget Award, which requires multi-year budgeting. And so that'll be something over the next couple of budget cycles that will be fully incorporated. We also, through working with our technology department, are rolling out some really neat dashboards on the budget that will provide drill down opportunities and just more information for our community to find what they need to do, advocacy and advocate for their interests. The program budget is on the way. I was talking to the budget director, Ms. Alfonso Windsor, this morning about that. Also will be part of the dashboard that's coming. We also meet monthly with DHHS to make sure that our efforts are aligned and streamlined so that there's not a duplication of effort and that the positions and the people and the services are in the right place. I personally met with every single council member between last budget year and this year just to ask if they had any questions, to answer those questions, and to try to address those. This board provided, as Ms. Rivera-Oven mentioned, scenarios clearly laying out, what was likely to happen at each of the possible funding levels. And as far as our enrollment goes, well, that has unfortunately kind of flatlined over the past few years. We're still seeing significant increases in many of our subgroups, including English language learners and students receiving special education services. And so although the overall enrollment is down, we do continue to see increasing costs in some very specific areas. So, and I think we can do a better job of laying out the line-by-line costs, getting those out there early so that people can ask questions and provide feedback. But I truly appreciate the feedback of this board, of our community, of our association partners, so that we can continue to improve this process and make it even better next year.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, Dr. Felder, did you have anything to say before I conclude?
No. Well, I would like to say that I too appreciate all of the input and the process. I echo what Mr. Hall said. I thought it was very thorough, and there's always room for improvement, and we're already thinking about ways that we can improve, so this additional information is helpful in that improvement process. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that, we've called this the Esther Cliff year. What does that mean? We received additional funding during the pandemic to do a lot more for our children and families. And we knew that when this dried up this summer, this fall, that we were going to have to make difficult decisions about what stays and what goes. In the meantime, inflation has skyrocketed. We have new requirements of the school system through the Maryland Blueprint. So the costs just keep going up and up. So as has been stated here today, we have made decisions that nobody wanted to make because we know that our children and family need all of the services that we are currently providing and more. We have a fantastic school system, and there are great things happening in every corner of this county. And in order to do that, in order to have a high-quality education, world-class education, we need resources. So as this budget concludes, and as my colleagues have stated, we start the next budget tomorrow, we have to come together as a community. Our children and our families are too important. This is too important of work for us to get in the way of ourselves. We have to figure this out. We have to work with our elected leaders. We have to work with our families. Again, we have work to do, but we can do better, and I have hope that we will work well as a community to fully fund the services that our students and families need in the future. Thank you, and with that, I believe there is a resolution.
Can I just say one quick thing? I'm sorry. I just wanted to, I don't like this budget, but I greatly appreciate all of your all's work. Mr. Hall, I've heard from many that there's been a real improvement in the relationship building and the work that you've done as a team with other offices, partners, whatever we want to call them. So I just didn't want it to go unsaid that we really do appreciate how much work you've put into this and working with us and the rest of the staff and Mr. Riley as well. So I just wanted to throw that out there because people have no idea how much work goes into this.
Thank you. Resolution?
So I'll read the resolution. So now, therefore, be it resolved that based on an appropriation of $3,322,306,526, that includes an allocation of $2,128,642,338 in local funding, $971,613,288 in state funding, and $112,833,603 in federal funding, $18,176,826 in funding from other sources, $89,459,271 for enterprise funds, and $1,581,200 for special revenue funds. The Board of Education approved its fiscal year 2025 operating budget, reflecting the changes as indicated in Attachment C. And be it further, that the Board of Education approved the 2024 Special Education Staffing Plan as included in the fiscal year 2025 recommended operating budget, and be it further resolved that the Special Education Staffing Plan be submitted to the Maryland State Department of Education, and be it further resolved that a copy of this action be transmitted to the County Executive and County Council.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands.
MCPS.
And that's...
Dr. Felder, you said you care about our...
Please, we need to continue with our meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, please. We need to continue with our meeting.
Our kids count. NBA must stay. NBA must stay. NBA must stay.
Appreciate your cooperation, families. The vote is, please put your hands up so I can see the vote. Ms. Yang, Ms. Rivera Oven, Ms. Wolf, myself, Ms. Harris, Ms. Madrasky, Mrs. Evans. That's unanimous with those present. Thank you. We will now move on to our next agenda item. Our students. Our next agenda item is the Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association. It's an oral discussion.
How's your salary?
And we now ask our students to please come forward. And we will wait to transition before we get started. We welcome our students.
We need disabled people on this school board. We need representation.
Okay, with that, we are going to hear from our students at this time, and I ask Dr. Felder to please get us started.
Thank you, President Silvestri. So Montgomery County Public Schools has 2 countywide student government associations that represent students across the school district and provide support to the school-based student government associations that they serve. The Montgomery County region of the Maryland Association of Student Councils, also known as MCR, is the organization that represents the voice of 26 high schools and the Montgomery County Junior Council's MCJC, which represents the 40 middle schools from across the county. Today, we have the MCR student officers from the current school year and the officers-elect for next school year to share an introduction of their organization and provide an overview of the accomplishments of the 2023-2024 school year to include the work of their general assemblies, leadership development events and programs, and advocacy days, as well as the goals for the coming school year. I will now turn the presentation over to Mrs. Cherry, Director of Student Leadership and Extracurricular Activities, to introduce the students and to begin the presentation. Mrs. Cherry.
Good afternoon, Board President Silvestre, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Felder. Thank you for having us today. Again, my name is Shella Cherry, and I proudly serve the district as the Director of Student Leadership and Extracurricular Activities. I have the pleasure of running 4 district-wide programs to include our student service learning programs, non-athletic extracurricular activities, parent community volunteers, and of course, our district-wide student leadership programs. One of the great joys of my job is serving as the advisor to the Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association, an incredible group of passionate high school students from across the county who, outside of their academic and their extracurricular commitments, serve countless hours to improving the youth experiences and here in MCPS, in the state of Maryland, and the greater world beyond. Today, it gives me great pleasure to bring forward the officers of this illustrious organization to you to share an overview of their organization, their great accomplishments from this school year, and their goals and aims and aspirations as they prepare for summer and the school year to come. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. My name is Anusha Krishnan, and I was a senior at Poolesville High School and served as the president of the Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association, or MCR for short, this past school year. Before we get started, I'd like to give the 2023-2024 officers a chance to introduce themselves as well, starting with Pranil.
Hi everyone, my name is Pranil Suvarna. I served as the MCR Vice President for the 2023-2024 school year, and I now currently sit as the student member of the board-elect for the 2024-2025 school year. I'm a junior at Clarksburg High School, rising senior, and I use he, him pronouns.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Nico Gerazio. I served as the treasurer to MCR last year and have just graduated from Moon High School. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. My name is Sophie Noonian. I served as the MCR secretary, but I'm now the MCR president. I'm a rising senior at Rockville High School. Thank you for your time.
Next slide, please. We are so grateful for your time and the opportunity to discuss what we have accomplished this past year. As an organization, we seek to represent the voices of all 26 high schools and over 40,000 students. We work to raise awareness and lobby legislators on issues about which we are passionate. In terms of our structure, we have a hierarchy pyramid where every high school student government association in the county falls under MCR. MCR falls under the Maryland Association of Student Councils, which falls under the National Association of Student Councils. Next slide, please.
Our board is composed of 9 different departments and 115 students from every single high school in MCPS. We meet every month to discuss future goals and initiatives and work to continuously evolve and alter our structure to best fit the needs of the county and our goals as an organization. Our main goal as an organization is to promote leadership and advocacy in students to help them fight for the change they wish to see in our county. Each of the different departments represents a different side of student advocacy. Our legislative affairs and educational policy departments work to write white papers, testify and research on current bills on the county, state, and national level that we would be interested in supporting. We use our workshops and services department to ensure high-quality mentorship and charity events. Our communications team works to ensure access to MCR through school visits, regular events, and social media posts. Next, we have our finance team that's run by our treasurer, which you'll hear more about later. Finally, MCR works closely with our middle school counterpart, the Montgomery County Junior Councils, also known as MCJC, to instill leadership skills starting in 6th grade and advocating for issues in a similar way to MCR. Together, MCJC and MCR use these structures to ensure that students are represented in multiple ways across multiple areas. Next slide, please.
As Pranil mentioned, MCR's conviction is to represent MCPS high school students in a variety of Serving in this role, MCR strives to bring the voices of Montgomery County students to a statewide scale. In partnership with our parent organization, the Maryland Association of Student Councils, also known as MASC, we have hosted a variety of statewide conferences right here in Montgomery County. In fact, each year we host the 3-day MASC Advanced Leadership Camp, which trains students to lead workshops and provides the MASC Executive Board with a place to meet and conduct its business. Last year, we subsequently hosted the MASC Fall Leadership Conference at Seneca Valley High School, with over 700 students attending from across Maryland and engaged in leadership development activities. Furthermore, by supporting Northwood High School in hosting the MASC State Leadership Convention and sending a delegation to the MASC Spring Leadership Conference, we have provided hundreds of Montgomery County students the opportunity to develop their leadership skills, meet peers from other counties, and voice their opinions on statewide issues. I'd also like to note that many of the MASC officers and executive board members have been members of MCR, including this coming school year's MASC Vice President Madison Watts, a rising senior at Rockville High School. Next slide, please.
Moreover, we held 5 General Assemblies this year where 300 to 500 students from schools across the county came to a centralized location and provided input on issues that impacted them. Student leaders voiced their concerns during breakout discussions centered on school safety, the drug and opioid crisis, and much more. Afterwards, MCR compiled all of their feedback and included it in their list of policy priorities to focus on. We invited guest speakers, including our state student member of the board, Abisola Eula, County Council member Will Jawando, and the Board of Elections. Next slide, please. In addition, student leaders in MCR helped support Next Generation Leadership Day as workshop presenters and support staff. This leadership conference consisted of nearly 500 4th and 5th graders from all the elementary schools in the district. Here, the workshops aim to build confidence and leadership skills among the student leaders, providing them with a space to connect with others. Next slide, please.
Within MCR, we present more opportunities for student leaders to involve themselves and advocate through our issue-specific task forces, which focus on a multitude of pressing issues ranging from environmental sustainability to mental health. Our 5 distinct task forces have worked hard this year to put on several issue-specific events. The Gender Equity and Sexual Misconduct Task Force held numerous period product drives to redistribute products at schools across MCPS. Further, the Equitable Education Task Force has run multiple AP and IB book drives to help provide books for those who could use them and lower barriers to entry for AP and IB course studying. The Opioid and Drug Task Force, which is new this year, has focused on pushing for better access to Narcan within the county, and its coordinators are certified by DHHS to train others in Narcan administration as well. Moreover, the Environmental and Sustainability Task Force has hosted numerous trash pickups and worked on educating its members about environmental issues happening in the county. Lastly, the Mental Health and Wellness Task Force has held numerous events and series about managing stress within schools and ensuring students feel comfortable talking about their mental health struggles. This is just a small list of the events hosted by our task forces department.
New this year, our school communications department hosted a school summit focused on bridging the language barrier gap. Led by our multilingual English language development liaisons, this summit focused on calling attention to various issues emergent multilingual learners face within our schools. Then, through reflection and processing, students identified various ways of combating these issues and advocating for the rights of MCPS EML students. Featuring current ELD student advocates as our guest speakers, non-ELD student participants also had the opportunity to hear even more about how the first-hand experiences of ELD students affected them in schools and how to better understand how to implement the advocacy that they identified during our workshops and breakouts. We are especially proud of this school summit because it sparked advocacy solutions to critically underrepresented issues that students see within their own ELD programs. Next slide, please.
Every year, the MCR Legislative Affairs Department hosts Advocacy Day in Annapolis, where nearly 50 students have the opportunity to meet with 34 state legislators and advocate.
My name is Diane Nason.
And advocate for youth-centric bills that span different topics, ranging from sustainability to educational policy. For instance, MCR advocated for the Credit for All Language Learning Act, which would require community colleges to award all Pell Grant-eligible ELD courses with college credits, supporting multilingual English learners in community colleges. MCR also took a stance on mental health by supporting HB 74, or the Lifesaver Schools program. This bill would recognize and reward schools that provide health and safety training through initiatives such as peer mentoring and wellness programs. These bills were all voted on and supported by the MCR Executive Board. Next slide, please.
This year, we had the privilege and honor to be able to elevate our advocacy to the national level. We held our very first Capitol Hill Advocacy Day, where we lobbied our national legislators in a similar format to our state advocacy day. We were able to highlight many key issues and prominent platform points such as mental health, menstrual equity, school safety and gun control, and equitable education. Some of the bills we lobbied for included the Janet L. Hoffman Loan Assistance Repayment Program for mental health professionals in schools, the Gun Safety Act of 2023, and civil actions for child sexual abuse and its statutes of limitations. In preparation, we equipped a select group of students who showed interest in these topics with leadership and lobbying skills and provided training and preparation to advocate for these bills over the course of a month. It was a huge success as we established stronger relationships with our national legislators that we know will continue to provide us with strong mentorship and support. We hope to continue this as an annual event in the coming years. Next slide, please. Another impactful event we held this year was our Save a Student Summit planned by our service coordinators and in partnership with the Maryland Students Against Drugs, or MSAD, and the Maryland State's Attorney's Office and the Montgomery County Department of Health and Human Services. Students engaged in a series of activities throughout the day, such as workshops and discussion spaces, to discuss the ongoing drug and opioid crisis. They then spent the second half of the day learning to use Narcan, and we were able to equip over 120 middle and high school students with Narcan and the proper knowledge to administer it. This event was extremely powerful as we heard from families directly affected by the issue. The Speak Up, Save a Life PSA winning videos were viewed, and each winner was then awarded their prize money. We also hope to continue this as another annual MCR event. Next slide, please.
MCR has also been able to host a number of different leadership events throughout the year as well, starting off with our annual summer workshop series where student leaders are taught fundamental skills of email writing, testifying and policy research, public speaking, and event planning. Additionally, our workshops department held a leadership academy where nearly 50 middle and high school students received certificates for participating in introductory workshops to advocacy and developing various leadership skills.
In preparation for MCR's Advocacy Days in Annapolis and Capitol Hill, our departments held trainings to prepare students to have conversations with their legislators. MCR guided students in being knowledgeable about the bills, creating prepared talking points for their conversations, and how to effectively convey their message. Additionally, MCR hosted a lawmaking lab where students familiarized themselves with the statewide legislative process and gained the opportunity to voice their concerns to legislators. These events were both open to student leaders across MCPS, so students could learn about the legislative structure in Maryland and be involved in the decision-making process as constituents.
Lastly, MCR has remained committed to fiscal responsibility throughout the school year. In fact, with the great help of my finance department, MCR has raised nearly $4,000 this year. Furthering our impact, our fundraisers have been structured to ensure that all students can participate, be ensuring geographic inclusivity by hosting our tie-dye fundraiser at an executive board meeting, or allowing students to apply both me and Sophie during a general assembly. We take pride in the open access of our fundraisers. Further, by winning bids to host statewide conferences, we not only bring leadership opportunities to Montgomery County, but we use the funds that we raise to open opportunities for even more MCPS students. This is because our fiscal policy has always been to channel funding back to students. Nearly all of the funds that we have raised are both directed to our grant program and to offering leadership development events for MCPS students. In particular, our grant program offers microgrants for school clubs who give back to their communities, including Blair's ELL Robotics Club, Poolesville's My Marie Scholars Program, and Wheaton's Bake and Donate Club. We've had an extremely successful year, but are so excited to accomplish even more in the coming year. I'll now pass it off to the current MCR officers to discuss their goals for MCR in the coming school year. Next slide, please.
In April, student leaders were able to elect the new MCR SJ officers for the 2024 to 2025 school year by over 200 students across the county. My name is Sophie Nunion, and I'm the MCR president, and I'm also a rising senior at Rockville High School. I'd like to take a minute for everyone else to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Sidra Duque. I'm a rising senior at Wheaton High School, and I'm serving as this year's MCR vice president.
Good afternoon. My name is Noreen Othman. I'm a rising senior at Northwood High School, and I'll be serving as this year's MCR treasurer.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna John, and I'm a rising junior at Walter Johnson High School and will be serving as MCR's next secretary.
As we prepare for the upcoming school year, our first goal is to continue equitable representation from every high school on the executive board. Next year, we aim to consistently maintain communication with each high school through school visits, ensuring that MCR is promoted to the student body and that we represent the voices of all high schools. We would also like to stay involved in local affairs by directly bringing student feedback to the Board of Education and County Council. We plan to help bring every voice to the table through increased student testimonies.
Our next goal entails continuing to amplify student voice through various methods of increasing student engagement, for which we'll employ several strategies. These include leveraging our task forces department, which offers students outside of our executive board the opportunity to address specific issues such as the drug and opioid crisis, gender equity and sexual misconduct, equitable education, mental health, and environmental affairs. Additionally, we'll collaborate with our school communications department to work closely with respective school SGAs and school-affiliated organizations. And finally, we'll utilize our community relations department to build connections with organizations that work to further promote student advocacy. This opportunity alone to be able to present to you all is a great step in the right direction.
Moving on, our next goal is to strengthen relations with student, local, and state national politicians for political engagement and advocacy. Specifically, this year, MCR has been able to foster opportunities for students to speak with legislators and advocate for areas that they are passionate about. We are looking to further strengthen our relationship with legislators and local stakeholders.
Our last goal is to focus on developing an official policy platform that accurately reflects student needs. This past year, we reviewed our policy planks at executive board meetings and general assemblies, ensuring that student concern is shown throughout the policy that MCR supports. Next year, we're looking to strengthen our policy platform and make sure we remain completely transparent with the policies MCR wants to push forward. We also strive to ensure that we accurately represent the needs of the MCPS high school students.
So as you can tell, MCR is devoted to representing and providing opportunities for students all over the county. We look forward to working with you all in the coming year and fostering a strong relationship with the board while bringing student perspectives to the table. Thank you so much, President Silvestre, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Felder for the opportunity to present. That concludes our presentation, and we are open for discussion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your work that you have done throughout the county and your priorities this year and for the upcoming school year. And thank you for Ms. Cherry also for guiding our students through their leadership journey. So I will now open it up to my fellow board members to see if they have comments. Mrs. Wolf.
I just want to tell you that we are in great hands. I say that all the time, and you all exemplify it every time you come before the board. I also want to thank Ms. Cherry. She does amazing work. I just want to know, was the Leadership Academy that you held at Wheaton part of this?
Yeah, so Next Generation Leadership Day was something that was not run by MCR, but many of our members came out and were workshop presenters. We helped with setup and cleanup as well, and did a lot of the sort of behind-the-scenes work on that event.
I thought that was a fabulous event. I did see Nico there, so I thought it was run by you. I think that is very important, particularly for our fifth graders, to get them interested in leadership opportunities in the schools. Of course, I have a personal interest. I have a rising fifth grader, but I do think that's very important. Just one question about your summer workshop series. It's excellent, but you referred to it as being available for student leaders. Have you thought about expanding that to more students to bring them into what the work is about and what you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So our summer workshop series is open for our executive board members to prepare them for the coming school year, but that's also, we recognize that these are skills that we wanted to open to all students across the county, which is why we started our MCR Leadership Academy.
Okay.
So that is open to all middle and high school students that sign up, and we're able to teach them similar skills that we learn for the executive board through the summer, and additional leadership skills as well. And so that had a pretty good turnout rate. We had 2 different sessions. So we had a fall session and like a winter/spring session with a lot of engagement. So, we were able to garner more interest into advocacy and MCR specifically, but we feel that we were able to equip them with a lot of different leadership skills.
I think that's very important, and I'd really like to see you keep that up and expand it if possible. Thank you. You're doing a great job, and congratulations to those. Are you the only one here, Nico, that's still left that graduated?
Both me and Angusha have graduated.
Well, congratulations to both of you.
I'd also like to add in reference to the workshop series, we do tend to advertise it through our social media and through our email network. And so any student who is interested, whether or not they are an executive board member, can apply. It's just geared more toward our executive board members by providing them skills that they would need to serve on the executive board.
Ms. Harris.
Yes, thank you. It's so nice to see you all here. So nice to see so many of you that I've had the privilege of getting to know and work with over these past several years. And I wish everybody that had left this room had stayed so that they could hear directly from our students about this school system and the work that you do on an ongoing basis to engage, to support others, to empower others, and to really speak to the issues that you care about. Because I really do think from, having visited other school systems around the country and talked to people from other school systems around the country, Montgomery County Public School students are truly unique in the power they bring to the voices that they raise. And you all really have set a very high bar. And you've been so very, very effective. And I'm looking at Ms. Nguyen right now, who was instrumental in getting the Access to Care Act passed in the Maryland General Assembly this year, when in January, the electeds that we met with around that bill said, don't get your hopes up, not going anywhere. And sailed through both houses. So the power of these students is real, and the substance they bring to their work is real. And I deeply appreciate that substance. And I did have a question. So I think you mentioned the plan for the coming year to be more engaged around presenting a policy platform to the Board of Education, to this delegation, to the council. What are your plans for that?
Yeah, for sure. So again, like we mentioned before, we plan on doing school visits. So I think that's one of the most effective and direct ways to get more student input from, students across the schools. So every year in the beginning of the year, so probably in around September, we create these planks or like this policy platform where we compile a lot of our policy priorities. For example, we have like the environment, educational policy, school safety, etc. We gather all of those student input from our executive board, but also non-MCR members, and we just kind of create a list of all the things we want to focus on and hopefully directly work with the county council and board of education members to work on implementing those policies later on.
Well, I would encourage you to share that with us directly. When you finalize your platform, send it on, because I think it really informs our work. And really seeing what you all, because the issues that you elevate are the issues that are resonating with you and your fellow students. And I so appreciate, we see 7 student leaders here, 7 different high schools represented. And I really appreciate that, because sometimes people think the leadership in this county clusters, and that you guys are very direct representation that is not true. And but I do strongly encourage you, as you work on policy issues and platforms, to share them with us very directly. And I hope to see you at this table a lot next year.
Mrs. Madrasky.
Yeah, I'll just associate myself with much of what my colleagues have already said. Very, very impressive, and this work that you're doing is just amazing. I love how much effort you've put into trying to expand and grow the program and let people know about it. First I'm going to thank Ms. Shella Cherry as well. For all your work. I see you everywhere. You're obviously a 24/7 kind of person. You always go above and beyond. Your events and stuff come out spectacularly, and the kids love you. So thank you for that. My question is, how are you trying to engage the kids that don't even know about it? So I know that you kind of touched on it, like you invite them, whatever, but like I attended an ESOL class a couple of years ago and was asking them about, are you involved in student government? They didn't know what that was. And I said, well, did you vote for your student board member? They didn't know what that was. How are we reaching them? Because there is that perception sometimes that, all you guys, you're going to be great, and we need to utilize this type of tool to help some of our students who maybe struggle a little bit more.
Yeah, so I can speak for the past year at least, and then maybe Sophie can speak on what she's doing for the coming year. But it is really difficult to be able to reach out to demographics that, like you said, they have no idea, what the organization is as a whole. And so that's why we strive for our board to have departments that represent different demographics of our student body. So for example, when you were talking about like English learning students, we have an ELD liaison that works to go to different schools and have school visits to talk to those students to try and help them understand what MCR is. We also do our best to do as many translations as possible, so we're reaching students that don't necessarily speak English. We've also worked this year to try and have, students with disabilities to be represented on our board, but also in our platform and like the policies, so that students that attend our General Assemblies can kind of feel themselves or resonate with themselves on the board and with MCR, because ultimately we are trying to, represent every single student in Montgomery County and help them feel like they have a voice. And so again, aside from just like our board itself and our executive board, we try and host these events that are gonna kind of garner in more interest, into student government. So like the Next Generation Leadership Day, even starting from an early age of like 5th grade, working with our Montgomery County Junior Council, so starting with middle schoolers so that they can continue that interest into high school, but also events like our Save a Student or Save a Life Summit, trying to kind of, reach different areas of our county. We try and hold these different events so that we are able to reach out to students that didn't necessarily know what MCR was before, but try and make it known that we are here for the students and we want to do our best to represent and reach out to as many students as possible.
Well, I appreciate that all very, very. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I did. Thank
Go.
you. I also want to mention that, next year we're going to try to diversify how we outreach to students. For example, we also noticed that not every student or parent uses Instagram, right? So we kind of thought of this idea called MCR Minute. It's just kind of these like 1-minute morning announcements where we can send it to every school. They can just it's kind of just like a MCR report about everything that we've done and how students can get involved with student government. Hopefully this will garner more student engagement and just kind of, increase student involvement for student advocacy.
That's amazing. That sounds good.
I just wanted to add on to what Sophie said, and I also want to highlight Ms. Michelle Dean for overseeing MCJC. She's amazing. Again, like Anusha mentioned, we want to work really closely with them to make sure that we're starting these things from middle school so that people are aware of these things. And I can say that while I was a freshman, Wheaton was once highly underrepresented on this board, and now it's like one of the most represented schools. So it's very important to note that there's power in our school SGAs and the students that are on those boards, because again, we oversee those directly. So just making sure that we have this culture of uplifting students so that they feel as though they should go to other students within their schools. Because again, it does trickle down and it does depend on every individual. All of us here have been people who have been, pushing other students to talk to everyone in their schools, talk to every kind of student. And we want to see more representation for them. So a huge part of the culture that we're pushing and the environment that we'll have next year is going to be structured around talk to every single person, no matter who they are. Thank you so much for the question.
That's amazing, and very impressed by all of you and the work that you're doing with that. Keep it up. Keep doing that outreach, because everybody needs somebody. So thank you all for what you're doing.
Mrs. Evans.
Yes, so Mrs. Modrowski actually touched on the question I was going to ask about student engagement. So we need to invite you back next year, same time, and put you before the budget discussion. That way everybody can see and hear from you, right? But I do want to hear what your response is like on student engagement and pulling in the not so usual suspects. And then we can use you all as a resource when we're looking to gather student voices from the various groups that we want to hear from, that we need to hear from. We can reach out to you as partners. So come back next year, share with us. This is a great introduction so that we can know your faces in advance before we have our meeting with you all. But it was great to hear from you and to listen to all that you've done, been so thoughtful. So Ms. Cherry's been recognized. I'm gonna say it again. She is amazing and has kids, right? And they're super busy, but she still makes time for her work. So of course we can tell that you're very passionate, and that has transferred over to the students. So appreciate the work and hear from you all. And good. And so I want to say, I hope you had a great year and you enjoy your summer. It sounds like you're going to be busy.
And congratulations on graduation.
Yes, and our graduates. And then.
Yep. Thank you again for coming to us here today, and look forward to seeing the work that you are doing in the upcoming year. Ms. Rivera-Aven has a comment.
I wanted to say, Danico and it has been a pleasure meeting you and your leadership and the seniors who were involved in your group. But I do want to say that you guys did do the summit on language barrier, right? I want to highlight that because I think this is a topic that is, close to many of you guys' hearts. Some of us who are first generation are very conscious of the fact of what that takes and what that entails. And I just want to say thank you for that, because that is one of the largest growth in our school population. And the fact that you also, somebody said you're including kids with disabilities as well, and with the special education. I think that is so important as well, that they have a voice at the table. It's always wonderful to see young people. They're always ahead of the curve, right? They're always thinking ahead, and I just have so much hope when I see you all, especially after the budget meeting, right? That we're here because we are here for you in a sense, right? And for you to ensure that you guys go on and do wonderful things and then come back to Montgomery County and do more wonderful things. But I did want to say, I know you had a lot of your summits around the county. I do want to plug in East County, right? That might be an area that you might want to explore as well. It's an area that is growing quite a bit, and there's some incredible things happening in East County. It'd be nice also to kind of capture that. But I'm looking forward to working with you all, and good luck to the seniors in the group.
Dr. Felder.
Thank you. I too want to laud Ms. Cherry and each of you for your leadership in creating positive change and contributing to improving your schools and the district overall, and would be open to really learning more about how we as district leaders and as school board can support you in your efforts. But thank you.
Thank you again for coming today. Okay. We are moving on to our next agenda item, item number 9 on our board policies, and I will pass it on to our committee chair, Mrs. Modrowski.
Yep, thank you. So today we've got 2 policies that we need to take action on, or I'm hopeful we will take action on. The first one being policy IOD, Education of English Language Learners. For a little background, on April 11th, the board tentatively adopted a revised draft of policy IOD. The tentatively adopted policy was distributed for public comment from April 12th to 2024 to May 6th. On May 16th, our Policy Management Committee reviewed the public comments received and is now recommending final action by the board today to adopt the revisions to Policy IOD. In considering the public comments received and the Policy Management Committee's review, revisions have been made to this policy to align with guidance from the U.S. Department of Education, the Maryland State Department of Education, the Center for Applied Linguistics Evaluation of Montgomery County Public Schools Program, and current research. So with that, I will turn it over to you.
My name is Sally Davis. I'm the Supervisor of Policy and Regulations in the Office of the General Counsel.
Good afternoon. My name is Tamara Hewlett. I am the Director of the Department of English Learners and Multilingual Education.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Williams, the General Counsel.
Nope. Turn your mic on.
Ms. Hewlett has been instrumental in the rewriting of this policy. So as we present the changes in response to the committee's efforts and the public comment, I will turn to Ms. Hewlett to give an overview of the commenters and some of the general themes.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Good afternoon, board members. You will notice in your public engagement summary for policy IOD that our stakeholder engagement began well in advance of the public comment period. Extensive feedback was sought and received during the July 23 period from close to 200 students, as well as teachers who completed questionnaires, participated in discussion groups, and all of these things helped to inform the initial policy drafting stage. Commenters provided feedback on staffing, which was very prevalent, Language of instruction and assessment, that was also very prevalent. We had fewer comments on instructional models, particularly two-way immersion, sheltered instruction, SLIFE, students with limited or interrupted formal education. About 2 to 3 comments for each of those categories. We heard about curriculum. What are we calling a curriculum? The absence of a curriculum, resources in the curriculum. We had some comments about naming conventions, EML versus EL versus ELL versus ESOL versus ML. Some are okay with the naming policy, some suggested changes, some equated emerging with WIDA level of emerging, some just wanting to go with ML. Some noting that there should be a difference in the naming in order to identify MLs receiving services, some wanting to stick with ESOL. We had some comments about reclassification. That's the students who exit the English Language Development Program. We had some questions about certification, grading, expectations of emergent multilingual learners being similar to that of monolingual English speakers, and that not being okay. And then we had, some of those comments were connected to grading as well, and some connected to assessments. So when it comes to the naming conventions, you'll note we've changed the name of the policy to English Language Development Programs and Services to clarify that the policy addresses multilingual learners learning to understand, speak, read, and write in English in school at the same time that they're learning at least one other language at home. Ms. Davis will address our recommended responses in the draft.
Thank you, Ms. Hewlett. So on May 16th, Mrs. Mandrowski and the Policy Management Committee members received a thorough review of the 11 changes we made in response to comments. And so Mrs. Silvestri, Mrs. Mandrowski, I will just pause and ask if for the record you'd like me to go through those changes or just hit a couple more highlights.
I just wanted to know what my colleagues would like. No?
Highlights.
Everyone's good? Well, we're good, so hit the highlights.
Okay. Let's see. So just a few, we wanted to appropriately reference some of the rights under federal law that English learners have. So we have referenced that. We've clarified the understanding of what we mean by multilingual learners. And regarding the expectation language, we wanted to clarify that we wanted all students to have the opportunities to learn, and then so that we did some rephrasing there. Let's see. I think that's it. I think the overall policy tries to stress the shared responsibility for all educators, not just those teaching in a specific program. Okay.
Great, thank you, I really appreciate that. I was gonna say, do I need to read the resolution? I always forget to read the resolution and just go ahead and move it from committee. You can move the green sheet. Okay, I'll just move the green sheet from committee. And I don't need a second, so all in favor of making this final action, by the way, just to clarify? Okay, that's unanimous of those present. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
One day.
Thank you.
Sorry, okay. So this policy is policy GEA, Board Appointment of MCPS Leaders. On March 19th, the Board of Education tentatively adopted a new draft policy, GEA, Board Appointment of MCPS Leaders. And the tentative adopted policy was distributed for public comments from March 20th to April 24th. On May 16th, the board's Policy Management Committee reviewed the public comments received and is now recommending final action by the board today to adopt policy GEA. In considering the public comments received, this is, pretty standard now. We did to make some recommended changes based on some of the feedback, and we are looking for final action to ensure effective and informed board decision-making regarding candidates for MCPS leadership positions recommended to us by the superintendent of schools. The new policy establishes criteria for leadership positions subject to appointment by the Board of Education, requires due diligence in vetting prospective candidates, sets forth processes to appoint leaders in a timely manner, and identifies information to be included in the superintendent of schools' recommendation of any candidate. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sally.
Okay. Joining us now is Ms. April Key, the Chief of the Office of Human Resources and Development. Again, we'll be presenting the changes the writing team proposes in response to public comments and then further committee. And first, I'll turn to Ms. Key for providing an overview of the commenters and engagement activities.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Dr. Felder, Ms. Silvestri, members of the board, thank you for allowing us to move this policy through. You'll notice in your public engagement summary for policy GEA that our stakeholder engagement began well in advance of the public comment period. Throughout November, December, and January, we engaged a variety of stakeholders in conversations and through opportunities for public comment, and they raised a wide range of themes. Since reviewing the public comments with the Policy Management Committee, I'd like to highlight a few changes. Number one, to minimize the use of long-term acting or temporary administrators, updates provide for the board to approve in closed session any administrator vacancy anticipated to be filled in an acting capacity by consultants, temporary part-time employees, or current staff. You'll see this change is on page 4. 2, further, we take very seriously the comment that stakeholders who are impacted by the appointment should participate and be part of the interview process, which is why we call for identified categories of stakeholders to participate on interview panels. And we can elaborate on these categories and selection processes further in the regulation writing process. You'll see this changes on page 5. We've also codified the board's existing practice of surveying interview panelists after the interview, with that feedback going directly to the Board of Ed. And you'll see this on page 6, lines 180 and 181. I'd like to briefly address the professional growth system as it applies to administrators and how they are evaluated after they are appointed to the position. You'll see this on page 9, a few comments related to evaluation, and we added language to reference the professional growth system, which has been in place for over 20 years. The professional growth system provides mentoring for administrators, supervisors, and more, and has clear timelines for professional review. Finally, I'll say that we take heart the need for transparency in this process and appreciate the need to codify the board's commitments in policy and implementing procedures in regulatory language that will follow. And I do use the word codified deliberately, so I would like to say a few words about that. While a number of these practices were in place, we appreciate the opportunity to formally document our procedures. Institutional memory was insufficient, and previous documentation needed to be reviewed, revised, and published to bring about a greater transparency and accountability. Ms. Davis will highlight the remaining changes.
Thank you, Ms. Key. And in addition to the updates Ms. Key has already raised, I'd like to briefly point out 2 further amendments. On page 8, lines 222 to 230, the language has been expanded to read, that no candidate for any position will be considered until the outcome of any investigation of the candidate is complete. Implementing regulations shall clarify those complaints, grievances, allegations subject to investigation and applicable to this requirement. The outcome of such investigations shall be fully available to the board. And the last one I'll point out is on page 9, line 254, which highlights the need for consistent screening and interview and appointment protocol. So it now reads consistent, I'll start back at the stem. The superintendent shall establish regulations or other administrative procedures necessary for carrying out the objectives outlined in this policy to include consistent and efficient interview and appointment protocols that appoint MCPS leaders in a timely manner, thereby providing continuity of leadership that is responsive to system-wide needs and time and process of no more than 2 months whenever possible. And with that, we will conclude. We're ready for your discussion.
Great. Thank you very much. Before I turn it over to my colleagues, see if they have any questions or comments, the one thing that I did notice that we discussed at committee was only just about the section 225, line 225. It's not specifically that line, I'm just saying that section that was adjusted. We had talked about making sure that it was clear that it's past and present in terms of ongoing investigation. So if someone had an investigation in the past, it would still be, we'd still be notified, even if it was found, not whatever.
I did go back to the transcript and I listened to it a couple times, so I caught everything that was in that discussion. So what I understood us to say at the committee level was that the regulation would seek to clarify three main issues.
Right.
One was timing, present or prior investigations. The second was the status, completed, pending, or open. And then we also needed regulatory language to clarify.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. We also needed regulatory language to clarify, grievances versus allegations versus those kinds of complaints that would rise to that level. We also needed to clarify the investigations that we would have conducted in-house or externally that we would have information about. So I think we know what we need to get into reg, but it is several layers.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only other thing I can think of that we talked about for the regulation aspect of it was clarifying the process of things like, what does a, what's the term, application administrator, the manager who picks the, whatever that's called, so that we don't have two people picking for one job and 5 people picking for another job and stuff like that. So I'd like to make sure that that gets clarified in the regulations. So, right. Colleagues, anybody have any comments, questions, or concerns?
I had a question about there, and I apologize, I don't have my notes with me. They're in the other room. The 45-day length of time before the board needs to be notified if someone's going to be acting for longer than 45 days. Just wondered where the 45 days came from. Is that, why 45, why not 60, why not 30?
I was going to say, Mr. Said had asked for 30, so I just wasn't.
Just wondering where that number's coming from. Why does that make sense administratively in terms of placing a person in a job?
Administratively, there wasn't really an impact. We were flexible. It was what the board wanted. Wasn't something that we suggested. We just want to fall in line with what your need is with regard to notification.
And a policy says that the board has to approve it as we would have done in
Raising your
appointment
hand,
of that
correct.
level.
Right. Yes, that's correct. Anything else? Okay. Anyone else? No? All right, in that case, I will move the green sheet, and I do not need a second. All in favor of taking final action? I don't know why I keep doing this, on policy GEA. That's unanimous of those present. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all your work. Again, I know I tell you this at policy committee, but I know how much time and energy you put into these things, so I'm grateful. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, we now have a recess. So we are now at 3:23, so we'll come back at 3:50.
Seth? Brenda has a comment for you later.
Okay, we are back from recess and moving on to our next agenda item, number 11, discussion on charter schools. Dr. Felder.
Thank you, President Silvestri. So this evening, we will discuss the MECCA Business Learning Institute, MBLI, and the contingent charter school agreement in preparation for the board's action on June 25th, 2024. On November 9th, 2023, the board awarded the Mentoring by Example Foundation, MBEF, approval to open and operate the MBLI Charter School in Montgomery County, contingent upon demonstrating the ability to meet the financial requirements for attaining and renovating a building suitable for use as a public school in Maryland. Today, MBEF will present a final financial and facility plan to address the requirements outlined in the contingent charter school agreement. On June 25th, 2024, the board will vote to determine if the MBLI Charter School has met the contingencies for the opening in 2025-2026 school year. I now invite Ms. Nikki Hazel, Associate Superintendent of Curriculum and Instructional Programs, and Dr. Kenneth Marcus, Charter School Liaison, to provide an update and introduce our presenters.
Thank you, Dr. Felder. Good afternoon. On May 17th, MBEF submitted its final facility and finance plans to demonstrate the contingency, to demonstrate the ability to meet the financial requirements of attaining and renovating a building suitable for use as a public school in Maryland. As Dr. Felder stated, they will present these plans today, and you will be here just to ask questions and hear responses. There will be no voting today. Our charter school liaison, Dr. Kenneth Marcus, who is a retired principal of MCPS, has been helping support this work, and he will share more about the technical assistance that's been provided. Before he shares, I would like to just thank our MCPS team in the audience. We have folks from the Office of Finance, Facilities Management, General Counsel, and our curriculum team who've been working together and with our contingent charter school just to provide them with technical assistance. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Marcus.
Good afternoon. The contingent charter school met with MCPS representatives from Finance, Facilities Management, General Counsel, and Curriculum and Instruction programs 9 times from January through May 24. Technical assistance also included meetings with the Office of Human Resources and Development, Special Education, School Safety and Security, and the Maryland State Department of Education. In addition, there was a technical assistant meeting with MBEF, the MCPS Associate Superintendent of Facilities Management, and the MCPS Charter School Liaison at the proposed charter school site. I'm now going to turn it over to Ms. Lysandra Graham, who's going to introduce, from MBEF, who's going to introduce her team.
Good afternoon, board members. Dr. Felder, thank you, Nikki, and thank you, Dr. Marcus, for giving us the opportunity to present today. Like Dr. Marcus said, I'm Lysandra Graham. To my right is Tracy Cooper. In the audience, we have with us today Lynette, our project manager, and then to my left is Alex, our financial advisor. Today, we are here to discuss the Mecca Business Learning Institute Public Charter School and our plans to clear the contract contingencies related to its facilities. Next slide, please.
Our presentation topics will cover the following: introduction, facility and financial contingency requirements, facility development partners, facility design plans, facility budget and financing, ensuring operational readiness, completed actions, and please move to the next slide.
Mecca is dedicated to revolutionizing education through collaborative and innovative learning environments. We aim to open the Mecca Business Learning Institute Public Charter School in fall 2025. To achieve this, we seek your support to clear the contract contingencies related to our facilities. Our goal is to ensure that our facilities meet educational standards and provide a conducive environment for student success. Next slide, please.
Our presentation objective aims to demonstrate our compliance with facility contingencies in the charter agreement, ensuring a smooth and timely opening of the Mecca Business Learning Institute, or MBLI, in the fall of 2025. To meet these requirements, we've had to complete several key milestones. One, the execution of a contingent charter agreement in which all parties had to sign and finalize the agreement, ensuring all conditions were met. Two, a preliminary and financial report. We had to include proposed operating budgets, funding sources, and contingency plans for continued operations if projected revenues fell short. Three, preliminary and financial facilities plan. The plan had to detail facility locations, spatial requirements, potential expansions, renovation costs, timelines, strategies, final budget, secured financing documentation, and a contingency plan. And four, technical assistance meeting. MCPS, as Dr. Marcus indicated earlier, had to schedule at least 3 meetings with MBLI to assist with completing and revising required reports, ensuring all requirements and deadlines were met. Next slide, please.
Additionally, MBLI had to also complete the following tasks: ensure the charter school is within the Montgomery County Public School boundaries, submit a copy of the facility lease or agreement, submit an agreement with the Montgomery County Parks Department, notify the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission about the plan to open a public charter school, contract with a facility professional experienced in code compliance to survey the facility and submit the report, contract with an accredited asbestos management company approved by the state of Maryland. Next slide, please.
Here is the future site of the Mecca Business Learning Institute Public Charter School, located at 20261 Goldenrod Lane in Germantown, Maryland. This site, part of the Goldenrod Industrial Center and adjacent to Montgomery College, has been carefully selected to provide an optimal learning environment for our students. This spacious location will accommodate both academic and extracurricular activities. The existing building will be converted into a 2-story structure of approximately 70,000 square feet to meet our growing students' population's needs. Our phased development approach ensures effective cost management and adherence to our fall 2025 opening timeline. This site will support the sustainable growth of our middle and high school programs, effectively serving the community's educational needs. We are excited about the potential of this location to become a vibrant hub for learning, innovation, and community engagement. Next slide, please.
Our facility development partners in this work include architects and engineers, construction management and general contracting firms, financial advisors and lenders, real estate professionals, and legal advisors. Next slide, please.
The architectural vision for MBLI involves converting the existing single-story building into a 2-story structure of approximately 70,000 square feet. This will be done in phases to reduce initial project costs and ensure a timely opening in the fall of 2025. Next slide, please.
We are targeting an initial enrollment of 250 students in the first year, with a 6-year plan to incrementally increase enrollment to 700 students. Next slide, please.
The floor layout plans. The first floor plan ensures accessibility and functionality, featuring multiple classrooms for various grade levels, a flexible, multi-purpose space for gymnasium, auditorium, or cafeteria use, and a centrally located library. Administrative offices are near the main entrance for convenience. Specialized rooms for science, technology, and other subjects support hands-on learning. Additional support areas include restrooms, storage, and staff lounges. Again, some key focus features of the first floor. It is designed to ensure accessibility and functionality while supporting a wide range of academic and extracurricular activities. Next slide, please.
The second floor plan includes additional classrooms for higher grade levels, specialized labs for advanced subjects like computer science and engineering, and study and collaboration areas for group work and independent study. Faculty offices provide private spaces for teachers, and support areas include restrooms and other facilities, ensuring a comprehensive and conducive learning environment. The key focus of this floor is that it enhances the learning environment with advanced labs and study areas, ensuring comprehensive support for students and faculty. Next slide, please.
Our phase development plans include the first phase, which will be done in 24-25, in which we will renovate the existing buildings to house the 6th and 7th grade classrooms and construct a new multipurpose area for various school activities. Additionally, we will complete the core and shell for the second floor to prepare for future expansion. Phase 2, which will also be completed in 25-26, will create a new classroom for 8th grade, allowing us to accommodate our growing student population and continue expanding our educational offerings. This phased approach ensures effective cost management and timely development. Next slide, please.
Phase 1 also includes the establishment of the core and shell for the second floor, laying the foundation for the future expansion in Phase 3. Phase 2 also includes where we begin partial construction of the second floor to accommodate 9th grade classrooms, ensuring continued growth and development for our student population. Next slide, please.
In Phase 3, which will happen in 26-27, we will complete the second floor to accommodate 10th to 12th grade classrooms, finalizing the expansion and ensuring a comprehensive educational environment for all high school students. Next slide, please.
The estimated total school development budget is $18,546,308. This funding comes from multiple sources, including lending by civic builders who are purchasing the property on our behalf and funding the renovation, a startup grant from the Maryland State Department of Education, a continuation grant from the Maryland Alliance of Public Charter Schools, and fundraising efforts and contributions from individual donors. Next slide, please.
Ensuring operational readiness. Meeting the contingency requirements ensures that all necessary financial, facility, and regulatory conditions are satisfied for a successful launch in the fall of 2025. This comprehensive process involves securing funding, finalizing facility preparations, and adhering to all relevant regulations and standards. Next slide, please.
We have completed the required actions, including timely negotiations for the charter agreement with MCPS staff, submission of preliminary and final facility plans and financial reports, participation in technical assistance meetings. Next slide, please.
This slide outlines the additional actions completed as required to fulfill the charter school contract. The chosen site at Goldenrod Lane complies with the Montgomery County Public Schools boundaries and was toured by key officials on May 23, 2024. MECA secured a letter of agreement with Civic Builders for the lease, draft lease term sheets, and letter of support from Civic Builders CEO. Quiet Waters Park was confirmed as the preferred location for student activities covered under the district's existing agreement. The mandatory referral process with Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission was initiated within the required time frame. A comprehensive code compliance survey was conducted by Alpha and Associates. MECA will contract with ACM Services, Inc. for asbestos management, ensuring the process is completed before staff occupancy in July 2025. These actions demonstrate our commitment to meeting all facility requirements and ensuring a safe, compliant environment for students and staff. Next slide, please.
In conclusion, MECA has successfully met the contingency requirements, ensuring that all necessary financial, facility, and regulatory conditions are in place for a successful launch in fall of 2025. We request the board's favorable consideration to move forward, realizing our mission of providing an exceptional educational experience for the community. Next slide, please.
Thank you, and this concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, I ask my colleagues to turn their lights on if there's any questions at this time. Mrs. Evans.
Mine are comments. This is great. This is a lot of detailed information. I know it's probably been a long road for you, but this is exactly what we need. So I don't have any questions. I got that big old thick book that you all had us looking at over the weekend.
Awesome.
But thank you. We appreciate this, or at least I do. Yep.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, could you just remind us about, now that you've finalized your site size, and we've seen your projection, enrollments, and the progression over time. How are you going, what is your engagement and outreach plan to identify students in your first, so I think you start with a grade 6 and 7?
Yeah, we're opening with 6 and 7, yeah.
And also how your plan to engage and identify and provide the application process to prospective students, and what how you're thinking about if, as we're all seeing, sometimes our enrollment projections don't quite materialize the way we think that they're going to.
Sure. So as Ms. Evans indicated earlier, we have been, down a long road, and we have not stopped our engagement with the community because we believed that we would get to this point. So we have continued our engagement, speaking largely with the middle schools that are in the surrounding area for the property. But we have refrained from providing any correspondence. We want to make sure that we are in compliance with the district's plans on how to do that. But we have been we're inviting ourselves to their community events, trying to be as present as possible and continuing our community relations and attending events. We have an upcoming schedule this July and August where we're going to float around and attend various community events by the county council members so that we can also share the experience countywide. So we are continuing our engagement. We've never stopped engaging. We have our website, we have our flyers and our materials. We are bringing on some social media interns this summer that will help us with that social media engagement. That's really important to the youth and young adults of today's generation. So we want to be able to be as active as possible in that arena as well. So we've continued our engagement, and we're confident that we would still be able to support our operations and our plans. We have multiple contingencies in place to support making sure that, our budget has allocations to cover any overs or unders, that the enrollment, we had in our application process done a sensitivity analysis around what it looked like to have a 5 or 10, 15% change in our enrollment plans. Our financial advisor, this is Alex, our financial advisor with First Tryon, has been very instrumental in helping us model what that needs to look like to make sure that we can, successfully afford our facilities and maintain operations. So I think with the professionals that are supporting us, we're not alone in this work. I think we are confident and can stand confident in our ability to complete and open and remain open and successful.
So looking at your enrollment, your proposed enrollment size, are you thinking that you're going to focus your sort of recruitment and engagement in sort of regionally, or are regionally to start, or what?
Well, charter schools are open. Charter schools are open to all students in the county. So we cannot say that we're only going to target the area. Of course, we will make sure that the communities that surround the school, we are very active in that because we know that it's going to be convenient for those parents and those families. But we don't want to act as if parents are not willing to travel for their children to participate in various school programs, various STEM programs, all of that. So we acknowledge that we need to sort of ensure that the full county is aware and apprised of what our plans are, and that they understand that the opportunity is open to students that live in the county wide versus just only relegated to where we are. So we're not going to target a particular area. We're going to be active in the community that surrounds the property, but we will also be just as active in the community at large to share the experience.
And are you planning on sort of a lottery process?
Well, lotteries happen based on the application. So we know that we're open with 250 seats. If we have more students than the 250 that applies, then the lottery is the randomized process that you use to ensure fairness in the selection. If we only have, let's just say, 240 students, then we're not subject to the lottery. It is when it goes above the seats that have been allocated.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Verhaven?
Yeah. Nice to see you all again. I think it's been a year, right?
Yes, it has. Good to be seen.
Flies. Okay. Well, welcome back again. I do have a couple of questions. I just want to get an idea of a timeline. And so you're doing the construction all the way through year 226?
2027, I think.
But we have a phased construction plan to make sure
so
that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but in phase one, when that is completed, are you going to have, when does your first student walk through the doors? I guess that's what
Fall of 25.
August of 2025?
Yeah, fall of next year, the school will
Okay.
open with 6th and 7th grade.
Okay, so your construction then is going to be going on while the kids are in school for the second phase?
No. So what the plan is for the second phase, when we add on the 8th grade classrooms, we're going to use modulars, and that can be accomplished in the summertime. So it does not affect school operations.
Okay, so that construction for the second floor is
It's
going to be,
outside of school
it's going to
hours.
be over the
Yep.
summer?
Yep.
Okay. And then just for accessibility, is there going to be an elevator
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
first floor? Okay, I didn't say, I'm not an architect, but there's a lot of stuff here. I just want to make sure.
And it may be
provisions for
hard
that.
because we had to try to condense it for the presentation and the plans. But
Okay.
yes, we had, actually, we've had multiple elevator shafts in there, but we do definitely have elevator shafts planned.
And the other question I had for you was, so you're going to have, your plan is on the first year to have 125 kids in sixth grade, 125 kids in seventh grade?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say you were talking to the middle schools, which I think is great, but are you talking?
Elementary.
To the elementary schools?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, and I guess the middle schools also too, right? 'Cause
Well,
if you gotta-
yes, but in terms of like feeding and planning, we've been looking at the elementary grades because we've been at this for a couple of years now. So we actually started in the elementary, hoping that we would follow those kids and catch them for middle school. But we're not just going to only focus on the elementary. We were just looking at the elementary students because we hope by the school year 25 that those students would be preparing for
Correct,
middle school.
that was my question.
Yeah.
So is there a timeline where you expect to have like half of the kids, there will be, we expect to have 75 of the kids by the month of whatever. It's like, do you have a timeline, like, as you are recruiting, that you want to hit certain targets of kids that you want to have in-house?
Well, we will follow the enrollment programs and the enrollment timelines for the special programs that is under Nikki Hazel's office. There's a time frame for when the application programs are published. So we'll follow that timeline and then have our enrollment, I believe Nikki's in the spring. So we would like to be able to have our opening and our enrollment be able to be confirmed in accordance with the district's timelines.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you want to have 125 kids in each grade by the beginning of the school year? Or you hope to have, but in order to achieve that, are they like target times that you start thinking now, saying by such and such day we should have, so we are like on target to hit that target by the time the school starts?
Yeah, I guess now I understand
Okay,
the additional
sorry.
context. I understand what you're trying to say. So ultimately, we would like to plan to have the full enrollment for the 125. So the goal would be to have all of our pre-enrollment, all of our engagement happen heavy, so that by the time the enrollment opens, that we are looking for hopefully a lottery scenario where we have filled, we have plans to fill more seats than we have available. So our goal is 100%, but we would like to be at least at that 90% mark at the time of the applications open and the enrollment information is available to officially enroll.
So we will have them join our choice programs when we do our open houses and things of that nature. So that starts in the fall. This fall.
Yes.
I think what I hear is maybe putting together a plan that by certain months you would at least have a certain number of students as a goal and increasing that number
As you go.
over time so that you can ensure that you reach your total by the end of whatever said date.
Sure, and I think
Yeah.
it's also, we have a backfill plan as well, so that in the event, let's just say to your point, that we are planning for 125, we open with maybe 98, right? So we can take, if we have more students in the 7th grade, maybe our interest is higher in 7th grade versus 6th grade, we can pull in some additional students in the 7th grade to backfill what the 6th grade slots have left open. But ultimately for us, we would like to be able to plan to have full enrollment. So we want to, our goal is going to be 100% for the enrollment, but plan a backfill should one of the grades have the additional slots and opportunities.
Okay. And I guess my other question is, we all want this to succeed, but I'm thinking, what's Plan B if you do not meet your enrollment goals by then? Like, how does that affect the program economically? How does it affect the program? Because the goal is in the following year to have eighth graders, right? Because they're going to be moving up, right? And so on and so forth. So how does that affect if you're not able to meet those numbers, those standards, does that have a, you know?
And I think to what Ms. Harris had brought up earlier, the enrollment sensitivity analysis that we did as a part of our application is a big part of that planning and that understanding of where we can comfortably operate. So we've tried to look at that at the 5, 10, and 15% reduction levels to make sure that, you know, where we need to land in our target and our goals. So we have done that sensitivity analysis so that we understand where we need to be. But like I said, we're going to plan to effectively engage with Nikki Hazel's office under Dr. Marcus's, you know, aid and tutorship because being a former principal around how we can make sure that we're effectively marketing our services at each of the opportunities that are presented to us.
Okay, and the last question, is this charter school going to be able to serve EML students as well?
Yes, we have plans for English language learners, special education, TAG. We folded all of that into our curricular programming. Yes, ma'am.
That was my other question for special ed. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, they did address that in their application, how they would serve all of the students in certain.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't read that. It was
That's okay. It was large.
It's just a little bit before, but thank you, thank you.
No problem.
Mrs. Mandrowski?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. Looks phenomenal. I'm not going to lie, I did not spend my weekend reading the entire book that you sent home. I did glance through it, go through it a little bit, but a couple of questions. How are the kids going to get there?
We're still planning for yellow bus transportation for all enrolled students.
So you're going to hire a company or you're using us?
Well, we will negotiate that when that time gets here. We will work with the district. So whatever plan is the most viable for us is what we'll pursue, whether it is with the contracted services or directly through the district. But we are still planning for yellow bus transportation.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if that was incorporated in your financial factors.
Yes, ma'am, it's still in there. The buses and the drivers.
What if, well, you know, we build a lot of buildings here in MCPS, and no offense, Seth, but while things normally go pretty well, sometimes there's delays. Sometimes construction materials increase. There's, you know, all kinds of different things that can hold the project up. What happens, is this your lease or ours? Because what happens, okay, so if things don't go the way we're hoping, MCPS doesn't have to pick up any financial responsibility for it?
It's all on us. Yep.
Okay. Then my last question is, I don't know how to say this the right way. How is this different from our college and career program? Like Edison and Seneca Valley?
Well, first of all, we're starting at the middle school level. So career academies don't currently exist at the middle school grade. So that's what's different first and foremost, is that we're introducing career academies at the middle school level. So the current process right now, the current plan right now is to introduce career academies at the high school level because students have early opportunities to internships and everything in the high school. But we've created and brought it down a level so that we can begin early engagement with the students in early planning for college and career in the middle school level and introducing them to opportunities for future, whether it's college, whether it's direct into the job force. We're starting that engagement in the middle school level, which is different from the district.
So this program is really intended for middle schoolers?
But yes, that's our target audience. It's just we're following them to high school grade 12.
Okay. I didn't know if you talked to Ms. Hazel or anybody about potentially partnering, you know, if you're starting with the middle schools and then it's in Germantown, so they could go to Seneca Valley or something too if we needed. So I just needed to understand what the need is.
Well, we're starting at the middle school grades because that's where we found the deficit of support is for that grade, and that grade needing a little bit extra hand holding the 6th to 8th grades. And so we're focused on them, but we wanted, based on what our parent feedback has been, is a continuous program because oftentimes with attending a charter school, you may be outside of your neighborhood. And so the concern was that if they go back to their neighborhood, let's just say they don't want to continue on for high school, their high school may not have a business program that they can continue on in their neighborhood. So that was the concern of why we added on the middle school and high school and partnered those together so that the kids could maintain a continuation of learning.
So is your curriculum then, what's the word I'm looking for? corresponding with MCPSs?
Yes, the high school programming is consistent. Did you?
I just meant like even like the English and math and
we
stuff.
teach, the subjects are very similar in terms of making sure that students are prepared for normal accredited subject areas such as language arts, English, math, reading, social studies, science, all of those subjects, as well as art, music, etc., the foreign language. We added another element of business to help students focus on financial literacy, economic development, business practices, and entrepreneurship. And so that additional class allows us to give students a little bit more emphasis in the business spaces without sacrificing traditional learning.
And then also, Mr. Mandrowski, at the high school level, the CTE program has state-level standards. So the same standards that the district employs is what we're following for the high school programming. And so we are going to make sure that everything continues, in sequence with what the district will be providing, because that's what sort of dictated at the state level as well.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, like, if someone was in your program and left, they're not going to be, a year behind or a year ahead. Because we don't,
not at all.
We don't promote people ahead.
Not at all.
So then my last question is, will Ms. Hazel have the opportunity to, or someone, have the opportunity to review the choice of careers, I guess, and certifications that you're planning on instilling?
Of course, as well as all the board members who will be invited to participate in our business symposium and speak to our students and talk about your careers outside of your board membership here and your leadership here, because all of you all are professionals in your own right outside of your board duties. So you all will get an annual invitation to speak to our students and share your backgrounds with them as well. Nikki Hazel, Dr. Marcus will probably be very regular faces in our programming as we establish. He doesn't know that yet. He just found that out just now today.
He's like, whatever.
But the goal is to continue the positive partnership and the engagement with the district, making sure that everything continues on and maintains the level of excellence that we know Montgomery County expects.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Harris?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had one additional question. Looking at the agreements and things, you indicated because of the site, you need access to a place for, I'm guessing, PE, outdoor activities. And it's noting here that Quiet Waters Park is the preferred location, and that the Park Service said you didn't need a formal agreement because this would be covered under the district's existing agreement. How are they ensuring that you have priority access and use during the school year, during the school hours, that you would be, for instance, taking a PE class over there? Because we do have schools right now that kind of struggle with that on an ongoing basis when they're out there on their athletic field trying to have a PE class, and members of the public sort of think they can come. Yeah.
For sure. So what the office has indicated to us is that the district receives correspondence every spring around the fall plans for that year, and then the schools are encouraged to designate their preferred park of use. And then Carl, who we've been working with, indicated that we need the best way for us to secure our space is to put in a full permit. So we will be participating in both ways. We're going to do a permit for use of the park as if we were a private entity, and then we will also be engaged through the district's email correspondence and things that come out for the schools to be able to select their sites.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just following up on Ms. Rivera Evans' question, if you could just be real specific for me. If you don't meet your enrollment target on day one, you get 50 students instead of your target, what will happen?
We will continue on because we're full enrollment at 700 students.
Right, but the financials, how will the financials work for you in that case? You need to hire teachers and you only have 50 students, so you just hire, how do you pay for your rent? How does the money work if you don't meet your full enrollment?
So, I mean, it really depends, I guess, on what, so let's just like look at the lease payment, right? So the lease payment is structured where there's about 30% of cushion already built into that. So it's not like we're kind of operating on a dollar for dollar razor's edge. So there's always a little bit of contingency and cushion built into all this. Additionally, other kind of revenues, like for example, the grant, we're kind of back holding that as kind of like a nice to have, but not a must have. So we are building in some cushion around these numbers. We don't, our firm never recommends any charter school operate, kind of down to the dollar. And so at the end of the day, if something, you could say, well, what if only 10 kids show up? I mean, that'd be a serious problem. We can't. So all we can do is say, we build in a healthy amount of cushion, and then, that's what we, have to do. I'll also say that the last startup charter school that the state of Maryland saw was Legends in PG County. And they actually, compared to this, swung for the fences. They wanted 600 kids on day one, ramping to 900. And they took on $26 million in debt, way more than what we're doing here at a much higher interest rate, paid crazy fees to developers. I mean, this was like maybe twice, 3 times the risk. They fully enrolled to 600 kids. They fully enrolled to 900 kids, completely on schedule with great demand. And now they're doing healthy and great, and we'll probably, be working with them to refinance that debt soon. So, if it helps at all, in 2020, it was kind of the last case study, and it went really well, and was in a situation that was much higher risk than this one.
In Prince George's County.
Yes, in PG County.
Okay, I see no other questions, so thank you so much for the presentation, and look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next item on our agenda is item number 12, the FY24 School and Office Climate Survey results. And I will ask Dr. Felder to get us started.
Thank you, President Silvestri. So this evening, we present the results of our recent district-wide survey on school culture and climate, which was conducted from February 12th to May 1st, 2024. We gathered feedback from the students, parents, guardians, and staff on the academic and social environments, safety, equity, and inclusion, and communication. We know the importance and value of hearing from those we serve, as this provides insights into how well we are meeting the needs of the community in these areas. It is important to note that we remain committed to inclusivity, transparency, and continuous improvement in fostering a positive learning and working environment for all in Montgomery County Public Schools community. The presentation of these results this afternoon and those available publicly online at the conclusion of this presentation demonstrate our commitment to being open and accountable for feedback received from families, students, and staff. The team will share our engagement approaches and improvement opportunities. Additionally, they will highlight key strengths, areas for improvement, and provide actionable recommendations based on the survey's results. I now turn it over to Mrs. Stephanie Sharon, Chief of Strategic Initiatives, who will introduce the team before they begin the presentation. Ms. Sharon.
Thank you, Dr. Felder. Good evening. So today we're going to be talking about the School and Office Climate Survey results. I'm here with Dr. Peter Moran, Chief of Schools, Dr. Keisha Addison, who is in charge of shared accountability, and Mr. Sean McGee, making sure I have everyone's titles correct, who is the future, currently acting, but going to be the permanent Associate Superintendent of the Office of School Support and Wellbeing. If we can go to the next slide, please. So for the agenda today, we're going to first talk about the survey focus areas, how the survey was developed, what was involved in the development of the survey so that we could truly make sure that we got the input and we were going to be surveying the right questions of our community for both staff, students, and families. We're then going to talk a little bit about the survey logistics, how we deployed the survey, how we were intentional about our outreach into our community. We're then going to be talking about our response rates and what they look like, and the ongoing feedback that we continuously collect as we're thinking about how we engage in continuous improvement. Dr. Addison is going to provide us a deep dive on our survey key findings, and then we're going to talk a little bit about our action steps. What are we doing as a result of what we see here today? Next slide, please. So when we developed the survey, the Department of Shared Accountability initially created the survey questions for students, staff, and caregivers. And they drew on Panorama, which is a research-based organization, to draft the survey questions. But they didn't stop there. After the survey was drafted, we collected insights and suggestions from a variety of focus groups, ranging from students to our community, to our staff members, to our association leadership, in order to see, are we on the right track? Through that process, we refined our questions to ensure that our survey was more inclusive and was really meeting the needs of our targeted audience. We also really wanted to make sure that we were ensuring effectiveness and capturing the perspectives and the needs of those that we serve throughout the district. So through that feedback and data collection process, we revised the survey, and the feedback that we received actually directly influenced improvements that we made not only to the survey questions, but the survey process, which was hugely helpful and impactful as we engaged in this work. Next slide. So before we actually dive into the survey and the data, we want to make sure that everybody has a clear understanding in what are the areas that we were actually assessing, because it was strategic to ensure that the areas that we were assessing were areas that are directly aligned to our strategic plan and the board's priority areas to make sure that we were collecting data that was going to be useful in both school and office planning. So for our students, you can see that we had a number of questions on school setting and academic environment, school friends and relationships and their social environment, school safety and discipline and fairness and everyone belonging, which gets to that equity and inclusion piece. And I believe it was Ms. Evans earlier today when we were having the budget conversation was mentioning that, you know, when we are engaging in teaching and learning, it can't just be about the content. We know the conditions have to be set. So a lot of these questions get to what are the conditions that our students are experiencing so that we know what we need to do to optimize the environment for kids. Next slide, please. For parents and guardians, you're going to see on the left-hand side that a lot of the categories mirror the questions that we ask the students. And this is really important for when you're trying to triangulate information between the three different stakeholder groups that were surveyed. In addition, there was one additional category that we added for parents and guardians, and that was around communication. We asked not just about communication at their school level, for instance, and what that communication plan looks like and feels like, but also, and we got a lot of feedback to add this, communication from MCPS in general. So it wasn't just about the school. That was actually a big enhancement that we heard from a lot of our stakeholders as we were revising the survey is how do we actually also elevate the district-wide communication that we are receiving. Next slide. And then you have our school-based and central office staff question. And you do see there are some similarities again in the areas that we assessed, but we assessed work environment, the social environment, equity and inclusion, excuse me, safety, and also communication. Because similarly, when we think about how our students thrive in a learning environment and how the conditions need to be set, same thing is true for our staff. In order to maximize our staff's potential in both central office and in schools, we want to make sure that we are setting the conditions for that to occur. Next slide. So survey logistics. We had a unique year this year. It has been quite some time since we sent out district-wide surveys to parents, students, and school-based and central office-based staff. If you recall, last year, we only sent the survey out to staff. So this year, it is a much more holistic lens to which we're looking at our community and our responses. Our administration window was from February 12th and March 15th. That was decided based on a lot of feedback from our community that said, don't survey us at the end of the year. Everybody is tired. They don't want to look at a survey. They're ready for the school year to end. Please move that up. We spent a lot of time trying to figure out where that niche was going to be. And that's a difficult thing to do when you're trying to look at all the other things that are happening in the district. And this is where we landed on. I will say that based on our response rates in collaboration with SSWB, we did make the decision to actually keep this survey open through May 1st, even though that was pushing a very tight timeline for shared accountability to be able to turn over the data quickly so that schools and offices could get that information by the end of the school year. But the reason we did that is as we were going through the process, we realized our response rates across all three areas were not as high as we had initially anticipated. So we worked to really try to bring some of those up across the board. So that's one of the main reasons that we extended. It's also important to note that the responses on the survey were confidential, and the results were available internally the week of May 27th to principals. We did provide our principals their survey data via memo. They had an intranet code to which they could access that information so they could process what their results are. And today, they are publicly available to our community on the Shared Accountability website. Next slide. So engaging families. Previously, and how this was a little bit different, we did parent surveys prior to the pandemic. We did a sampling approach where not every single parent received a survey, but we sampled different groups of parents throughout the community. So this was a little bit different this year. So we decided to actually fully survey or provide the opportunity for all of our staff, all of our families to participate in this survey. So with this in mind, knowing that we were doing this fully across the whole district, we started working in the summer of actually 2023 to uncover the barriers to engaging families and to develop a comprehensive and culturally responsive engagement plan around the survey. We actually used the culturally responsive engagement planning tool, which all leaders were trained on in order to get to engage in this work. And we also started with focus groups last summer of staff and community partners to identify the barriers to families actually participating in the survey to help inform how we were going to be engaging our families. We then collaborated with the MCPS Anti-Racist Community Engagement Charter Team, which was a group that was developed out of the Anti-Racist Action Plan to develop strategies and materials for outreach and engagement with families that were traditionally underrepresented in district surveys. So through all of that engagement, we created a comprehensive engagement toolkit for principals and community partners. So the toolkit included culturally responsive sample language, electronic templates for them to use, flyers that could be printed. Everything was provided in the 8 languages. The toolkit also included some best practices and suggestions for how individual schools could engage their families. Because although we can do a lot of communication on the district level, we know that the trust is often more so with the schools, and our families will respond more on the school level. SSWB directors actually distributed and explained and went over the toolkit and expectations during the February A&S meeting, and then through multiple communications over the next few weeks supported schools in doing that. And then the Office of Communication also additionally sent out messages to families, staff, and students multiple times using a variety of communication vehicles. They even did a Facebook Live with our Hispanic families to work on trying to get our participation in the surveys up. So wanted to make sure we provided you all of that context, and I'm now going to turn it over to Dr. Addison, who's going to be able to provide you a deeper dive into both our response rates as well as the results that we had.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Keisha Addison, Director, Shared Accountability. Next slide, please. So before we get into the results, we wanted to take some time to share with you the response rates of the survey. You just heard Ms. Sharon share the process used to engage families. And on this slide, you see our response rate, and to the right, which you can't really see well, but to the right is an equation for how we determine response rates, which is about how many surveys are sent out based on the total number of surveys that we receive back. And so prior to launching the surveys to each target group, we had target response rates. And on this slide, you'll see for parents and guardians, we had a target response rate of 40%, for students, 80%, and for staff, school-based or central office staff, a target rate of 60% of surveys received. You will notice that we did not hit our response rates this time. And we recognize that, and we see an opportunity for us to improve in this area. The couple of things I want to point out as it relates to response rate. One, you'll probably thinking, wow, these are pretty low response rates, which is true. And when we have low response rates, one thing we need to consider is the potential for bias in the responses, right? So when we think about a low response rate, there could be bias in terms of those who responded as opposed to those who didn't respond. And so for those who responded, they could have a strong opinion, positive or negative, about the topic, which could bias the information that we receive. So that's something to consider. And it wouldn't be responsible of me to present this information without pointing out the potential in that area. So as we reflected on the why as it relates to these response rates, one potential culprit was survey fatigue. So our community received multiple surveys from us to share their perspectives on a variety of topics this school year. And this likely led to survey fatigue, causing this survey to be ignored. So one thing we will be bringing back for this upcoming school year to reduce the overlap of surveys administered is a survey calendar, which is managed by Shared Accountability. So we're going to be re-engaging in that process so we do not have this overlap in 4 surveys being launched at the same time. Additionally, another factor that may have impacted response rates, particularly for central office staff, was our login system. We tried a new approach to our login system to ensure accuracy of reporting and at the conclusion of the survey. And however, based on ongoing feedback, I heard from some of my colleagues, they weren't comfortable with that login system. And so for some, they opted not to complete the survey because they did not feel that it would be confidential, even though we put some intentional language out there around only one individual will see who may have completed the survey. For some, that wasn't enough. And I fielded a call from a parent one time too, who also was concerned about having to enter their child's ID to get into the survey. So these are things that we have to consider and reevaluate. How do we create a system that allows for us to have accuracy of reporting? Because that was a request of principals to say, how do you know that the information you receive is for my school? And also create that comfort and confidence for people to report in that way. And then finally, another factor that may have impacted our response rates is just, for some, the perception that what difference will it make, right? And so for some people, they felt, why should I do this? What change is it going to bring? And so they opted not to complete the survey. And so those are some of the things that we have to consider as we go forward in terms of how do we create that confidence in individuals so that they will complete the survey and we have higher response rates and can have more information to improve our practice. Next slide, please. So in addition, well, while the survey was open, we always receive ongoing feedback. It was a lot of the questions were fielded by our Ask MCPS team, so I'm grateful for them. And then they were all sent to me, and I answered all of them, or hope I answered all of them. But on this slide, you'll see some of the comments and feedback we received from individuals who took the survey. They might not have taken the survey, but they decided to provide feedback, and a couple of things you'll notice. So for example, some individuals did not like that our response scale did not provide them with a neutral option. So some people like to be in the middle. They want to say a neutral response. They don't want to agree or disagree. They want to say, stay in the middle. So we got a few comments related to that. Some individuals did not like that there was not an option to provide written feedback. Some people like to create, open-ended items. We intentionally don't have open-ended items just to support with turning around the analysis, but it's something for us to consider going forward. And even further, there were some parents or guardians who believed that there were not enough survey items focused on academics and the success of students. And although not included on this slide, some did not like that the response scales were not consistent. So one of the things you'll notice as we get into the findings is that you'll see options for agreement, so strongly agree to strongly disagree, or you'll see some options for positive, so quite positive to not at all positive. And last year when we launched the staff survey, we got feedback that our response choices weren't specific enough. So we were intentional this year to make them more specific, but it didn't work well for everyone. And so our intent is to use the feedback that we received to continue to modify and improve survey and future administrations. Next slide, please. So now on to the survey findings. In an effort to have fewer slides but cover multiple response groups, you will see results from each school level. Additionally, some items from the survey will be highlighted during this presentation. However, results for all items are available online, as Ms. Sharon shared earlier. We begin with responses from parents or guardians on the academic environment for 3 questions. And before I begin, I want to point out, I did notice like punctuation is missing, so we have it accurate on the survey tool, but it stood out to me, so I had to call it out. The 3 questions we're going to highlight is, my child is given challenging material to learn. At my child's school, administrators create a school environment that helps children learn, and my child's teachers expect my child to do well in class. And the response scale, the response options were strongly agree, agree, disagree, and strongly disagree. For this slide, the percentages presented are for those in the agreement scale only, so meaning they agreed or strongly agree, and that's what the 2 colors are. So agree is blue, strongly agree is orange. And at the elementary level, close to 5,800 surveys were returned from parents and guardians. At the middle school level, close to 2,400 surveys were returned from parents and guardians. And at the high school level, it was close to 2,600. And so the percentages on this slide are representative of those who not only responded to the survey, but also responded to the specific items indicated. And in almost all instances for each of these items, you will notice high percentages of agreement across all 3 levels. In all instances, percentage of agreement was 80% of respondents or higher. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
It takes a certain level of education and understanding to even be able to answer that question if you're a parent.
Which question?
That my child is given challenging material to learn. Doesn't it?
Well, I think you have to know. I think you have to know what is meant by challenging material, right? And it may mean different things to different people. But that certainly could be, pose some concerns for parents to
It's just
respond
one
to.
of the concerns I have about the questions, because to me, it takes a certain level of understanding yourself to even be able to respond to that question.
Or to Ms. Wolf's point, can we, from the data, we can determine which schools responded in this way to see what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, but even if you don't do the schools, at every school you have a certain level of parent. I don't know if you can tell whether or not it was your more, I don't want to use the term educated, but maybe more sophisticated level. But you take an immigrant parent, they're not going to understand what you're asking here.
So your feedback is noted in terms of the wording of the questions. Our goal, and as Ms. Sharon shared, in terms of our engagement in advance and working with different groups to review the items, our intent and the feedback from them was that these questions would work well for all families. But that is something that we can consider in terms of the wording. But again, our intent was to ensure that it was relevant for all families regardless of educational level.
Well, thank you, but I want to know who was involved in the focus groups that you examine these questions around.
We can provide you the list of individuals that are on the community engagement charter group.
Yeah, but it's always the same people. That's, okay.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. I just was going to interject there that about counting your numbers.
Counting the numbers of individuals.
I was going to ask if you had the ability to see, when you were talking about how many people participated, were you able to see who logged in and then didn't? Like I was surprised by the agree and strongly agree and no disagree. If I were a parent, I'd probably log off because I'd be like, well, this isn't, an accurate. And I see that going forward, you have the disagree stuff. But I was just curious if maybe people participated that didn't actually fill it in.
So for the purpose of this presentation and because there were high levels of agreement for this slide and a few more slides, the disagreement options were not included. But they are on the website, and you can see for what percent of respondents said strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. And I understand your point. We can see, for example, how many may have logged in and didn't complete the survey. I think that's the question you're asking. So we can look into that and just say how many non-responses we had. We did a lot of, we didn't talk about this, but a lot of cleanup in terms of individuals indicating the incorrect location. So even with our login system, we ran into challenges more so for schools, but sometimes for families where they selected the incorrect school. And so we had to do a lot of cleaning up to reassign. And so that's part of our challenge as we look to get some of this done. Yep.
Is that because they didn't want you to know what school they were at?
Well, I don't know, but our you know, we assured principals that the feedback received would be for those who were in their schools. So we were intentional to ensure that we realigned and reassigned individuals to where they're enrolled.
And I do want to just add one thing before we go on. A lot of these questions can mean different things to different people, not just the one that Ms. Wolf mentioned, but any of them. And this is why, and you'll hear a little bit about this when Mr. McGee shares about the action plan and how you're using this data. You know, the survey is an entry point of conversation to figure out where you might need to dig deeper within your community. And a lot of times, even the absence of data tells you where you need to dig in deeper with your community. So if I'm in a community and I'm looking at my individual school results and I had 2 parents respond on the survey entirely, well, I'm not gonna say, well, these 2 respondents, this is how I'm gonna judge or action plan, right? I know that my next steps are gonna be like, okay, great, now I'm gonna have to do more parent outreach. I'm gonna have to sit and I'm gonna have to invite families in so that I can dig deeper. It's the same thing with any of these questions, is that the investigation and the action planning, which is the most important part of this work, doesn't end with this, it starts with the survey, but it does not end with it, if that makes sense.
All right, continuing with responses from parents and guardians across the 3 school levels, we shift to a focus on school environment. And the items included on this slide, and I'm reading them out because some of them are cut off, is I feel connected to other adults at my child's school. At my child's school, adults show me respect. The school does a good job teaching my child how to work out problems with other students. I have adults from my child's school that I can count on to help me no matter what. And again, with this slide, there's a focus on the percent of respondents who agreed with these statements. You will notice high reports of agreement with the item related to adults showing respect across elementary, middle, and high school parent or guardian respondents. And there are lower levels of agreement indicated for feeling connected to other adults, particularly for middle school, which was about 53% agreement, and high school, which was 54% agreement compared to elementary. Next slide, please. We now examine feedback related to communication based on responses from parents and or guardians. The items included for this are, it is easy for me to talk to my child's teacher about things concerning my child. My child's teachers keep me informed about my child's progress in school. I am satisfied with the ways I currently receive information about MCPS, and I generally feel well informed about MCPS. And again, you'll see high percentages of agreement across elementary, middle, and high school on the majority of items, with slightly lower levels of agreement observed at middle and high school for the statement regarding teachers keeping them informed. They both were around 70%. Next slide, please. This is the slide for responses for parents or guardians, which is aligned to the final few questions in the survey where we asked for grading not only of their child's school, but also providing MCPS with an overall grade. And this slide also includes response options of A, B, C, D, and F. And what you will notice across all levels is that parents or guardians graded their school with A's or B's at higher rates than they did the overall district. Next slide, please. We now shift to responses from students. Similar to the layout for the results from parents, results from students are presented elementary, middle, and high. And for the academic environment, The items identified for today include, I believe school will help me in the future. My teacher or teachers seem happy to be teaching classes at my school, and my teachers help me when I don't understand. One thing to note is that for the student survey, items were modified based on level, meaning the items for the elementary survey were written to ensure readability based on their reading skills. And as a reminder, the survey was available for students in grades 3 through 12. And so close to 28,000 elementary school students completed the survey, about 22,000 middle school students completed the survey, and close to 20,000 high school students completed the survey. Across the 3 items highlighted, you will notice high levels of agreement at the elementary level for each of the items. Similarly, high levels of agreement are observed at the high school level as well. One item that stands out is at the middle school level, where there's a lower percentage for agreement with the statement related to teachers seeming happy, which was about 67%, happy to be teaching classes. Next slide, please. Remaining with results for students, we have several items related to the social environment of the school. You may notice that the item numbers do not match for elementary students to those of middle and high. And again, this is related to the modification and adjustments of items that were relevant for students at that level. The items highlighted here, overall, I feel like I belong at my school. I matter to other students at my school. The energy of my school is positive. I have teachers and or other students from school that I can count on to help me no matter what. My teachers care about me as a person, and my teachers respect students. For almost all of these items, there's observed high percentages of agreement. What may stand out to you, which stood out to me, is a lower percentage of agreement, about 52% at the middle school level, regarding the energy of the school being positive. Next slide, please. And as we look at the items and level of agreement for this section, which is focused on school safety and discipline, it makes me wonder if the positive energy question might be related. And so that's an opportunity for us to kind of do some cross-analysis of the items. And we have not yet engaged in that yet. But for these questions related to school safety and discipline, we highlight the following items. At my school, the behavior of other students helps my learning. Overall, I feel safe at school. Most of the time, my teachers can teach without being interrupted by students who misbehave. And you will notice that of the students who completed the survey, there are high percentages across all 3 levels agreeing that they feel safe at school, over 80% at each level. This is the middle bar that's in the chart. Where you will notice lower levels of agreement are for the 2 items related to student behavior. At the elementary and middle school levels, there was less than 50% of us respondents who agreed with the top and bottom statements. And at the high school level are slightly higher percentages of agreement compared to the other 2 levels. Next slide, please. Similar to the questions for parents and guardians, students were asked to grade their school and the district. Please note that elementary students were only asked to grade their school. We didn't ask them to grade the district. Unlike what was observed in grading of the district and the school by parents or guardians, middle and high school students who responded graded MCPS higher with A's or B's than they did their school. Next slide, please. We're now transitioning to results based on responses from school-based staff. At the elementary level, slightly more than 5,600 staff responded. At the middle school level, a little over 2,100 responded, and a little over 2,600 at the high school level. The items we're focusing on for this academic environment section is I have a schedule that provides me time to plan my instruction for students. Teachers or staff in the school believe every student can learn. The school administration encourages school staff to talk to one another about instructional matters, and this school sets high standards for the academic performance of all students. Again, overall, there are high levels of agreement with these statements across each level. At the high school level, you will notice about 62% agreed, that is, agree or strongly agree with the statement of the school setting high standards for all students. Next slide, please. On this slide, we continue with responses from staff with the addition of a chart that includes central office response. And as a note, 900 central office staff completed the survey. And additionally, on this slide, the response scale, all response scale options are included, strongly agree through strongly disagree. And the two items highlighted here are school or office staff members respect one another, and I look forward to going to work each day. And across schools and central office staff, there were high percentages of agreement with each of these statements. Percentages of disagreement range from 12% middle school, at the middle school level to 15% for central office for staff members respecting each other. And for looking forward to going to work, percentage of disagreement range from 21% for central, it was a tie between central office and elementary school, to 26% at the middle school level. Next slide, please. Continuing with results for central office staff and school-based staff, we shift to a focus on the social environment with the following items being highlighted. Overall, how positive is the working environment at your school or office? Overall, how positive is the working environment in MCPS? How positive is the tone that school leaders or office leaders set for the culture of the school or office? And how positive is the tone that district leaders set for the culture of MCPS? For these items, we transition from a school focused on agreement, focused on agreement, to a scale that ranges from not at all positive, which is the blue, somewhat positive, which is orange, quite positive, which is gray, and extremely positive, which is yellow. The more positive responses, again, are those in the gray and the yellow. And respondents who completed the survey had high percentages for quite and extremely for having a positive working environment for their office and or school. What you will notice are the percentages who indicated not at all for the working environment in MCPS, ranging from 18% at the elementary level to 24% at the high school and central office level. Similarly, you will notice percentages of those who indicated not at all for the positive tone that district leaders set, ranging from 22% at the elementary level to 32% at the high school level. Next slide, please. Next, we focus on support and safety for school-based and central office staff. Across all groups, high percentages of respondents reported staff interactions with each other as quite supportive or extremely supportive, as shown in the gray and yellow on the slide. And additionally, high percentages of staff across all groups reported feeling quite safe or extremely safe in their school or office. At the high school level, about 10% reported not at all safe, and about 9% of middle school respondents also reported not at all safe. Next slide, please.
Sorry, how many people filled out the survey in central office?
900.
900.
Yes.
Do you have the number for last year? How many filled out?
I can get that for you.
Okay.
This is my final slide, just catching up. All right, so ending with grading of the school or office and MCPS by school-based and central office staff. So similar to what was observed for parents and guardians, higher percentages of A's and B's were indicated for the office or school compared to those for the district MCPS as a whole. I will now turn it over to Mr. Sean McGee, who will share additional information related to results from school-based staff.
So if we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Oh, it is.
Oh, we're discussing. Okay, we switched this around, so we'll go back.
Colleagues, if you have any questions, please turn our light on. And I know there's a lot of questions that we have, so if you could keep your questions brief, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Ms. Yang.
Yeah, I will keep the other portion of the question after Mr. McGee's presentation, but I do want to first thank you for bringing this to the board this year in a much more timely manner as opposed of waiting a semester to see the results. So thank you for that. I think you heard our feedback, and that's an improvement. And now I noticed that the staff participation has increased this year compared to last year. Is it because now it's a all system participation instead of, no, so it's not. So last year was a whole system staff, right? So can you link one measure that have helped increase participation from the staff? It's a 10-point gain.
I'll let Dr. Addison join in, but I do think one of the things, we only kept the survey open. It was a very late administration last year. I believe it was June, correct, Dr. Addison? And end of May, and it was only open for 2 weeks.
Okay.
So we had this open for multiple months.
Okay, thank you. So I think that's a good thing for us to remember. Then parent participation is 6%. That's very sad. Okay, so I think it's significantly lower than, we didn't do it last year, but previous years we have done it. So is the number higher in previous years?
I just wanted to make a connection back to what you just first said, and it goes back to what Ms. Sharon was sharing around the idea of taking action or doing something with data. So this year we developed the school improvement plan specifically around the questions from the climate survey, which the staff participated in. You saw a 10% increase in participation.
Okay.
At the same time, you have a low return rate on parents. I think that kind of speaks to why you see an increase in staff. I don't know that parents see themselves in the action or responsiveness to what the feedback that they're providing is.
Okay.
If they did, which they will, this summer, I think there will be a much more significant increase in their return.
Okay, that's good reflection. And I also know that some parent has mentioned that they don't tend to go to an email to do things. But we have that Remind app. Does it ever occur to us that it can be on a mobile device for convenience for parents?
I'll let her speak to the mobile utilization, but we did send out Remind messages. We did use QR codes as well. Some principals were really creative, and they had the QR code, and they put them on little like index cards, and in the pickup and drop-off lane, they were giving them out the windows to the principals, and those were some strategies we had suggested.
Right. Then let me move to the students. We have a target rate of 80% for students. Do we give time in school for students to fill out this form?
So that'd be the best practice that one would take, right? So at the high school level, you'd have the advisory period. You could administer the survey all at the same time throughout the entire school. Similar at the middle school, might be a little bit more challenging at the elementary school level, but essentially, taking a fifth grade class and, having them build in 30 minutes into their schedule. So that number should be higher than 55%.
Okay, so that's about participation. Now, I have a question about the data presentation. So when preparing for this meeting, the link wasn't working for me, and I just understand you make it live today. So it wasn't helpful for me to prepare for the meeting because I couldn't see anything. Having a PDF presentation for me doesn't tell me when part of my role is overseeing the whole school system. So I would really like to make a request in the future if we can have a spreadsheet, right? So I can see multiple schools, that I can see some trends and see some areas of concern or area of improvement, right? And I'm wondering, I just went on, as a parent, I can see our schools compared to our cluster or all MCPS schools. Now I'm wondering for our directors, associates, or chiefs, do you get to see the whole spreadsheet or do you get to see just sections too?
So I'll just chime in terms of how we prepare it, and then I'll turn it over. So the tool that you see online was originally developed because we weren't doing central office surveys in the manner that we do them now.
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
Are there too many?
No, just get
You just need to be closer to it.
All right. So the tool that we have online was designed for school-based. It was not designed for central office. And so what we did last year when we launched the survey and the results, we created results for each director, each associate, each chief in alignment with their response rates. And so our goal is to provide them with that same level of information this year so that they see specifically for the individuals that they oversee in their department or office or whatever, what have you, in terms of the overall result.
Can you do that for the board members so we have a more comprehensive view? Because this PDF doesn't really tell me a lot about what happened at the school level. I would like to be able to see what happened at the schools, not just one school. I have to click one school by one school. That's not helpful for me. Okay.
So I think it's important to recognize we have over 200 schools. And so preparing a spreadsheet with
Can it
that
be
level
by
of analysis
cluster?
may
I
be,
think by
it will take
cluster.
time, it's gonna take us some time. We can definitely do it, but I just want to caution that with the volume and the number of schools and the number of items,
Yeah.
that's
Could you-
kind of why we have the online
Dr.
approach.
Addison, could you share what you share with the directors?
Yes.
So the director,
So you don't have to recreate.
the directors receive, for schools, they see the same thing you all see. So they see it in the same manner that you see it online for the schools, and it's a navigation to
So
looking
it's
at the
not
schools.
at a glance for
It
them.
is not a it's not a spreadsheet that you manipulate and you drill down. It really is right there, interactive, and you pick which schools you want to compare. So you can bring in the different schools that you want to look at and look at their results and compare it.
Okay.
I think going with long-standing, I remember we do school at a glance before like that, each PDF sheet, and we have long said that that is not the most effective way for us to see it. I don't want to have this discussion now, given the interest of time, but my interest is really at an easier comparison for trends.
No, I just want to clarify, the online is not a PDF. It's not a PDF.
I know,
Tool.
but it's just that one school. That is
No,
not,
you can put in multiple schools.
well, then I don't know how to do it.
Okay,
I
we
click
can
on one
definitely-
elementary school, and for example, I click on Lucy V. Barnsley, and it's showing me your school. You can compare to all MCPS school, and then you go back, click another button, say cluster, that you can compare you to a cluster. And
There's
that's all I'm seeing right now.
We can definitely provide more clarity. There's an option to pick which schools you want to compare in the tool.
Okay, so I'm pretty, I think I have a regular level of computer savviness
Yes.
and technology ability, so I don't see that right now. Okay.
No worries,
Now,
we can definitely
let
make
me
it clear.
move on.
One last question, because there's lots of lights on. We have to get
Right,
to everybody.
I understand. Now, you know what? All the other questions, I can wait till after Mr. McGee's presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf?
I want to thank you for this. It needs some work for sure, but it is helpful in some ways. I was talking to our chief of staff who mentioned that there used to be a community advisory group. I'm thinking that maybe some of the questions could be tailored a little bit better for the parents if you had a community advisory group.
We did use a community advisory group for
Okay,
this.
Okay, I wasn't, you talked about using the anti-racist focus group.
So they are a community advisory group that focus specifically on how we're engaging with the community. So they are a community advisory group.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to get to is that we always use the same people. We need some of our naysayers, if you would want to use that term, in the group.
They were. I can give you the list.
I would
They
like
were.
to get the list because I think that's part of the perception about us is that we're not as inclusive as we need to be. But I do want to thank you for it because it does give me some information. And I'll look forward to getting those group lists from you. Thank you.
Ms. Rivera-Avan?
Oh, thank you. Just very quickly on the response rates that I would like to have a little bit better idea to see it as more desegregated data. Like I know like 6.6 parents, right? Percentage of parents responded, which is about 11,000 parents. For me, I would like to know, like, out of those parents, if you could break down, like, how many were in Spanish, how many were in Mandarin, how many actually used the language, the different languages that we provided the survey on. And I also like to have an idea of the geography, right? Is there a way to do that based on this survey? So like for example, my district, right, District 1, like I would like to know how many parents in District 1 participated in this survey, how many students in District 1 participated in this survey, staff members. And maybe that's easier than going school by school, but kind of like by cluster. But just to see if there are any holes there that we are not seeing participation. And then I guess the question would be, why are we not seeing participation? Is it that maybe we need to support our principals a little better on ideas on how to get parent engagement? Or is there a disconnect with that? I just would like to have a better idea, because that's even though it's, it's almost 11,000 parents, it's like, okay, but we have 160,000 students, right? So that's a very small number. And I know you guys are not happy with that number either. I just kind of like to figure out what is it. And I know there is survey fatigue. I don't know how many questions there were for the parents. Do you know like how many questions were in the survey?
There were about 35.
35.
So our original goal, and this is where the feedback, our original plan was no more than 25 items. And then when we actually went to more groups. So we went to principals, we went to the advisory group, we checked in with some PCCs on the items, and a lot of the feedback was around things that we were missing. And so we were intentional to be responsive to the things that were missing to add them in, which increased the number of items. But our goal was not to have more than 25 items originally.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say, for me personally, that gives me fatigue, survey fatigue. Is that what you guys said earlier? Like 35 is a lot. So that would be also to the point that, I don't know who one of my colleagues said about how many people actually opened it, started it. I'm one of those people. I'm sorry, I'm gonna confess now. Like I start a survey, like they say, and I had such a good, experience, and then the next thing you know, there's like another 40 questions, and I'm like, no, I cannot do this, right? So I just want to know how many actually people clicked on it, and how we can, maybe go back to those folks later on when we do another survey, right? Just to encourage. I'm sorry, I am one of those people, but thank you. That's what I have.
Mrs. Mondreski?
I'm one of those people too. So, but that, kind of goes in hand with what I was saying about asking about, can you tell how many people have clicked on it and then logged out? That was basically what I was referencing. You had mentioned that, so like on page 11, you said that you have the disagree or whatever the other one was. What's the middle one?
Neutral?
Sorry, strongly disagree or disagree, I don't know.
Yes.
Anyways, but on page 10, at least two of the comments suggest that there was no option for that. Because that was a complaint that I heard out in the public.
No, the complaint is that we did not have a neutral option. So we had what some individuals were looking for was strongly agree, neutral or undecided, disagree, strongly disagree. So we didn't have a middle category. That's what that item is in reference to. They wanted to have some type of neutral or moderate designation. They didn't want the firm kind of one way or the other.
I appreciate that you used affirm, because I was going to kind of ask about that in a little bit of way. But I read that very differently than you do. To me, it reads that because the questions are so general, moderately agree or / disagree, or a neutral option should be available, meaning both. Moderately disagree or disagree and neutral should all be on there. That's how I take it. So if I can look up the responses, I will do that. My other question was in reference to using affirm, because this is going to sound like a silly thing, but when it's the A, B, C, Ds, they're A, B, C, D, but when it's the written out, it's the negative first, not at all, disagree, somewhat disagree, I don't know. And I just know a lot of times, at least me, And when I'm going down, I won't reread it, so I just make an assumption that they're all on the same block, if you know what I mean. Maybe you're looking like you don't have any idea what I'm talking about.
Are you referring to the layout for the slides or on the webpage?
On the webpage, I'm saying like.
The order of.
If I start a survey and it's, rated 1 to 10, 10 is strongly agree, 1 is not agree, I go on the assumption as I continue to go down that they're all like that. That 1 would be negative and 10 would be positive. This flips them around, and I'm just concerned that people may have not realized that.
No, thank you.
And so, but that's why I was going to ask about the firm, because I'm glad to hear you had a committee that helps work on this so that they can provide better feedback, like, kind of stuff that we're doing. So anyways, thank you.
Sevens?
Yes. So on page, is it page 17, where we talked about, we show the elementary, middle school, and high school on school safety and discipline, and the response rates for question 22, like this, for at each level, the question around, most of the time my teachers teach without being interrupted by students, was fairly low. Can you talk about, in getting this survey data back, at both the school level and central office level, what is it that we would do? Like, what is the response to information like that? Are we checking to see if it falls into class management, or like, what is the response to try to get to the issues that come about? I'm looking, Sean, I don't know why I'm looking at you, but I'm looking at anybody. I'm looking at anybody who can respond. Like, give me an idea, or give us walk us through the thinking behind what a school and what at central office we would think to do to help support the schools based on this data.
Yeah, everyone. I think it's an individual experience, I guess, when you have like a disruption that's happening in the classroom, whether it's the staff's perception of that or a student's perception of that. If we see that at the school level, obviously there are resources that the school can put into place in regards to mitigating that, trying to determine why that disruption is happening. If it becomes something larger than what the school can handle, they can always reach out to central office for our support. Typically, our office would be involved with that, because sometimes we do get requests from schools to help with students if it's something that cannot be handled through the typical measures that a school would do with restorative justice or with class discipline, class management, those type of structures that are in place.
So is it not like, I'm at central office, I'm the director or higher up, and I'm gonna say, oh, I saw your data, and so what's happening? Are we thinking to do this, or are you just waiting for the school to respond to say they need help?
No, I think it's both, right? So I think you can look at the data and have a conversation, which part of what I'll talk about in just a second,
Okay.
we'll talk about that. But I also think there's the other part of that too, to say that sometimes this happens where it isn't reflecting the data and the school is reaching out, or sometimes parents reach out too. They'll say, and sometimes you all might receive emails about that to say there's a disruption in the classroom and we need help because it's distracting the learning. So on both sides of that, we're responsive to supporting the school, because in both cases, we're going to the school to say to them, what support do you need?
Okay, so in looking at all the results, my initial thought in thinking about the low response rate, particularly for parents, was, okay, so how do we think about an opportunity to get this in front of parents when they're in the school, which is parent-teacher conference, right? Do we have computers available for them to fill out the form at that time, or just give it their feedback? Because we have a great bit of people coming in. It still may not reach everybody, but it's an opportunity to get more than 6.6%, right? Because everybody wants to know how their child is doing. But then I heard Dr. Addison make the comment about just the apprehension about people wanting to respond, because there is still at least one person that can see the information. And I know in talking with teachers in particular, their apprehension to responding is because it's not anonymous, right? And so paper would be difficult, but at what point should we think about hiring somebody on the outside? I think at one point we talked about the amount. Maybe I'm maybe I'm forgetting, but I would think that at this point in time, because there is mistrust, right? On the inside, externally and internally, that we take a year to see what the response would look like if we use an external firm to gather the data. And if in fact our targets are met, then by George, we got it, right? But if not, then we try the internal. But I just think that because we're in the place that we're in right now, and prior to the pandemic, Dr. Moran, you were here, Brenda, I can't remember her last name, but she left. You all were charged with coming together to do the climate survey. We were going to do it in a different way. And then the pandemic hit, and we weren't able to do it. And of course, Brenda's no longer with us. She moved away, and I can't remember her last name. But I do know that there was intentionality behind wanting to do our climate surveys in a different way to gather information from everybody, the students, parents, and staff. But right now, people just don't feel comfortable saying what needs to be said, and we actually really need to hear what they need to say, because it'll help inform our work, right? Yeah. And so I just believe we should give some thought to, we tried it, we come back, and we've tried it, right? So last year we did it at a point when everybody was tired. So now we tried another opportunity to do it in February. I don't know if you do it in January when people are happy and they just come back from break, but they're thinking about the end of the year already, and that's a good time. You just leave it open completely. But I really think that it would bode us well at this moment in time as we're trying to build back trust, that we just do things a different way and listen to what our educators are telling us. And they're saying, we don't trust you. We don't want to actually tell you what we have to say because it could be used against us, right? People believe that. And I think these numbers show it. So that's just my thought. Let's try and look to see if there's somebody on the outside that can do this work for us that won't break the bank, but could get us some return.
One comment I'd like to make about that, and I think we're seeing it across our schools, is the reimagining of back to school night. So we've tried to think outside the box with that, and when you ask schools now about back to school night and what they did this year, it turned more into a interactive, almost like a carnival festival, and all of a sudden, instead of having half or 75%, everyone's coming because of this experience. And what you were saying is that would be a perfect opportunity.
So I thought about that, but then I thought about, so I thought about back to school night as I was sitting here. But then I thought, if you are a new family coming to the school for the first time, then you actually can't really answer those questions because you don't know. So unless you say this is only going to be responded to, collect data from returning parents, then that is perfect. At the beginning of the school year, you're feeling good, right? So what you say might be different. But I thought about that, Mr. McGee. And so the only reason why I did not bring it up is because I don't want to skew the data because it could be a new parent, right? But guess what? At the beginning of the year, we're all happy. We're coming back.
Yeah.
And so
Definitely has to be at least
the conference.
It is a happy time of year.
Right? Finish your conference. And by that time, you've kind of settled in. You're getting your feet a little wet. And you're trying to figure it out. I just think how you would respond to be different than at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year. Ask me at the spring break, and that might be something different too from parents, right? We just had vacation, or maybe not because your kids have drove you crazy because they've been home for a whole week. I just don't know, but I was trying to think about a way to collect data in an intentional way where we just really want to hear from people and get their responses. And at that time, when as your child is going to the next level, you might get the responses that you're looking for. And then it's also an opportunity. We talk about, what do we want parents to get from what we're doing, right? What do we want them to understand and know? And I don't know if we throw some questions in there at that time to get a feel. Are you getting what you need? Do you understand? Do you know the next milestones or touch points for your student? So that's just a thought that every question that I had over here was kind of null and void after thinking about the mistrust and not being able to get the information. It's not anonymous. putting your kid's ID in there or one person seeing it. It's not anonymous, right? So how do we do it in an anonymous way to get their information? Or do we really want it? I do. How do you do that? So that's it for me.
I'm just.
Ms. Modrowski, last question, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, that's fine. I want to associate myself with Shepherd's comments, because that's why I was asking about even something like flipping responses can skew the results. And I thought you said that you did work with a company, though. I thought you said you did hire a firm. I just want to clarify, because I thought you said
we
you
did not work with a company. When we started the development of the survey, we leveraged the items that came from Panorama Education, which is research-based, and they have a lot of their items. And so we started with that as our base in terms of those items. And then as we went and gathered feedback, we made some adjustments and modifications.
Okay, well then, I 100% agree with Ms. Evans that we should look at using a firm.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay, if we could go to the next slide. And this just connects to the conversation that we have. We're looking at the school-based responses, the number of responses that we have, and you can see there's a year-to-year comparison between elementary, middle, and high school. And you can see that there's an increase of change, 10% change from 2023, a 9% change from 2023 middle school, and then 7% change from high school for 40 to 40%, 7%. Next slide, please. And this is just bringing out a few questions, and this is something that we wanted to talk a little bit about, certainly the last question. But again, you can see some of these questions where we have positive changes. We pulled out 4 questions. How positive is the working environment? How positive is the tone at the school? How safe at school do you feel? How often do you receive feedback for your teaching and your work? And you can see the change over time from one year to the next year. And the one that I really wanted to bring out here is the last one of how often do you receive feedback on your work. For a lot of the schools that we're supporting, that ended up being one of the lower marks that the staff had responded to. And so when you look across the board of that high of a response rate, the difference of 34% or 35% or 31%. We can attribute that to what we're going to talk about in just a second, is the emphasis of building an action plan based upon these school climate goals, having a climate goal itself. And then for us as our office, as we went in for supervisory visits, we built questions that were designed for climate, designed for well-being into the questions that we're asking the schools about. So in one of the things you can see that schools responded, and I had several principals that said that was interesting that we have staff members who said they're not getting enough feedback on their work, and so they put structures in place this year in order to increase their number of times that they're coming into the classroom and having some informal or formal feedback on their work. And it has really made, in our perspective, certainly going to help improve teaching and learning. So it's just a way that we've used this and connected throughout the school improvement process. Next slide, please. And so we talked about this already, so I'll kind of go over this really quickly. Obviously, this is a cohesive approach. We've worked with all of our unions in order to go through and make sure these questions, obviously the points that we just talked about, are well taken. Next slide, please. I'm going to try to move fast because I know we have some time. So it is, our school climate remains a shared endeavor. It's not owned by the administration. It's not owned by any group. It's a collective effort by all of us. The data from the school climate plan is reviewed by each school. Goals and action steps are created by each school team. The process is the same for all of the schools, and the climate in the building is a frequent discussion point during school improvement meetings, school check-ins, and with directors and associates. This is a constant conversation that we're having to underscore the importance of the climate survey that is positive to student learning. Next slide, please. And as you can see, we wanted to just bring out, two different types of data points, one for climate data points or one for well-being data points. And these are all things that we are considering, schools are considering as we monitor. Obviously, you can see the climate survey is a climate data source. There is local climate voice data. Typically, we see that coming through what we would call the triad meeting, where the triad meeting is with the principal, representative from MCEA, the EFR, a representative from SEIU, which is the ESR, and they meet monthly. So typically they could get the climate and see how things are going, but there's also other ways to do that as well. On the other side of the slide, we have other data sources that we do monitor and we ask schools about quite frequently, which is absenteeism, suspensions, the number of students that they're talking about at their well-being teams, the referrals, and also, you can see disciplinary referrals, suicide risk, crisis-centered referral data as well. So those are just some data points that we are looking at as well as we're having these meetings. Next slide, please. So this is, just kind of a summary of our process where we are examining the data, just like what we were talking about. We're making goals based upon that data. We as a office go in, we assess in terms of where we are with the data, checking in, participating in professional development if professional development is needed. Once again, checking again. It's kind of a continuous cycle for those of us who've been around for a while for Baldrige, the PDSA cycle that we have. It's very similar with that. And this is one part of our school improvement process that we make sure that the climate data is included. Next slide, please. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Moran, and he's going to give us a summary just in terms of key takeaways and next steps.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. And just listening to your feedback, I would share the old adage that when everything's important, nothing is important. And I'm going to tie that into the feedback question. So if there's 35 questions on a survey and you isolate one and turn that into a goal for your staff, you get a return of a 30% increase. And so I think the thing that we really need to continue to do is, and there's two pieces to that feedback question that I think I want to pull out for you. If you look at the schools who had that growth in feedback, they also had a higher response rate, which means the principal this year has created a culture where feedback is reciprocal. It's not just flowing one way. The staff feels like they can give feedback, and therefore they have a higher response rate on their survey. So there's a cultural piece that Mrs. Evans was pointing out to this around creating trust. I'm trusting you to give me feedback on my performance in the classroom as a teacher. At the same time, you're trusting me to give feedback on the climate of the school, the morale, your leadership, and how it's impacting that. So I just wanted to pull that out as like an action item. Those 4 questions, our principals do take the questions, and there are questions that are more important than other ones. And so when we're talking about the number of questions and everything, I think it's also important to consider which are the most valuable questions to the staff that they put more stock into. And I don't know what that looks like in the, moving down through the future. And the other thing, and Ms. Rivera-Oven and I talked about this recently, is a survey is also, it is something that should initiate other things. It is something that is, and so people want to engage in discourse now. Like, they don't necessarily want to take 30 minutes to complete a survey. They want to talk. And so I think that the trust piece is creating an environment around the school improvement plan, like Mr. McGee was discussing, where people feel that they can enter a space and just say what they really feel and think with knowing that it's going to be taken and turned into action. And so I think, the survey fatigue part, I think, is something that we need to work together on. And I think principals, when we look at, just the regular monitoring also, when you administer one survey that is that comprehensive, how are you collecting data along the way in addition, like a 5-question survey, boom, you can get that, everybody will fill out a 5-question survey at your school. And so I think like a lot of the principals have taken the questions from the survey, the 5 most important, and made those key benchmarks that are aligned with their school improvement plan and asked them during each evaluation at the quarter and gotten a return. So, I think this has been a great conversation. I think there's opportunities for us to take back and improve upon, and I mean, we certainly have, work to do around the response rate, but I do think that there's solutions out there, and I don't know necessarily more surveys or more questions is the solution to get a higher response rate. So.
Is that the end?
That is the
Okay.
end.
Thank you. I'll ask my colleagues to turn their lights on, and I'll start with one question. What is the role of the director if a school is showing multiple areas where it's scoring low on climate?
Well, it's part of that action plan. So if I see a school that has multiple low data points, I'm going in, asking them, have a conversation with that school, have a conversation with the staff, create an action plan that is based upon data, based upon actions that they can see and make improvements. And then my touch points as the director there, because if it's showing up there, it's showing up in other places, then I have a kind of a laser focus on that school to help them, to support them, to see, you have to unpack to see where that's coming from. What, is it, like we talked about in this, Evans, is it behavioral? Is it something that there's the students that may not be allowing other students to learn? Is it something that's through the triad meeting that's coming up that's climate-based, that's something that we can support? Is it something that is coming from the staff or from the community, from maybe it's a communication part? I feel like I'm not getting a lot of communication. So you have to unpack what that data is. But from our perspective as directors and associates, what that does is allow us to say, there's a big priority here for this school for us to go and support. So our touch points and our frequency of visiting with them to help support them increases greatly.
And I know your case loads are great, so that also makes a difference in terms of how much support you can give. Mrs. Evans.
Yes, I was just going to say, and what I am very much aware of is that the climate survey is just one measure, right? But because it is something that we use, then we got to figure out how to
Use it right.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I had other thoughts, but my head is kind of floating all around. But anyway, so.
But I do think the schools they take it very serious.
And I'm not insinuating
Yeah,
they're not. No. I was trying to figure out how do you get people to feel comfortable enough to respond, to say what we need to know, right? And for them to believe that we actually really want to know and we plan to do something about it. So I'm glad that there are schools that take the information and are instantly able to do something with it and then show, and the staff is able to see that reflected in the work in the school. But how do we help support other schools to do that?
Yeah, I do think it's trust, and I'll give you an example of there's a few schools. There's probably many schools. When this first came out, when we had the data early in the school year, many of my principals felt so strongly about it that they wanted to give the climate survey again in January. We want to check, we want to do a dipstick, and at that point, we had just made the decision, well, hold on a second, because we're going to give it in February, but that's in terms of like what they, building trust, right? I want to see what we've done, those actions that we've put in place have made a difference. And if they haven't, then let's go back to the drawing. And again, it's a collective, like I said, it's not just the principal leading it, it's the ILT, it's the community. Let's get together and see what else do we need to do. So I do think it's about establishing that trust. And like you said, I can speak freely with you without we just want to make this better for everybody.
Absolutely.
Ms. Rivera-Oven.
Oh, thank you. I just want to speak a little bit on the whole support for principals on something that Mrs. Evans said. I think what you were trying to say is how can we be strategic about using this data to get better and to grow and to get more communities that are not necessarily feel involved, or that they feel that they can take, the survey. And one of the things that I see, at least in my district, is I see incredible parent involvement from especially immigrant communities. But when it comes to connecting them to something like this, there is a disconnect, right? Because one, there's a language barrier. We don't do a lot of, other school districts in Latin America, so in other places, they don't do surveys, right? You go to school, you go to school. And how, how there's a cultural, ingredient, right, in the schools, but there's also a cultural component in presenting surveys to communities that are not historically taking surveys, right? So, but you have engagement, right? You have engagement. So how do we then support the directors and the principals to kind of make that leap, right? So for me is when you have that piece missing in some of these communities, you are missing a lot of information and a lot of good feedback that we could be getting back to make us even more receptive and deliver on some of the things that we do. So going back to somebody who said, maybe getting somebody from the outside and so on, I'm thinking from the outside that has that cultural component, that has worked with districts who have a very diverse community like ours. And then it got me thinking, and maybe this is a little derailing from it, but I know we had asked about exit interviews for our staff, right? And them feeling comfortable in telling us exactly why they're leaving, and maybe having the third party where they feel comfortable enough. Or even the folks who just retire, right? Being comfortable enough in a safe space where they can say, the things that, they truly feel, right? So anyway, I know that was a little derailed, but I just think that having all those components to be able to get to folks who are not usually engaged are really important.
Can I make one comment on that? And this is one example that I think hits your point was with our Northwood transition to going to Woodward. So when we were holding our community meetings at Northwood, we were missing an entire population. And so we ended up organizing and having, all in Spanish, a meeting to try to get out, right? Having everybody come and be a part of that, and that was greatly attended. I think that's kind of the out-of-the-box thinking, what you're talking about, the things that we need to do as a system in order to get that, because they're engaged, because people are coming, they know there's, they want to be a part of it, and I think we've got to think about that in a different way.
No, I appreciate that, because I think we sometimes think that people don't want to be engaged. We make assumptions. And also, we're not the only agency that has this issue, by the way. Right? There's many other agencies in the county, for park and planning to HHS to others, the police, who have this issue. So, but if we can be the catalytic thing in paving the way on how to do it and how to do it in the best way, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Ms. Wolf,
I just want to follow up on Grace's point. I think particularly for my community, if they see results from this, they will be more inclined to respond. Mm-hmm. So the question that you had where you showed that the staff number had gone up to 71 from 30, that's the kind of data they need to see. Then they believe it's worth answering the questions for. Thank you.
Ms. Yang?
Yes. First of all, I really want to congratulate you all on that question. How often do you receive feedback on your teaching and work? Right, 35% gain when you focus on that is tremendous. It's tremendous. Now, I also have a question about trust, right? So for some of the questions like how positive is the tone that school leaders set for the culture of the school? If I'm a staff member or I'm a parent, my exact issue is with the school leadership. And how do if I already feel the environment is not so positive, how do I go about this if that person is in charge of now improving this, right? And would I, because right now it's supposedly they don't know who's filling it out. And then, but if you say, okay, then everybody talk, then will I really say anything? Because now then all of a sudden it's not anonymous, it's with name and face attached to it. So how do you handle that as a leader in the central office, supporting principals?
So I think and I won't use any specific examples of schools, but we have encountered that this year, where we've engaged in listen and learns and collected feedback, sometimes on behalf of the principal, and then themed it and looked at it with them, and then worked with them to create an action plan that they then present to their staff or partner with key members to their staff to create. So that is one way. We've in the past called it a listen and learn session, to take out also kind of any personal pieces that might be a part of that. The other, I think, I commend our principals, one in particular who has encountered a lot of challenges with her community. She did a marvelous job just making herself very vulnerable and asking the questions and listening with the intent of making it a better learning experience for children. She certainly, needed some support with that from her director. But her climate data from last year to this year has grown significantly. So we have processes in place from the parent engagement part, which I think is sometimes the most complex. At the staff part, which is something I want to share with you because it was an action item that we did discuss earlier in the year, is that all of our principals to standard set are receiving professional learning with their EFR and their ESR, their elected supporting staff representative, elected faculty representative, to start the school year. So we're going to standard set that process, because that structure, you find out things ahead of time, and you're able to intervene proactively and resolve things before they, gather negative energy and move across your school. Unfortunately, I know we use this line a lot. Triads following the pandemic, the implementation of new principals, of new EFRs, requires it that 216 schools need to receive the exact same professional learning, the exact same expectations, so that they're functioning entirely the same. I think that alone will demonstrate a significant bump in our school climate. And then you also have the accountability measure. When you standard set things for 216 people, they've received the information, they've received the professional learning, you can then hold 216 people accountable to the exact same thing when, as a director, you go out and are having those kind of conversations.
Now, to follow up on that, I appreciate what you talk about, that sometimes, in terms of the community, that the directors can have direct conversation with the community. I think part of it is we in Montgomery County, that our students come from all different cultures and backgrounds. There are some cultures, confrontation, or even just honest conversation can be really a difficult thing to do, especially when you are doing it with what we perceive of people of authority and people who have bigger power than your family. You are very vulnerable when you send your children in the care of these adults, right? So that the every step of discussion, collaboration, problem solving, that it's a wonderful step. I think people all appreciate, but how we do it, who is the person to do it, needs to be something carefully considered and consult with the community. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, to me, this gets to one of the most essential relationships in MCPS, and that is directors with the principals that they supervise, because this work can be very fraught. And in order for a director to do this work and to look very objectively at the climate data, and I do appreciate, we're seeing aggregate data here. I very much appreciate you're saying this is disaggregated by school, so you can see and make comparisons, whether it's how many families and staff and students are actually participating in the survey, or what is the data that's bubbling up and how does it compare to the prior year. But having these conversations can be very, very difficult. And if you don't have that trusting relationship with the person that's coming in to have that conversation with you, it's not going to go very well. And to me, that gets to why it is so incredibly important. I mean, I'm just speaking for myself here, but I really do believe the only job of central office is to support principals in schools. Because if we're not, you can't have a successful school if you don't have a successful principal. And so that relationship, and I think having the director cadre we need to support principals well means we cannot overburden those directors. And because you can't build those tight, trusting relationships if you are trying to supervise, 25 principals who are all in different places in their climate data and in their communities they're serving, and they all have different needs, and you're trying to be everything to all of them, and you just can't with those numbers. That's why I think it's so essential we really focus on that role and creating and reducing the load of our directors so that they can build those tight, close relationships with their principals to have these very difficult conversations and really support them in moving through them. You cited the example of a principal who had she was not getting good news and a very vulnerable conversation with her community, but she was supported. And, they wouldn't have done that if they hadn't had that support. So, and a question I have is, so we've emphasized the survey, this is one data point. So when you get these, so you get your data, it's disaggregated by school, you've got your director, you know what your schools are, you're looking at your school's data. Are you triangulating what you're seeing there with other pieces like, what's the staff turnover rate like?
Right.
Are there, complaints being filed by staff against other staff, that kind of thing? Are you looking at that kind of data too, to further inform this piece of data?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was what Ms. Silvestri was asking earlier. Absolutely. We look at multiple pieces of data, but this is a very good indicator of the health of that relationship of the climate in the building. And a lot of times it is connected to, like you said, staff turnover. It could also be connected to student achievement. So we're looking at all of those things, and when we go in, and I'm glad that you said about the relationship with the director and the principal, it's essential to have, frequent, and back to that trust and that openness to be able to just say, okay, here's where we are, and build that relationship with one another. And in my position, and Peter's been here a little bit longer than I have, 5-6 years, it's so important that we do that. And I think that's essential to getting us to the point to have that conversation with them, to say, not only is this data point, but it's also this data point and that data point. And so we're going to work together. And when I was listening to Peter, the word that comes to my mind is coaching. We're trying to coach adults to be able to look at data and to be able to make a change. And then just like Ms. Yang said, if we have positive data, we can see that, then we celebrate that. And we see that a lot through our interactions with our schools. But absolutely, it's not just one data point. We want to be fair to be lots of data points to look at that too, and have opportunities even to interact with staff and with the community as well.
Thank you. I mean, this is such important work.
So thank you for the presentation. As has been stated, this is one tool in the toolbox in terms of how we determine how well our schools are doing for our students, for our families, and for our staff. Let us remember that February was a very tumultuous time here in MCPS, and so I'm hopeful that as we, make plans for administering the survey next year, we will have greater participation because of the learnings that you had this year, but also hopefully a better time to survey our families and our staff and students. So thank you so much for the presentation. Moving on to our next agenda item, we are at number 13, which is for informational purposes only. Agenda item number 14, may I get a motion to move 11.1 and 2 in block?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. That's unanimous with those present. 14.3 is a new business item. I will ask Ms. Evans to explain her business item.
Sure. So the timing was not on purpose, but actually works out very well today as we talked about our over $3 billion budget. The resolution that I wanted to bring forward is actually not for administration, but for board staff. We've talked a lot here lately, or I'll just say this, as everyone knows, the board is part-time. Our salary is a nominal amount, but we are in the top 20 of the school districts in this nation. And we have more than 160,000 students speaking more than 150 languages. The needs are very diverse and continuing to get complex as we go on. And so what I want the board staff to be able to do is study and assess our duties and responsibilities, with us having to provide oversight and accountability and govern a school system of this size. We need to be full-time. And so who better equipped to gather that information than our board staff? And I would like our board members too to be able to add to the study their level of effort that they provide on a weekly, monthly basis and all throughout the year. As we gather this information, I know that we'll be able to show that we do a lot, and that doesn't even include if you are in a leadership role. As president and vice president, there are additional duties that people are not aware of. And so I just want us to be able to study the time that it takes for us to review and do our homework, and also look at how we engage our community, particularly as we've heard legislators talk about looking at providing or looking at making our positions full-time. And I know that there was a commission done by our county executive prior to the pandemic, where he had the people on the commission. What they did is they interviewed every board member. At that time, I was the board president, but it was a conversation. And so it was a conversation. I hadn't gathered all the information. I don't think any of us had. We were just having a conversation and giving them touch points on what the work looked like. But I really want us to gather, I want our staff to gather all of the information. So as our legislators are making decisions, possibly the next legislative session, they have accurate information, accurate data that details very specifically what our work looks like. And so what I could do is just read the resolution. And what I do know is that it will lie on the table until our next meeting, but I think it's important just to read it. Whereas the Montgomery County Board of Education is the publicly elected body charged with leadership, policy making, and oversight of the Montgomery County Public Schools, one of the 20 largest school systems in the United States, serving over 160,000 students in 211 schools and employing nearly 25,000 members. And whereas executing the necessary leadership and oversight for MCPS has grown more complex over the past decade as the school system serves students with different needs, including changing demographics, an increased number of students impacted by special education, language differences, and varying socioeconomic status, including the need for increased free and reduced price meals, services. And whereas the board is charged with overseeing the administration of critical student services that include not only the traditional teaching and learning program, but also academic recovery initiatives, socio-emotional and therapeutic supports, and technological integration efforts. And whereas to provide an excellent and equitable educational experience to all students in this changing landscape, the board is responsible for analyzing, adopting, and stewarding an approximately $3.3 billion annual operating budget and an approximately $2 billion six-year capital improvements program. And whereas the board seeks to engage in meaningful two-way communications across the county as it undertakes its work, which is time-intensive and often requires extensive multi-year planning and travel. And whereas the board promotes the incorporation of continuous improvements in all parts of the organization and believes that the same commitment should be applied in assessing its own work, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education directs board staff to collaborate with the board to conduct a comprehensive study of the board's current and projected scope of responsibilities by, the date is blank, but I want to say by August, ahead of when all of our county officials get together for their annual retreat in Mako. That's usually in sometime in August. There's not a date, but we'll say, you have a date? No, a date on the resolution. Yep. And be it further resolved that the results of the study be leveraged to shape the board's annual work plan, build public understanding of the vast scope of services in Montgomery County that fall under the board's oversight, including but not limited to capital and operating budget reviews and approval process, educating appeals, advocating in federal, state, and local political arenas, hiring and evaluating the superintendent, engaging in community events and meetings, and numerous constituent engagements. This study will enhance the board's capacity to serve the community by effectively and efficiently performing its many responsibilities.
Ms. Evans, the MACO this year is August 14 to 17.
Okay, thank you for that information. So,
Did you want to add that date as?
yes, I want to add, just to be on the safe side, we'll say by August 1st. Yep, August 1st. It's a Thursday? August 5th. Right, okay. And
And if-
so, go ahead.
We don't need to act on it today.
No, we don't need that. It has to sit
Any
until the.
questions or comments from? the
Yes, and I
board?
would love any feedback or response from our.
I love it.
Mr. Vera-Evan?
It's no secret that Sharon and I have had this conversation multiple times. There's no secret that as soon as I got on the board, and a couple months into it, I made comments, and I think Julie and I made comments that this is quite a full-time job. And I think the time has come that we need to do the advocacy because I believe it's in the best interests of the system, of our children and the teachers that we represent. And that, the job is immense. And some of us are killing ourselves trying to do the job because we want to do a good job because of the kids. And I know this year, and everybody said, no, this year has been a lot of work, that usually this is not what it's like, but guess what, this is our reality now, and I think this is what the job is going to be like. And if we want to do diligence to what we're doing, and I think people are sometimes surprised that we are part-time. They are surprised that, most of, all of us for this job work from home, that we don't even have, offices here. We don't even have, some of the staff that we need. So, it's really a stipend what we get, right? It's not really a salary. My kids make fun of me sometimes because they say, Mom, you could be making more at the drive-through at McDonald's part-time and without having all these stress in your life, right? So I just want to say that I totally support it, and I've been supportive of it, I think, since I got on the board, and I think it's the right time. I hope everyone will support it as well.
I just wanted to add, have you thought about the intersect of compensation? Because we can be full-time but still make less than minimum wage, and it won't attract people that need to make a living wage in Montgomery County, for example.
Right, so the thought did occur or cross my mind, but I thought that it would be easier to make the case for compensation if people actually see that this is a full-time job, right? And so I don't know that we're in the position to attach a dollar amount, but when you take a full-time job and you look at the fact that our budget is $3.3 billion for the operating, over $1 billion for the CIP, we should be able to leverage that for compensation. I just didn't want to mix the two. I just really wanted to focus on, this is a full-time job, and how you attract diversity in voices and is you make it such that anybody would want to do this job if they can make a livable wage doing it. For so long, I think that people go back to how this is what I remember when Sydney is now, she'll be a senior in college in the fall. When she was in elementary school, her principal at that time, when she retired, she gave me, I have the letter still, but on the back of the letter that she gave me, just writing a letter to me through our partnership, me being the PTA leader at the school, her being the principal, she showed me how the demographics changed and the needs changed from the time she started being the principal until the year that she was retiring. And she was at that school for 27 years. And it was a huge change and huge shift. And so when we hear people come and advocate before us for the budget and talk about, the times when it didn't look so dire in terms of our fiscal climate, we've just changed. I mean, it was a little less complicated, but now it's just changed a lot. And I just really want us to write down. So guess what? I'm going to ask each of you to really document how much time you spend reading, reviewing your work, getting prepared. When you talk to various community members out in the community, in addition to time that we spend going to cluster meetings, I want us to document every part of our job so that people can really see how much time and effort goes into this work, so that when people decide they want to run for the school board, they really know what they're getting into, because people don't. When you look at us, you don't get a good picture of what we do, and we do a lot. I have 2 kids. The second one's about to go to college, and I really had to take time this year, and I know I caught a lot of flack, to be there for my child, and I felt bad, right? I shouldn't have to feel bad. This is a part-time job that I love doing, but it takes us away from our family more times than not, and it's really 7 days a week. And if we do the job the way I know most of you do, there's no off time. People are buzzing my phone at any time, right? So they email you, and guess what? I don't mind, because I say contact me, right? I respond when I can, but I just think there's way more to this job than what it appears, and I just want to document it. I want to document it so when people say, you all are part-time, we're not. We're full-time. We get paid part-time. We run as part-time. Yeah. So anyway, but looking forward to having further discussion, the next board meeting with everybody here to make the decision as to whether or not we'll move this resolution forward. I think it's important.
Yeah, just wanted to, documenting all of our time, I'm not sure people will believe it, how much time goes into this job, honestly. But I did want to, and I appreciate where we're starting with this resolution and not tying any kind of a dollar amount to it. Just did want to contextualize in the 2019 commission did make a recommendation on dollars. And just for context, looking around the Beltway, if we're looking for sort of benchmarking ourselves by size, the closest regional school district to ours is Fairfax. They're a little bit bigger than us, but not much. And just little less than a year ago, they have 12 board members. They raised their salary to $60,000 a year. So that is a regional sort of benchmark for us, a regional benchmark to sort of look at. Because the truth is, this job isn't, we talk about equity all the time, it is not equitable. It is not an equitable opportunity. Because if you have a family you're trying to support, this is not something that you cannot do this job and support your family. You cannot do it. It is not an equitable opportunity, and it should be. Anybody who wants to put in this time, who wants to put in this kind of work, who wants to devote themselves to the kind of multifaceted, never-ending breadth and depth of issues that come our way, they should be able to. But right now, they cannot. And so that is another lens to look at this through, is this an equitable opportunity? Because we talk continuously about equity of opportunity.
I was going to add one more thing, and so the advantage of living in Montgomery County is we have a highly engaged, highly educated community, and the benefit of being on the board, going out in the community and talking to a variety of community members is, they talk and share. And I feel like this year, more so than ever, everybody has been talking about you all need to be full-time, right? And so I took that to heart. And I did want to say that this year was very trying, but you know what? It's getting us to a place that we needed to be in the first place, right? So it's unfortunate that we weren't there, but I did want to state that every year is there's always a big issue, and the job is no more difficult this year than it was last year than the previous year. But still, this will help. So I just need a second.
Second.
Second, third, fourth.
And then it'll lie on the table till the 25th. Okay.
Okay. So we amended the agenda, so we're not doing item 15. And we do have a closed session after this, so we will need to adjourn the open session and then read into the closed session. So can I get a motion to adjourn the open session?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Can I get a motion for closed session?
Okay, I move that the board meet in closed session to address topics listed in the posted revised resolution for today's closed session and for the reasons and on the basis stated therein.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. We will now go into closed session.